Audiobook, Blue Eyes. Chapter 1. Isabel. The warm aroma of spices and fresh herbs fills the kitchen, enveloping every corner with a comforting air. I watch my mother move between pots and pans with the serene skill of someone who has turned the act of cooking into a form of love. June Salinas, with her ash-blonde hair tied back in a careless braid and her worn jeans, represents the complete opposite of Elena Ortega. There are no traces of pearls, no haute couture dresses, just a real, authentic woman, imprinted on her tanned skin by the El Paso sun and in her every gesture, the silent devotion to her family. I glance at my phone, checking for a fifth time if there's a message from Eduardo. He's at the Ortega mansion. He said he had to talk to his father about something important, but the look in his eyes as he said goodbye left me uneasy. I can see the concern in his eyes, even though he tries to hide it. I know he's carrying more than he's letting on: my pregnancy, his family's expectations, our decisions. They say that after every storm comes a calm, but no one warns you that sometimes storms come one after another, without respite. Eat, my mother commands in that firm yet sweet tone only she possesses, placing a plate of grilled chicken with roasted vegetables in front of me. The presentation is perfect: vibrant colors, exact proportions. Everything is carefully prepared with that meticulous tenderness that only a mother can offer, as if she could protect me with every bite. He sits across from me with his own plate and watches me silently. His eyes, as blue as mine, scrutinize me with that gaze that has always been my mirror, my inevitable truth. I know I can't hide anything from him, I never have been able to. "Well," he says as he cuts into a piece of chicken, "are you going to tell me what's going on?" "Nothing," I answer too quickly, taking refuge in a sip of water while avoiding his gaze. "You know, the usual. The baby, my health." Isabel Salinas, her voice takes on that tone that mixes affection and warning. She puts her fork down on the table and stares at me. "I carried you in my womb, I raised you, I've seen every expression on your face for years. And what I see now isn't just fear from a loss." I look away and start moving the food around on my plate, looking for an excuse not to talk. "Is she your mother-in-law?" she insists, her tone sharpening. "Because if that witch is sticking her nose where it doesn't belong, Eduardo will have to understand that it's time to put her in her place." "Mom," I protest, with a mixture of alarm and resignation. She smiles at the tone of my voice, but doesn't back down even an inch. "Listen to me carefully," she says with that fierce intensity that only a Texan mother can muster. "No one, do you hear me? No one is going to mess with my daughter. I don't care if she's the Queen of England or the wife of some ex-senator from a remote town like Conejos. You don't mess with my children." Her vehemence manages to bring a smile to my face, despite the anxiety gnawing at me inside. She's so different from Elena. Where my mother-in-law moves with subtlety and manipulation disguised as courtesy, June Salinas is a shot straight to the chest. No beating around the bush, no filters. "Come here, love," her voice softens as she reaches across the table to take mine. "I know you're holding something back. Something you haven't even told Eduardo. And I also know I'm not going to leave you alone until you tell me." I let out a sigh, surrendering to the inevitable. My mother can be just as stubborn as I am when she wants to be. "I got a message," I finally admit. "Anonymous." She frowns instantly. "What kind of message?" I swallow. The fears I've been burying for days are beginning to surface. "A warning," I reply, my voice cracking. "They told me to be careful what I eat or drink. And I know how that sounds, Mom. I know it seems like paranoia, but after all the losses, after everything we've been through." "Isabel," he interrupts, his tone a mixture of anguish and firmness. Haven't you told Eduardo? No. Because I know him, I reply, slumping back in my chair. He's already on edge with the pregnancy, with work, and because I suspect it might have something to do with his mother. We've had some disagreements lately. And if I divorced Eduardo, I swear it would be the best day of his life. June slams his open palm on the table, with that protective fury that reminds me why he's always been my anchor. I knew it. I knew that woman was still determined to make your life hell. My mother's voice vibrates with suppressed fury, her eyes flashing. That day at your wedding. I should have gone up to her and slapped her hard. She did everything she could to ruin the moment for you. The only thing that made us accept that marriage was knowing that Eduardo is a good man. And even the most blind person would notice how much he loves you. But there is no worse enemy than a mother-in-law who can't accept that her son already has a family of his own. You have to tell her, daughter. I sigh wearily, shaking my head. And make him choose between his mother and me. How would you feel if one of my brothers confronted you over a woman? My mother snorts ironically. If I behaved like that woman, believe me, I'd deserve it. A man who lets his mother interfere in his marriage isn't being a husband, he's just being the obedient son. You need to talk to him. It's one thing for him to not like you, it's quite another for him to send you threatening messages. But that's the problem, Mom, I say quietly. I have no proof it was her. I can't go to Eduardo and say, hey, I think your mom sent me a weird text, when I don't even know if it was a warning or a threat. And to top it all off, I deleted it. That was completely stupid, she bursts out, crossing her arms. You're not like that. You've always been smarter than that. Don't forget who you are, the wife of a Supreme Court justice. You can't afford to take something like that lightly. It may have been Elena, yes, but it could just as easily have been anyone else. Remember the cases you've handled, Claire. You told me yourself how many enemies you've made fighting those giant corporations. His words resonate with me. He's right. It wouldn't be the first time someone tried to intimidate me. In the past, while defending communities devastated by pollution and exploitation, some corporations didn't hesitate to send me veiled threats. And even though I'd like to believe this all comes down to a jealous mother-in-law, there's a part of me that fears the danger is much greater. I know, Mom, I reply with a sigh, trying to sort through the turmoil in my head. But this text, it's nothing like the ones I've received before. No, stay out of your own way, no, it's not worth risking it all, not even it, don't be stupid. This was different. Different how? She asks, squinting. He said, be very careful with every bite you take, every sip you drink. Just be very careful. There is so much evil in this world. It doesn't sound like a direct threat, I try to justify myself. It's almost cryptic. Disturbing, yes, but not enough to set off all the alarm bells. Mom gives me a sharp look, cutting off any further arguments. Did you tell anyone else? Lorena knows, I confess, looking down. And yes, she also thinks I should talk to Eduardo. Without a word, Mom walks around the table and approaches me. She envelopes me in a warm, firm hug, the kind that has always had the power to rebuild me, as if her love could protect me from the entire world. Oh, my stubborn girl, he whispers, resting his face in my hair. Always thinking you have to carry everything alone. When will you understand that you don't have to? He pauses, then adds softly. You should tell Eduardo. If that message came from his mother, he's the one who needs to set boundaries. I respect him, I appreciate him, but no love survives if there's a third party constantly interfering. I nod silently, feeling something inside me loosen. I know, I say, barely audible. Then my phone vibrates on the table. Seeing the name on the screen, my face lights up instinctively. Eduardo. I reply with a genuine smile, relieved to hear his voice. Are you on your way home yet? But the joy fades in a sigh. On the other end of the line, I don't hear the everyday sound of her car or the bustle of the street. What reaches my ears is an all too familiar environment, the intermittent beeping of monitors, low voices speaking urgently, the sterile echo of footsteps in a hospital. The knot in my stomach tightens. Isabel, her voice is barely a murmur, full of tiredness, far from her usual tone. And in that instant, I knew. Something was terribly wrong. I'm in the hospital. What happened? I bolt upright in my chair, worry tensing every muscle in my body. My mother puts down her fork, her gaze fixed on my face as she tries to decipher the situation. She's my mother, I hear him swallow hard, the weight of his next words almost tangible through the line. She's under observation. It was my fault, we had an argument and... The words die in her throat, but I don't need her to finish the sentence. In 7 years of marriage, I've never seen Eduardo argue with Elena for any reason other than me. The weight of that reality settles in my chest like lead, making the air thick and difficult to breathe. Guilt, that old acquaintance that seems to have become my constant companion since I married Eduardo, threatens to drown me. It was just a scare, he continues, but the tiredness in his voice betrays him. Eduardo, always so eloquent, so sure of every word, now sounds lost, almost vulnerable. They'll keep her under observation tonight. I'll stay here, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sleep. Do you want me to come? I offer, even though I already know the answer. Eduardo's overprotectiveness has multiplied since what happened a few days ago, and I know he won't want me to expose myself to the stress of a hospital. Absolutely not. His tone brooks no argument, that firmness he uses in court seeping into his voice. Stay home with your mother. See you in the morning. It's okay, I whisper, feeling the helplessness growing in my chest. Let me know if anything changes. I pause, my heart tightening. I love you. The silence on the other end of the line lasts barely a second before the call cuts out. I stare at the phone, a lump forming in my throat. It's the first time in years that Eduardo doesn't respond to those 2 words with his usual, and I love you, more than anything. That little tradition of ours, that exchange that has become a constant in our lives, now broken by the weight of circumstances. It's understandable, I tell myself. His mother is in the hospital, he's worried, tired, probably feeling guilty. It shouldn't hurt so much that he hasn't responded as he usually does. But it hurts. Like a small crack in the foundation of something I've always taken for granted, it hurts more than I'm willing to admit. The phone slips through my trembling fingers and onto the table. The silence that followed the call seems to spread throughout the kitchen, making even the soft hum of the refrigerator sound deafening. What happened? My mother's voice cuts through the fog of my thoughts. Her eyes, so similar to mine, study me with that mix of concern and determination that only mothers can master. Eduardo is in the hospital, the words come out haltingly, as if my throat were resisting the need to form them. He had an argument with his mother, and she got sick. He's under observation. My mother's face hardens for a moment, and I can see her fighting the urge to make some cutting comment about Elena. Instead, she leans forward, her eyes softening at the sight of my distress. See? I whisper, running a trembling hand through my hair. A gesture I've inherited from Eduardo, I note with a certain irony. That's why I haven't told him about the message. You should have listened to him, Mom. My voice cracks slightly. He seemed so guilty, so devastated. This is such a mess. The lump in my throat threatens to turn into sobs. Guilt mixes with fear and worry, creating a cocktail of emotions that threatens to drown me. Isabel, darling, breathe. My mother stands with the agility that her years on the ranch have given her. In 2 steps, she's at my side, her hands finding my shoulders with the familiarity of someone who has comforted my sorrows for as long as I can remember. You can't get so worked up like that, not in your condition. Her fingers trace reassuring circles on my back, the gesture that used to calm me after nightmares when I was a child. I nod, knowing she's right. The baby must be my priority now. I try to control my breathing, focusing on the rhythmic movement of my mother's hands, the scent of spices still wafting through the kitchen, anything to help me stay calm. I'll call your father tomorrow, he says after a moment, his voice firm but gentle. It's the tone he uses when he's made an irrevocable decision. I'll tell him I'll be staying here for a while. Mom, you don't have. I begin to protest, but she silences me with that gesture she's perfected after raising 4 stubborn children. It's the same one she used when we tried to argue about bedtime or homework. I am your mother, she declares, and there is so much love and fierceness in those 3 words that I feel tears welling up in my eyes. And I will stay here supporting you. At first, I didn't understand why you and Eduardo hadn't hired someone to help around the house. She pauses meaningfully, her hands never leaving their comforting motion on my back. I understand now. You don't trust anyone, and it's no wonder after that message. Her voice softens, but I can detect the steel beneath the silk. That's why I will stay here until the dust settles. The determination in her voice leaves no room for argument. It's the same determination she had when defending her children from any threat, real or perceived. The same determination that led her to stand up to the entire county when they decided to build a chemical plant near the ranch. June Salinas isn't one to stand idly by when her family is in danger. The weight of her presence, the certainty of her unconditional support, makes something loosen in my chest. With my mother here, perhaps I can face whatever lies ahead. Because if there's one thing the Salinas family knows how to do, it's stick together when the storms rage. Isabel. 4 days. It's been 4 days since Elena was taken to the hospital, and I watch Eduardo move around the room like a perfected automaton. His morning routine has become a precise and solitary choreography, the shower lasting exactly 7 minutes, the suit selected the night before, the tie knotted with carefully studied movements in front of the mirror. It's like watching a play where the lead actor has forgotten he has an audience. The man I know, the one who used to wake me up with soft kisses and playful caresses, the one who insisted we have breakfast together no matter how busy his schedule was, seems to have vanished. In his place is this distant version who moves around our house like a shadow of himself, who absent-mindedly kisses me every morning as if it were just another habit to fulfill before heading off to court. This morning, the tension between us is almost palpable, like static electricity before a storm. The silence is no longer the comfortable companion we used to share, it has become heavy, suffocating. Every unspoken word, every avoided glance, every suppressed gesture builds up between us like an invisible but impenetrable wall. I can't take it anymore. My voice breaks the silence as I watch him tie his tie. Eduardo, I call softly. His eyes meet mine in the reflection of the mirror, and what I see there makes my heart clench. There's so much pent-up pain, so much guilt in that gray gaze that I barely recognize my husband. We can't go on like this. His fingers stop mid-motion on the knot of his tie. So what? His voice is controlled, almost clinical, but I detect the underlying tremor. I get out of bed, the soft silk of my nightgown sliding against my skin as I walk towards him. As if we were strangers sharing the same space, I reply, stopping a few feet away from him. It's been 4 days, Eduardo. 4 days in which you've barely said 2 words in a row. You haven't told me what really happened with your mother, you won't let me help you, you don't even look at me when we're in the same room. His shoulders tense visibly under the white linen shirt. There's nothing to talk about, his voice takes on a cutting edge as he finishes undoing his tie. My mother's better, that's all that matters. Frustration bubbles in my chest, mixing with a despair that threatens to drown me. No, that's not all that matters, I insist, taking another step toward him. What matters is that you're pulling away. You're closing yourself off and not letting me in. Don't you see you're shutting me out completely? He turns to face me, and for the first time in days I see real emotion cross his face, irritation mixed with something darker, deeper. What do you want me to say, Isabel? His voice rises slightly. That I almost killed my mother. That we were arguing about you when she collapsed. That every time I try to balance my loyalty to you and her, I end up hurting someone. His words hit me like a physical slap. I take a step back, my hand instinctively finding my stomach in a protective gesture. For me. My voice barely comes out as a whisper. It's always about you, he blurts out with a bitterness I've never heard before, running a hand through his hair in frustration. Every argument with her, every confrontation, every tense moment, it all comes down to you. The silence that follows is deafening. My heart beats so loudly I can hear it in my ears, as I try to process the venom in his words. So it's my fault. My voice trembles slightly, tears threatening to spill over. Is that what you've been thinking these days? That I'm the cause of all your problems? That your life would be easier if I weren't in it? I didn't say that, he defends himself, but there's something in his tone that tells me part of him has considered it. But I can't help feeling bad because I don't know how to handle this damn situation since we got married, my relationship with my mother. What's your relationship with your mother, Eduardo? I interrupt, anger mingling with the pain in my chest. Has it become complicated because for the first time in your life you're not doing exactly what she wants? Because you married someone she didn't consider good enough for her precious son? If your mother doesn't accept me, that's her problem. If you don't set boundaries, then the problem is mine. The words come out with a firmness I didn't know I had. His eyes flash dangerously as he turns to me. Are you implying I'm not fighting for you? For us? Her voice trembles with indignation. Don't you realize that argument with my mother was precisely because I made it clear what you mean to me, what I'm willing to do for you? Of course, and now you practically don't talk to me, I reply, bitterness seeping into my voice. Am I not allowed to be like this? He finally blurts out. Can't I be loaded down with all this? Of course you can. I take a step toward him. But what's made our marriage work these past 7 years is that we've always talked things through, Eduardo. Always. That's true, he admits, running a hand through his hair in frustration. But right now I don't want to talk. I just need time. Perfect, my voice comes out colder than I intend. I'll give it to you. In fact, I've decided, and it's irrevocable, to go spend some time in El Paso. I've already talked to Lorena about it, I'm going to take a leave of absence from work. His face hardens, indignation mixing with disbelief. You already did all that and now you're telling me. If you talked to me, maybe I would have done it sooner. I don't accept it, his voice takes on that authoritarian tone he uses in court. I don't agree. I don't care right now, I reply, tears finally streaming down my cheeks. I need this space as much as you need yours. In 2 strides he's in front of me, his hands finding my face with a mixture of desperation and ferocity that leaves me breathless. No, his voice is a low, possessive growl. You're not going anywhere. I'm not going to let you walk away from me, not in your state, not when every minute away from you is torture. Eduardo. I'm sorry, he interrupts, his thumb gently wiping away my tears. I'm sorry I shut myself off, sorry I made you feel excluded. But just because I'm being a fool doesn't mean I'm going to let you go. His eyes shine with that intensity that has always made me tremble, a mixture of determination and raw love that completely disarms me. The last thing I want to do is argue with you. His voice softens as one of his hands finds my stomach. Not in your condition, not when you need reassurance. But if you think I'm going to stand idly by while you plot to leave for El Paso. He pauses, his jaw tightening. You know me better than that, Isabel. You said you need space and I need peace, I insist, my voice firm. And I need my wife, he replies with that natural authority he's always possessed. It seems like all the problems are coming together right now, and maybe I'm not handling them very well, which is why I'm so quiet. I need to figure out how to deal with this messed up situation. His forehead rests against mine, his breath mingling with mine. I know I'm a mess right now, he admits quietly. That I'm handling this whole thing the worst way possible. But don't ask me to let you go. I can't. I won't. We stare at each other for what seems like an eternity before he places a soft kiss on my lips. Then I see him pick up his briefcase and head for the door with measured steps. He pauses at the threshold, his hand on the frame, and for a moment it seems like he's going to say something else. The air between us thickens with all the unspoken words, all the bottled-up feelings. But then he gives an imperceptible shake of his head and steps out, the sound of his footsteps retreating down the hall a reminder of the distance growing between us. When the front door closes, the sound echoes through the empty house like a gunshot. My legs give way, and I collapse onto the bed we share, which lately feels too big, too cold without him. The scent of his cologne still lingers on the sheets, and that simple detail unleashes a sob that comes from deep within me. My hand caresses my belly in a gesture that has become instinctive, protective. It'll be okay, I whisper, though I don't know if I'm trying to convince the baby or myself. Daddy's just dealing with too much right now, too many things at once, but we'll figure it out. We have to. The words sound hollow even to my own ears. Because as I contemplate the empty space Eduardo has left, a part of me wonders if this time the rift between us isn't too deep to heal. If all the love we share will be enough to bridge this chasm that grows every day, fueled by secrets, fears, and unspoken words. I caress my belly, happy that my little miracle is still growing, and I cling to that feeling like a castaway to a life preserver. At least in this little life growing inside me, there's still hope. There's still a reason to fight, to not give up. That's why I'm going to do what's best. Eduardo. The file in front of me is a blur of meaningless words. I've read the same paragraph 7 times and still can't process its contents. This morning's discussion with Isabel replays in my mind over and over again, every word, every gesture, every tear I saw fall down her cheeks. He was right. Of course he was right. I've been distant, locked in my own guilt and confusion. The image of my mother collapsing on the terrace haunts me like a ghost, her eyes wide with panic, the color draining from her face. For a moment I thought she was acting, another of her manipulative tricks. But when the doctor mentioned how close she'd come to a heart attack, I run a hand over my face, trying to concentrate. The clock on the wall reads 3 in the afternoon, and each minute seems to drag by with exasperating slowness. Sebastian has been invaluable these past few days, taking care of everything, hospital confidentiality, keeping the press at bay. Getting the word out that my mother had a seizure in the middle of an argument with me is the last thing I need right now. Isabel. My jaw tightens as I recall her words from this morning. El Paso. She wants to go to El Paso. The mere thought makes something primal and possessive rumble in my chest. I can't lose her, not now, not when she's carrying our child. Sir. Violetta's voice interrupts my thoughts. The President requests your opinion on the electoral reform bill. Specifically, on the constitutionality of the new restrictions on voting by mail. I look at my watch again. I've reserved a table at Le Diplomate for tonight. I want to take Isabel and Jude out to dinner, to thank my mother-in-law for everything she's done these past few days. Her presence has been invaluable, taking care of Isabel while I've been a complete idiot. Thank you, Violetta, I'll call him right away and please cancel all my meetings for the rest of the day. Surprise crosses my assistant's face, but he doesn't ask any questions, he just nods. The drive home is torture. Every red light, every detour, seems like a personal conspiracy of the universe. I watch through the tinted window of the SUV as Officer Thomas drives, with the second security vehicle following at a discreet distance. It's the same old protocol, the routine that has defined my life since I took office at the Supreme Court. But today, every minute in this back seat feels like an eternity. My mother was to blame for that argument, I know. Her comments about Isabel, her insinuations about the pregnancy, she deserved it. Every word I said to her was true. But seeing the woman who gave you life collapse in front of you, it's an image I can't erase. The silence that greets me upon entering makes my stomach churn. There's no music playing in the kitchen, nor the aroma of the herbal tea Jude insists on making every afternoon, nor Isabel's soft voice speaking to her mother. Isabel, my voice echoes in the empty space. Jude. I pace around the house, my anxiety growing with each silent room. Maybe they went out to do some shopping, I think, trying to keep my worry at bay. I take out my phone and dial Isabel's number. 1, 2, 3 rings that sound like sentences. Hello, his voice sounds distant, controlled. Where are you? The words come out more abruptly than I intend. I told you this morning, Eduardo. I'm going to El Paso. The roaring in my ears drowns out any external sound. My free hand clenches into a fist so tight my knuckles turn white. No, my voice comes out as a growl. You can't do this to me. You can't just walk away. I'm not asking for your permission. There's a firmness in his voice that drives me crazy. I'm already at the airport. Isabel. My voice cracks, desperation mixing with rage. Please. Don't do this. Don't leave like that. I need this space, Eduardo, her voice trembles slightly. And you need it too, even if you don't want to admit it. What I need is my wife, I growl, already heading for the door. I'm heading to Reagan right now. No, his answer is firm. Don't come after me. Not this time. Isabel, for God's sake, my voice is a desperate plea. In your condition, you shouldn't be traveling. I checked with the doctor, he interrupts calmly. She says I'm perfectly fine for such a short flight. Besides, I'm not alone. Mom's with me. The thought of June Salinas, probably wanting to rip my head off right now, makes my stomach twist. For how long? I manage to ask, my voice barely a whisper. I don't know, there are tears in her voice, I can hear them. Until things calm down, until you can look at me without guilt in your eyes, until you stop punishing yourself and me for what happened with your mother. Don't do this to me, the words come out broken, desperate. Please, my love. I need you. I need both of you. And we need you, he replies softly. The real you, not this distant version you've been these past few days. The sound of the airport speakers filters through the phone, and my heart stops. Isabel. Take care, he whispers, and before I can answer, the call cuts off. I stare at the phone in my hand, reality hitting me like an avalanche. She's gone. My wife, my Isabel, the woman who carries my son, is gone. The roar that escapes my throat is primal, heartbreaking. The phone flies against the wall, shattering into pieces. My knees buckle, and I fall onto the edge of our bed, Isabel's scent still present on the sheets. My mind is a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts, my mom in the hospital, Isabel flying to El Paso, our baby. Everything is falling apart around me, and for the first time in my life, I have no idea how to fix it. Isabel. Country music floats in the air, mingling with laughter and the clink of beer bottles. The ranch is alive tonight, pulsing with that unique energy that only emerges when family gathers. I watch from the corner of the kitchen as my brothers argue over who makes the best barbecue ribs, while my dad tells, for the umpteenth time, the story of how he won his first rodeo. It's as if time has stood still, as if the last 7 years in Conejos were just a distant dream. Except they aren't. My hand instinctively finds my stomach as I watch Lucas laugh with my brothers. He looks exactly the same as the last time I saw him, the same unruly hair, the same easy smile that used to make every girl in high school sigh. Now he's a respected doctor in Austin, but here, in the Salinas kitchen, he's just Lucas, the childhood friend who grew up running through these fields with us. Hey, Isabel Bear. Jack calls to me from the table where they're sorting the cards. Ready for a round. Lucas says he can beat us like old times. The familiarity of the scene makes something twist in my chest. How many nights we spent like this, playing cards until dawn, competing to see who could stay awake the longest. In your dreams, Salinas. Lucas replies, winking at me. Isabel and I were unbeatable at poker, remember? Before I can answer, my phone vibrates in my pocket. Eduardo's name lights up the screen and my heart skips a beat. I step back, looking for a quieter corner. Hello, my voice comes out soft, almost shy. The bustle of the party seems to fade away as I wait for her response. Hi, his voice sounds distant, controlled. How are you? Fine, I reply, aware of how inadequate the word sounds. And you? Where are you? What's all that noise? He asks, ignoring my question. Oh, you know my family, I try to keep my tone light. They're making a big deal out of my coming home. Isabel. Jack's voice pierces the space. We're waiting for you. Lucas needs his partner for cards. We're going to beat them up like old times. Sure, I'll join you when I'm done with the call, guys. I move a little further away because the music isn't letting me hear properly. Eduardo. I see you're well surrounded, my husband interrupts, his voice like ice. You even have your old friends there. The way he says, old friends, makes my stomach twist. I know that tone, he's jealous. Eduardo, it's not what you think. No, she interrupts. Isn't that the same Lucas you went out to dinner with here in D.C. when we were separated? I close my eyes, leaning against the wall. Of course I would remember. Yes, but as friends, Eduardo. Lucas is practically family. I called you because I miss you like crazy, her voice cracks slightly. Because I needed to hear your voice, to know how you were. But it's clear you're perfectly fine as long as you're not around me. Apparently, the problem is me. Eduardo, please. Good evening, Isabel. The call drops, leaving me with a ringing in my ears that seems to mock me. The laughter and music continue around me, but suddenly everything sounds distant, as if I'm underwater. Is everything okay? My mother's voice startles me. I didn't realize she'd come closer. It was Eduardo, I whisper, feeling horrible about what just happened. He heard the music and my brother talking about playing cards with Lucas, and... she nods, immediately understanding. Jealousy is a terrible beast, darling, especially when distance fuels it. I shouldn't be jealous, I protest. Lucas is just a friend, he always has been. I told him, Mom. But Eduardo isn't here to see it, she points out softly. He just hears the laughter, the fun, and knows you're surrounded by people who've known you forever, including a single man who clearly cares about you. Mother. I'm not judging, honey, she interrupts. I'm just saying that sometimes distance can make even the most innocent things seem threatening. My brother's laughter fills the space again, and Lucas appears in the kitchen doorway. Isabel. Are you coming? I need you to show these losers how to play poker. I force a smile as I shake my head. I'm sorry, Lucas. I'm not feeling very well. I think I'll go get some rest. Concern crosses Lucas's face. Are you okay? Do you need me to check you out? I'm fine, I reply, perhaps too quickly. Just tired. As I climb the stairs to my old room, the contrast between the joy below and the emptiness in my chest couldn't be more stark. I sit down on my bed, surrounded by photos and memories from my teenage years, and take out my phone. My fingers hover over the keyboard, debating whether or not to call him. What would I say? That I miss him so much it hurts to breathe. That every laugh tonight has been a little fake because he isn't here to share it. Instead, I write a simple message. I love you. Only you. Always. I don't expect a reply. I know he's hurt, that his jealousy and pride will probably prevent him from answering tonight. But I needed him to know. Because despite the distance, despite the pain and misunderstandings, my heart is still yours. Completely yours. I lie back in bed. I love you. Only you. Always. The words flash through my mind as I stare up at the ceiling of my old room. This isn't right. None of this is right. Eduardo and I should be together, sharing every moment of this pregnancy. We wanted this so much, we prayed for this baby for years. 5 losses. 5 times our hearts were broken. And now that it's finally happening, that our miracle is growing inside me, we're apart. I run my hand over my belly, thinking of all the firsts Eduardo is missing, the morning sickness, the small changes in my body. He should be here. He should be able to put his hand on my belly whenever he wants, whisper to our son, make plans together. Instead, here we are, him in Conejos, probably torturing himself with absurd thoughts about Lucas, and me here in El Paso, missing him so much it hurts. The buzzing of my phone interrupts my train of thought. My heart leaps with hope. Eduardo. I pick up the phone, anxious, but the number flashing on the screen isn't Eduardo's. It's unknown. Good girl. The phone shakes in my hands as I read the message over and over again. Good girl. As if I'd done exactly what they wanted. As if getting away from Eduardo was part of some plan. Eduardo. Sebastian's garden is silent, except for the sound of my footsteps as I pace. The whiskey in my glass doesn't help quell this feeling that everything is slipping through my fingers. My fist slams into the tree, frustration finally boiling over. What are you doing? Sebastian's voice cuts through the night air. I called her, my voice comes out tense, restrained. And you know what I heard, Sebastian. A damn celebration. My wife, who should be resting, who was recently in the hospital, was in the middle of one of those celebrations her family likes to have. And guess who was there? Sebastian looks at me, waiting for me to continue. Lucas, I spit out the name like it's poison. His brother's best friend. Lucas. The one who invited her to dinner when he was in town. The same. My jaw tightens. Did you know he's single? I had him look into it after he dared to take her to dinner. 34, cardiologist in Austin, no strings attached. Perfect, right? Eduardo. No, listen to me, I interrupt. You should have heard how she sounded, Sebastian, light, carefree. As if that was exactly what she needed, the distance from me. As if I were someone else. And he can give her that, a simple life in El Paso, without all the pressure of Conejos, without my mother, without the constant scrutiny of being the wife of a federal judge. Blood drips from my knuckles, but the pain is irrelevant. Isabel says they're just friends, I continue, my voice thick with anger and jealousy. But I'm a man, Sebastian. I know how these things work. No man seeks out a woman he once loved, invites her to dinner, and maintains contact just for friendship. Young love. Sebastian frowns. Oh, yeah, that came up in the investigation too. My laugh is harsh. Apparently, everyone in town thought they'd end up together. The golden boy and the Salinas daughter. The perfect couple. Until she came to the National Palace and met me. I run my uninjured hand through my hair, frustration seeping from every pore. And now he's there, in his own world, with his own people. With him hovering like a damn vulture. While I'm here, unable to give him even a moment's peace. What if he realizes, Sebastian? What if he sees he could have a better, quieter life? What if he decides he prefers the warmth of El Paso to the coldness of D.C.? Isabel loves you, Sebastian says firmly. I know, my voice hardens. But I also know that lately I've only brought her trouble. And he's there, Sebastian. Probably the perfect shoulder to lean on, the understanding friend who understands what she's going through. And I'm here, helpless, while another man approaches my wife. Sebastian watches me as I process all the information I just spilled out. Did you really have him investigated? He finally asks. Really, Eduardo? Of course I did, I reply without a hint of remorse. He's a respected cardiologist in Austin. He volunteers at rural clinics. He comes from a good family. He doesn't even have any traffic tickets. The guy is practically perfect. And that's driving you crazy. What's driving me crazy is that while I'm here, he's there. With him, my wife pregnant with my child. My voice gets harsher. Sebastian whistles low. You went deep with that investigation. I'm a federal judge, Sebastian. I have resources. I run my hand through my hair again. And the worst part is, I can't even hate him. He's a good guy. The kind of man any father would want for his daughter. But Isabel chose you. What if she changes her mind? The words come out in a snarl. What if she sees what she could have? A quiet life in El Paso, without drama, without the press, without Elena Ortega trying to destroy her. With a man who can give her all his time, who doesn't have to divide it between her and the damn Supreme Court. Sebastian approaches and takes me by the shoulder, forcing me to stop my frantic pace. Are you listening to yourself? You're talking about the woman who's been with you every step of the way. The one who supported you during your nomination, the one who put up with our mother, the one who's endured 5 losses by your side without giving up. Exactly, I growl. She's been through so much because of me. And now she's pregnant, vulnerable, and has this perfect guy hovering around her, offering her an easy way out. Isabel doesn't want an easy way out, Sebastian interrupts. She never has. If she wanted a simple life, she wouldn't have married you. Maybe I should love her, my voice softened slightly. She deserves better than all this chaos I've brought her. What she deserves is for her husband to trust her. Sebastian squeezes my shoulder. Do you really think Isabel, the woman we know, would give up everything they've built for a fantasy of a perfect life in El Paso? No, I finally admit. But that doesn't make it any easier knowing she's there with him and with no exact date for her return. And I don't know how much longer I can hold back until I lose my mind. Eduardo. Dust rises beneath the Jeep's wheels as I drive through the ranch, the stifling heat clings to my skin and the buzzing of insects fills the air. It wasn't difficult to find the main house, an imposing structure with large windows and a porch that extended like a hug over the entrance. As soon as I set foot on the ground, June and Martina, one of the women who helps around the house, exchanged a fleeting glance. One that set off all my alarm bells. Where's Isabel? I asked bluntly, once I'd greeted them. My mother-in-law pursed her lips before answering, her eyes avoiding mine as her hand nervously played with the hem of her apron. He went for a walk around the ranch. It wasn't a lie. But it wasn't the whole truth either. His tone, the way his eyes didn't meet mine, made that clear. Tell me where. I'll look for her. June opened her mouth, but hesitated. She glanced at Martina before looking back at me. Her hand tightened against the skirt of her dress, a nervous gesture that didn't go unnoticed. I'll go with you, he finally said. That'll be better. There it was again. That note of unease, as if he were avoiding telling me something. As if he knew what was coming. I didn't sleep all night. The bed without her was a damn torture, the empty space beside me a reminder of her absence that felt like a punch in the chest. At 4 a.m, I dialed Sebastian without a second thought. I need the family jet. There were no questions. Just confirmation that I'd be ready. Now here I am, crossing the vast prairies of El Paso in a rented Jeep and a temper bordering on combustion. I nodded stiffly, but internally, every muscle in my body braced for the worst. I climbed back into the Jeep, waiting for June to take the seat next to me. Her tense posture and the air thick with something indefinable made me even more alert. The ranch is vast, open, so different from Conejos that it almost feels like another world. I understand why Isabel seeks refuge here, but I won't accept it. Not when she's carrying my child. Not when she's mine. I turn a corner as my mother-in-law directs, and then I spot my wife. Isabel, leaning against the fence, the golden sun illuminating her hair. She's a vision of sin in those tight jeans and hat that makes her look like what she is, a gorgeous Texan girl who drove me crazy from the first time I saw her, the woman who drives me crazy and whom I'm never willing to give up. And Lucas, the damn doctor friend of the family, is with her. My hands tense on the wheel. His laughter floats in the air, enveloping him. Anger burns in my blood with a primal fury. Now I understand June's hesitation, the knowing glances. They knew he was here. I brake the Jeep so abruptly that I kick up a cloud of dust. I don't even wait for it to settle before opening the door and walking toward them. Every step is a thud against the ground, every muscle in my body tense, ready for war. Isabel sees me halfway across. Her laughter dies, her eyes widen in surprise. Eduardo, my name escapes from her lips like a whisper. I don't give her a chance to react. In 3 steps, I have her trapped in my hands, my lips devouring hers with the possessiveness of a man on the brink of chaos. Her moan is my surrender, her taste my condemnation. Her body trembles against mine, her fingers clutching my shirt desperately. Her scent of jasmine and wet earth envelopes me, intoxicating me. I'm aware that we're putting on a show, that every movement, every breath shared between us is being watched and analyzed closely. That June is watching us, that Lucas is a few feet away, feeling every fucking second of this. Let him see. Let him understand. When I let her breathe, her gaze is glazed, her lips swollen. My arm keeps her firmly anchored to me. "What are you doing here?" he asks, his voice breaking. My free hand slides down to her belly in a possessive caress, my silent but irrefutable response. I feel her inhale sharply at my touch, her body wavering between anger and surrender. "Did you really think I'd stay away?" My voice is a low growl. "You're my woman, Isabel." "Eduardo." Her eyes scan my face. "You can't just barge in like that." Can't I?" My thumb traces her lower lip, absorbing its trembling. "Look at me." I notice my mother-in-law hide a smile. Lucas steps back. "Perfect." "You're impossible," Isabel whispers, but the curve of her lips tells me otherwise. "And you're mine." My tone is dark, possessive. "And it's time we find a middle ground because I can't take it anymore. I don't just want you, I need you to come home with me." "Eduardo." She tries to protest, but I silence her with another kiss, slower, more lethal. Her taste is my vice, her mouth my insatiable need. I love her so much and I miss her and I want to return to our marital routine, to our life. No more excuses, I murmur against her mouth. No more distance. We need to talk things through. I need you. Her fingers tremble against my chest. Her defenses crumble. Her breathing mingles with mine, and her body unconsciously leans toward mine, seeking the same addiction. "Your Honor." Her tone is playful, but her dilated pupils betray her. "Are you abusing your power?" "Not at all." My smile is a weapon as I kiss the spot below her ear that makes her shudder. "And you know I hate it when you call me that. I prefer it when you call me my love, or my husband." Her laugh is the most perfect sound in the universe. I soften my grip, sliding my fingers along her jawline. "I missed you," he whispers against my skin, barely audible, but enough to set me on fire from the inside. "Then I was right to come here to convince you with every weapon at my disposal to come home with me," I reply, resting my forehead against his. "Where you belong." A clearing of the throat breaks the moment. June looks at us with a mixture of amusement and resignation. "Well," he says, a mocking gleam in his eyes, "I guess I'll have to have one of the larger rooms prepared." My grip on Isabel turns lethal. "I'm afraid so, June. I'm going to be staying here for a few days, and that little bed in my wife's room might be a bit uncomfortable." Isabel gently hits my chest, her skin burning beneath mine, her gaze caught between desire and surrender. "We need to talk long and hard, love." "Talk?" he asks with a raised eyebrow. "Is that what you were doing just now?" "Among other things," I murmur, my fingers sliding dangerously down her lower back, tracing the curve of her hip. Her pupils dilate. Her pulse quickens under my touch. I love my Texas girl with everything I have and there's no turning back. I break away from Isabel just enough to face Lucas, who's trying to maintain his composure, but the slight twitch in his jaw gives him away. I get it. If I were him, I'd feel completely screwed too. But luckily for me, Isabel chose me. And I plan to remind anyone who needs to hear it. Isabel, still somewhat dazed, clears her throat and introduces herself with a slight tension in her voice. Lucas is a lifelong friend, he says, emphasizing the last word with an overly diplomatic smile. A friend. Of course. I extend my hand with a firm, calculated grip, one that makes it clear exactly who I am. Eduardo, I say in a cold, deliberate voice. The husband. I know he felt the pressure, because his expression hardens a little. I feel Isabel shift beside me before I feel her elbow surreptitiously bump my side. I don't flinch. I pointedly ignore her attempt to defuse the situation because I'm not stupid. I see the way Lucas looks at her. I know exactly what it means. And he needs to know that she isn't and won't be available. Ever. A pleasure, Lucas murmurs, letting go of my hand. I doubt it, I reply, smiling with a razor-sharp smile. Isabel sighs, and I can feel her gaze piercing me, but I don't regret it. If he had any doubts about his place in this equation, they're now cleared. Lucas clears his throat, his discomfort palpable. Perfect. Well, it was nice seeing you, Isabel, he says, taking a step back. See you later. She nods with a tight smile, and he walks away, even though I know he's reluctant to do so. I make sure to watch him until he disappears from my sight. Only then do I take a deeper breath and turn to Isabel, who's looking at me with her arms crossed and a raised eyebrow. Was it necessary? He asks, though his tone is more amused than genuinely reproachful. I lean into her, my hand sliding down her back. Absolutely, I reply, my voice low and confident. And I would do it again. June raises an eyebrow, her lips curving humorously. Someone came here with a desire for war, he comments, while snorting with a mixture of amusement and resignation. I smile slightly, wrapping an arm around my wife's waist and pulling her against me. Indeed, I say firmly. I came prepared for anything. And I want it to be clear that I love your daughter, that she's mine forever. And I'm deeply sorry for my behavior when you were in my house. June nods, her expression firm but understanding. I know you love my girl. I've never doubted that, she says, looking at me with the intensity only a concerned mother can muster. But I think you two should talk. He gives Isabel a meaningful look, one that doesn't go unnoticed by me. There's something my wife needs to tell me. Something I have no idea about. My jaw tenses as I slowly turn toward her, brow furrowed. Is the baby okay? I ask immediately. Isabel nods quickly. Yes, the baby is fine. Before I can ask further questions, June gently intervenes. But my daughter must speak to you about something else, she says, looking at both of us with a mixture of tenderness and determination. I'm going to leave you here and return to the house. Since you'll be staying for a few days, which I'm very happy about, I'm going to have a larger room prepared. Make the most of this time here, this place has magic, my dears. He gives us one last look before turning and walking back to the house, leaving us alone. Not even 2 seconds have passed and I already feel the weight of expectation in the air. I'm not going to wait any longer. I pull Isabel toward me, my arm firmly around her waist, keeping her exactly where I want her. With one finger, I lift her chin, aligning our gazes. What is it you have to tell me? My voice is low, controlled, but tension seeps in at the edges. Isabel exhales slowly, her pupils fixed on mine, as if she were evaluating her words before releasing them. When she finally speaks, it's the last thing I expected to hear. Someone is sending me threatening messages. Silence. A lethal chill seeps into my blood before dark, thick rage takes its place. My jaw tightens, my fingers instinctively tighten on her waist. My wife. The mother of my child. Threatened. What did you say? My voice is a low, dangerous growl. Isabel doesn't pull away, but she swallows hard. She knows what she's just unleashed. They were anonymous messages. I don't know who sent them, but... He stops, hesitates for a second. They're disturbing, Eduardo. My vision darkens with fury. My whole body tenses with the need to protect her, to find whoever is responsible and make them pay. Why didn't you tell me before? I demand, my thumb tracing his jaw, a barely controlled attempt to contain my rage. I didn't mean to alarm you. I didn't take it seriously at first. His voice is soft, but his expression tells me there's more. That there's something bigger lurking beneath all this. I force myself to breathe deeply, to keep a cool head, even though my instincts tell me otherwise. Weren't you trying to alarm me, Isabel? My voice is sharp, barely restrained by a thin layer of control. Someone sent you a message threatening your safety, and I'm just finding out about it now. What were you thinking? She lowers her head as she closes her eyes for a moment, shaking her head as if trying to gather patience. You don't want to know what I've been thinking, he murmurs, his voice heavy with something I can't make out. I frown and slide a finger under her chin, tilting her face up until she has no choice but to look into my eyes. What do you mean? I demand, my tone now lower, but no less intense. Isabel is silent for a moment, as if steeling herself. Her lips part, but she doesn't say anything immediately. Then, finally, she lets out a shaky exhalation. Because I think it might be your mother's fault, Eduardo. That's why I didn't tell you before. The world stops for a second. And then the rage returns with such force that it seems like a miracle I'm still breathing. Chapter 2. Isabel. The air between us thickens with each second Eduardo remains silent. I know him well enough to know he's processing what I just said. The accusation against his mother weighs like lead in the space between us. His fingers tighten on my waist as I feel the battle raging inside him, protective husband versus loyal son. That's a very serious accusation, Isabel, he finally says, his voice measured, though I detect the underlying tension. I need you to explain to me exactly why you suspect my mother. I inhale deeply, preparing myself. This is the moment I've been dreading. The morning after that night we slept together, when I was living in the DuPont Circle apartment, I begin, noticing his eyes darken at the memory, your mother showed up there. She said she wanted to have a conversation with me, woman to woman. I pause for a moment as the bitterness of the memory rises in my throat. She told me it was best for you to stay away, I continue, my voice firmer. Basically, that a woman who can't bear you children doesn't deserve to be your wife. Eduardo clenches his jaw, but doesn't interrupt me. Then when I got home, when we were back together, she showed up with some woman to take care of the cleaning. When she saw me there, I shake my head. She warned me that confronting her wasn't a good idea, simply because I came back with you. Why didn't you tell me then? His voice is low, controlled. Because we had just made up. Because I'm pregnant and I don't want any more conflict. I instinctively run a hand over my belly. But then the first message came. What exactly did it say? Be very careful with every bite you take, every sip you drink, I recite, the words etched in my memory. Just be very careful. There's a lot of evil in this world. Eduardo runs a hand over his face. I can see the federal judge struggling with the loyal son. That's why you didn't want to hire staff for the house, he says, understanding dawning in his eyes. That's why you've been so reluctant to eat out. Yes, I admit. You're a judge and I'm a lawyer, Eduardo, I say softly. In any investigation, we look for motive and opportunity. Your mother has both. Nod. And the second message, he asks, his voice more tense. I got it last night, after our call, I admit. It just said, good girl, as if getting away from you was exactly what they wanted. Eduardo closes his eyes for a moment, processing. When he opens them again, there's a fierce determination in them. You're right, he finally says. From an investigative standpoint, my mother would be the prime suspect. She has the motive, the means, and a similar history of behavior. He takes a step towards me, his hands finding my face. Isabel, he interrupts me gently, this goes beyond family conflicts. If someone is threatening you, if my mother is really behind this, you shouldn't have hidden something like this from me. I know, my hands instinctively find my belly. But how do I tell you something like that? How do I tell you I suspect your own mother might be trying to destroy our marriage, she adds, running a hand over her face in frustration. You understand that it's very difficult for me to imagine my mother doing something like that. Her voice softens, revealing her vulnerability. But I'm not going to close myself off to the possibility either. Too many things fit together. He stares at me. I can see the protective husband struggling with the loyal son. I'm going to call Catalina Langston, the director of the FBI, Eduardo says, his voice taking on the authoritative tone he uses in court. She's an old friend, and I trust her discretion. I remain silent as I watch him dial the number. His fingers move precisely over the screen, and although he tries to maintain a neutral expression, I can see the tension in every line of his face. Catalina, his voice is professional, but with a hint of urgency. I need your help with a delicate matter. Yes, it's personal. I'm in El Paso right now, but I need you to put your best team on this immediately. He pauses, listening. His free hand finds mine, his fingers intertwine with mine in a protective gesture. Exactly, anonymous threats. 2 messages so far. My wife is pregnant, Catalina. I can't risk it. Another pause. His grip on my hand tightens. I understand. Can we meet as soon as we get back to DC? Perfect. When the call ends, his eyes meet mine. There's a mix of determination and concern in them. We'll have to return to Conejos, he says softly, as if afraid of my reaction. Catalina needs us there to formally begin the investigation. The special team she's assigning needs to establish security protocols, and they can't do that properly while we're here in El Paso. So soon? I ask, even though I already know the answer. The security the ranch provides will have to wait. It's for the best, love, his voice softens as he caresses my cheek. They need to track the numbers, establish surveillance, implement protective measures. All of that has to be done from DC. He runs a hand through his hair, a gesture that betrays his concern. They're going to keep everything absolutely confidential, he continues. No one outside the assigned team will know about the investigation. Catalina will personally oversee everything. What exactly will happen when we get back? I ask, the reality of the situation hitting me hard. The first step will be to establish a little more security, he explains, his tone becoming more professional. You'll have additional protection, in addition to the Marshal Service agents. Discreetly, of course. I'm not taking any chances. His arms wrap around me protectively. They'll also start monitoring my mother, he adds, and I can feel him tense as he says it. If she's behind this, Catalina will make sure she gets concrete evidence. Eduardo. I begin, worried about how this might affect him. No, he interrupts gently. If my mother is really threatening you, threatening our son. He pauses, his voice hardening. I have to know, even if I don't even know what to do with her if that's the case. He pulls me closer, his lips brush against my forehead. I know it's hard to leave the ranch so soon, she murmurs. I know you feel safe and protected here. But we need to do this right, Isabel. We need to make sure you and the baby are completely safe. I nod, understanding. As much as the ranch represents a refuge, the reality is that we need to face this. And to do that, we have to return to Conejos. When are we leaving? I ask, resigned. Early tomorrow, he replies, his fingers tracing comforting circles on my back. On the family jet. The sooner we start the investigation, the better. His eyes bore into mine with an intensity that takes my breath away. He lowers his voice slightly, his tone becomes huskier, more intimate. Now, I want to spend time alone with you, with my wife. His gaze darkens with a dangerous spark. I don't handle withdrawal well. His confession sends a rapid thud through my chest, and a smile creeps onto my lips before I can stop it. Me neither, I admit, my voice barely a whisper. He leans toward me, capturing my gaze before gently biting my lower lip, barely sucking it. A shudder runs down my spine. Seeing as I can't drag you to your room, since your mother just had it fixed, he murmurs against my mouth, how about you take me for a walk around the ranch? It's changed so much since the last time I was here, I almost don't recognize it. I smile, delighted by his sudden interest. A tour. I raise an eyebrow, amused, without moving away from his embrace. Eduardo brings our bodies even closer, his warmth envelopes me, his voice descending to a whisper full of insinuation. Didn't you tell me about a river where you bathed naked when you were a teenager? I laugh, shaking my head. You're being cheeky. I told you I was swimming in the river, I never said I was naked. Eduardo smiles maliciously, his fingers slide down my back in a tempting caress. It's all my mind's fault, he murmurs, his mouth brushing against mine. It's very hot-headed when it comes to you. My breath catches at his confession and the desire that sparkles in his gaze. I intertwine my fingers with his and pull him along with me. The El Paso sun casts golden shadows around us as we enter the heart of the ranch. With each step, I feel something inside us reshape, as if this walk isn't just a tour of the land of my childhood, but a way to find ourselves again, to remember why we chose each other again and again. And when I look back, meeting his dark gaze filled with desire and something deeper, something that belongs to me, I know this moment is ours. Only ours. Eduardo. The latest FBI report flashes across my laptop screen like a silent mockery. It's been 2 weeks since we returned from El Paso, since Isabel and I decided we wouldn't let fear dictate our lives. But the frustration of not having answers gnaws at me as I look at the data FBI Director Catalina Langston shares on our morning video call. The numbers are virtually impossible to trace, he explains, reviewing his notes. Whoever's behind this has a sophisticated understanding of technology. The SIMs are disposable, each message sent from a different location in DC. There's no discernible pattern. The investigation has become a daily routine, early morning virtual meetings, detailed reports that lead nowhere, theories that crumble as soon as they are formulated. The special team assigned by Catherine works discreetly, but so far, they have only found dead ends. There must be something we're missing, I say, running a hand through my hair, a gesture that betrays my frustration. No one's that perfect. Catalina pauses, choosing her words carefully. Eduardo, I know you suspect your mother, but so far we haven't found anything linking her to the messages. In fact, he pauses meaningfully, the level of technical knowledge needed to avoid being tracked doesn't match the profile. She's right, of course. Elena can barely operate her iPad without help. The idea that she could orchestrate something so technologically sophisticated seems increasingly unlikely. Could she be working with someone else? Or are we focusing on the wrong person? Keep me informed of any developments, I finally say, glancing at the clock that says 9:30. Isabel has her appointment with Dr. Miller at 11 o'clock. After finishing the call, I gaze out the window of my office at the city. These 2 weeks have been a balancing act, keeping the investigation going while trying to build a new normal. The decision to increase security was the first and easiest. The Marshal Service doubled the team assigned to us, establishing stricter protocols. No one is allowed near Isabel without first being screened, something that has caused tension with my family, especially because we haven't explained the reason. Sunday lunches at the Ortega mansion, a sacred tradition in my family, have become a point of contention. Isabel tried to convince me to attend without her, but my response is always the same: we're a team. If she doesn't go, neither will I. My mother has called incessantly, alternating between concern and indignation, but I've remained steadfast. Sebastian and my father respect our distance, although I can see the confusion in their eyes. I haven't told them about the messages or our suspicions. How do you tell your family that you think your own mother might be threatening your pregnant wife? Not until you have concrete evidence. Another significant change. Lorena recommended her, assuring me that her references were impeccable. After an exhaustive background check, I'm not willing to take chances when it comes to who will have access to our home, and Isabel, Martha, has become a comforting presence. She handles my overprotectiveness with patience and makes sure Isabel follows all of Dr. Miller's nutritional recommendations. My phone vibrates with a message. It's Sebastian asking if we'll be there on Sunday. I don't answer. How can I explain to him that every absence from those lunches is a conscious decision to protect Isabel and our baby? That every safety protocol, every additional precaution, is because someone, possibly our own mother, is trying to scare us during the happiest moment of our lives. Isabel. The coffee in my office smells heavenly thanks to the coffee. Technically, I shouldn't be drinking that much coffee, and I'm not, but a pregnant woman needs her little pleasures. Plus, I make up for it with that disgusting ginger tea that Dr. Miller insists is good for nausea. As I review the White Tiger vs. Safari Corp case, one of the most boring I've taken on since we returned from El Paso, but such is life when your husband and best friend have appointed themselves guardians of your stress level, my hand instinctively finds my stomach. It's a gesture that's become as natural as breathing or rolling my eyes when Eduardo goes into overprotective mode. And speaking of overprotection, these 2 weeks have been a masterclass in adaptation. My powerful Supreme Court justice has reduced his hours. Yes, you read that right. Eduardo, live for work, is delegating cases. For me. For us. I've also slowed down, limiting myself to cases that wouldn't even get a retired accountant's adrenaline pumping. Some might see it as a step backward in my career, but after 5 losses and finally this miracle growing inside me, my priorities have shifted drastically. Martha is a real find, I tell Lorena, who's watching me from across the desk with that cat that just ate a canary grin. Seriously, how did you find her? Years of experience and excellent references, she replies with an elegant shrug. Although I admit it was lucky that I was available just when they needed me. The door opens, interrupting our conversation, and Sienna Hayes, one of my new bodyguards, pokes her head out with an expression that can only mean trouble. Ms. Ortega, her tone is professional, but I can sense the tension. Your mother-in-law is in the hallway. She insists on seeing you. Oh, God. Elena Ortega, the drama queen and my mother-in-law from hell, has decided to make a surprise appearance. My day is about to lose its charm. Since we returned from El Paso, I haven't seen her. The Ortega's famous Sunday lunches, once so sacred, have become yet another reminder of how complicated my life is. I've tried to convince Eduardo to go without me, because despite everything, I know how important his family is to him, but my stubborn husband always responds the same way: "We're a team, Isabel. If you don't go, neither will I." Which is terribly sweet but also incredibly stressful. She says it's important, Sienna adds, and I can see her face tense. "Though if you'd prefer me to escort you out." "No," I sigh, because I know my mother-in-law too well. If we don't let her up, she'll cause a scene. And the last thing we need is a Real Housewives of DC-worthy spectacle in the lobby. "Isabel." Lorena leans forward, all professional concern. "Are you sure? You don't have to see her if you don't want to." "Okay," I reply, although "okay" isn't exactly how it feels. Having my mother-in-law come to see me is never a good thing, never. "Let her come up." Sienna nods, though I can see she'd rather face a gunfight than my mother-in-law. I completely understand. Lorena stands up, smoothing her designer skirt with that studied gesture that has always made me feel like an awkward teenager by comparison. "I'll be in my office," he says softly. "Anything, just text me." And then, like an apparition of the Prada devil himself, Elena Ortega enters my office. As impeccable as ever, her presence has always been as commanding as a tropical storm. But there's something different today, a vulnerability in her eyes I've never seen before, a tension in her shoulders that betrays her usual ice queen composure. "Can you explain to me what's going on?" she demands without preamble. "Why did you treat me like a criminal? You searched me, Isabel." "Me? The mother of a Supreme Court justice." Her voice trembles slightly, and for a moment it almost makes me feel sick. Almost. But then I remember every cutting comment, every disdainful look when I lost my babies, and every casual appearance of some single heiress at events Eduardo attended alone. My compassion has limits, and Elena surpassed them about 7 years ago. "Their security protocols, Elena," I reply with Oscar-winning calm. "They apply to all visitors." "Since when?" His eyes study me as if I were one of his charity projects that isn't yielding the expected results. "What's going on? Why haven't you and Eduardo come to the lunches? Why doesn't my son barely speak to me?" There's something about her tone that unnerves me. And again, that fragility surfaces, a vulnerability I'd never heard from her before. Either she's an incredible actress, which, considering her years in DC high society, is entirely possible, or she's genuinely impaired. "Please sit down," I offer, pointing to the chair in front of my desk. "Would you like some tea?" "No, thank you," he declines with that elegant gesture of his. "Isabel, I came to apologize." "Wait. What?" If I weren't already seated, I probably would have fallen in shock. Elena Ortega, the woman who, the first time she saw me, insinuated that my rural background was charmingly rustic, but not as a compliment, has come to apologize. "I suppose Eduardo told you about my episode," she continues, her fingers nervously playing with the edge of her Hermes bag. A gesture that would be normal on anyone else, but on Elena it's too strange. "I know you had an argument," I reply tersely. "He didn't give me any details." "It was because of you," he admits, and the air thickens. "I said something unforgivable to him. I hinted that this baby might not be his." Oh. I knew the argument had been about me, serious enough to send Elena to the hospital, but this is a new level of evil, even for her. She hinted at it to me, but for her to tell Eduardo, how can she be such a bad person? "Things have been very distant between my son and me ever since," she continues, her voice sounding as if every word is physically difficult for her. "I admit I overstepped my bounds that day. Just that day." The words escape my lips without remorse, burdened by 7 years of accumulated wounds. Elena blinks, surprised by my tone. What did she expect? That I'd melt with gratitude because she finally admits to having been awful, once? Isabel. No, Elena, I interrupt, my voice carrying that edge that only she can evoke. If we're going to have this conversation, let's be honest. Do you really think an apology for that day erases 7 years of what? What would you call your behavior? Excessive maternal concern. I know our relationship hasn't been ideal, she admits, and I almost laugh. The Titanic had a more ideal voyage than our mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship. Ideal? I repeat, and 7 years of frustration find their voice. Is that what you call trying to sabotage my wedding? Your comments every time I lost a baby. Your constant attempts to pair Eduardo with women you deemed more appropriate. I just wanted the best for my son, she defends herself, but her tone no longer has the authority that used to make me feel like a schoolgirl in the principal's office. And I'm not. I ask directly. After 7 years, after watching me struggle alongside him, supporting him, through every miscarriage, to build a life together, do you still think the daughter of an El Paso rancher isn't enough for your precious son? Elena looks at me as if I'd just spoken in Aramaic. She's probably not used to people, especially her inappropriate daughter-in-law, speaking to her like that. Eduardo has never spoken to me like he did that day, she finally admits, and her voice sounds so small that for a moment I struggle to recognize her as the same woman who once suggested I should consider adoption after my 3rd loss. I've never seen him so furious. He said things to me that. She stops, and I swear I see tears in her eyes. He made me see a version of myself I didn't like. And that's why you're here? I ask, studying his face as if he were one of my most complicated cases. Because Eduardo finally showed you a limit. I'm here because I feel like I'm losing my son, she replies, a treacherous tear escaping her perfectly made-up cheek. Wow. Either she's a better actress than Meryl Streep, or she's really upset. Because as I lay in the hospital, thinking I might die, all I could think about was that the last words I exchanged with my son were words of hate. I watch her silently, torn between compassion and caution. 7 years of being the imperfect daughter-in-law have taught me not to blindly trust Elena Ortega's tears, no matter how genuine they seem. My pregnancy isn't a strategy, Elena, I finally say. This baby isn't a pawn in your social chess game. It's our miracle, the one Eduardo and I have waited for years. I know, she whispers, another tear falling. And I'm sorry I ever insinuated otherwise. It's just, you dated that man when you were separated, and I thought that I slept with him. I respond, annoyed. First, I would never do that to Eduardo, and second, Lucas is a friend of my family. I've known him since I was a child. And then, because the universe has a sense of drama worthy of my mother-in-law, the door to my office opens. Eduardo stands there, towering in his dark blue suit, looking so unfairly handsome. His eyes assess the scene before him as if he were in the Supreme Court, shifting from his mother's tears to my guarded expression. Oh, gosh. Mother, his voice could freeze hell. What are you doing here? Elena instinctively straightens, years of social training coming through even with her mascara running. Eduardo, if you came to upset my wife. He begins, and I can see the contained fury in every line of his body. He came to apologize, I interrupt, the words sounding as foreign in my mouth as they feel. Eduardo looks at me as if I had just announced that I was joining a circus. Apologize, he repeats, and I can almost see the gears in his brain trying to process this new reality. You. The last comment is directed at her mother, who seems to have found a new interest in her $5,000 purse. "I owe you both an apology," Elena finally says. "My behavior that day was unforgivable. Just that day." Eduardo's voice has the same edge I use in court when I'm about to destroy testimony. Wow, it seems the Ortegas share more than just a last name. We also have the same capacity for biting sarcasm. Elena takes a deep breath, the kind of breathing she probably learned at some exclusive yoga retreat in the Hamptons. "Eduardo, I know what I said, what I implied about that baby." "That baby? No, mother," Eduardo interrupts, and oh God, I know that tone. "My baby, my son, I have no doubt about it, despite the fact that you tried to instill that very thing in my head." I rise from my chair, because if I'm going to mediate this family Cold War, I need to be up to the task. Literally. "Eduardo," I say softly, placing a hand on his arm. His muscles are so tense they could break diamonds. "Let her talk." He looks at me like I'm crazy. "Isabel, you don't have to." "I know," I interrupt. "But I want to hear what you have to say." Elena looks at both of us, and for the first time since I've known her, she seems genuinely lost. "I'm sorry," she finally says, the words sounding rusty in her mouth, as if she's not used to using them. "I'm sorry for everything. For how I've treated you, Isabel. For the horrible things I've said. For trying to control your life, Eduardo." 7 years, Eduardo's voice sounds like a whip. "I know," Elena sniffs elegantly, because of course, even crying keeps her cool. "And I almost had to die for me to realize how horrible I've been. And you expect an apology to fix everything?" Eduardo asks, but I can feel the tension in his arm ease slightly under my touch. "No," she replies, and the honesty in her voice surprises me. "But I hope it's a start." He looks at me directly, and for the first time, I see true regret in his eyes. "Isabel, I know I don't deserve your forgiveness. But this baby, my grandson." Her voice breaks on the last word. "I don't want to miss this. I don't want to lose my family because of my own pride and prejudice." "You're going to have to prove it," Eduardo says, but his voice no longer has that deadly edge. "Not with words, mother. With actions." "I know," Elena nods. "And I'm willing to do whatever it takes." Elena Ortega offering to do what's necessary. I'm definitely in a parallel universe. "And you'll have to stop trying to set Edward up with heiresses," I add, "because if we're going to lay our cards on the table, we're going to lay them all out." A tiny smile tugs at the corners of Elena's lips. "My dear, after seeing how my son defends you, I'd be a fool to keep trying." Eduardo lets out a sound that could be a laugh or a grunt, it's hard to tell. "This doesn't mean all is forgiven," he warns. "I know," Elena replies. "But maybe we could try. Take small steps." I look at Eduardo, whose jaw is still tense but no longer seems inclined to commit matricide. Then I look at Elena, who looks as vulnerable as a cupola can afford to look. Small steps, I finally agree. Very, very small. "Like a baby," adds Eduardo. The moment is interrupted by a knock at the door. Camille, one of the firm's assistants, pokes her head in. "Mrs. Ortega, excuse the interruption, but Dr. Miller called. You're running late for your appointment." The ultrasound. With all the family drama, I almost forgot. "We have to go," I say, starting to gather my things. "We have an appointment with the doctor." Elena stands up, smoothing non-existent wrinkles from her skirt. "Of course," he says, and there's an unspoken question in his eyes. Eduardo and I exchanged a glance. One of those silent conversations we've perfected over 7 years of marriage. I'll send you a picture of the ultrasound, I finally offer. Elena's smile is so bright it almost makes me forget that 2 weeks ago she suggested her son wasn't the father of my baby. Almost. The silence in the back seat of the armored SUV is thick as the officers drive us toward the clinic. Eduardo sits tensely beside me, and I can see the gears turning in his head as his gaze drifts out over the DC streets through the tinted windows. "Do you believe him?" he finally asks, his voice barely a whisper so the officers in the front seat wouldn't hear. I exhale slowly, considering my response. Elena's tears, her apologies, that vulnerability I'd never seen in her before, it all seemed so real and yet so convenient. "Do you really want me to answer that?" I ask, turning slightly in my seat to look at him. His eyes meet mine, intense and concerned. "That's what you expect when you ask a question, isn't it?" Her attempt at humor fails to hide the tension in her voice. "Not quite," I finally admit. "This change is too sudden. Too perfect." To my surprise, a humorless smile curves his lips. "Do you know how many times I've seen my mother cry in my entire life?" he asks, and without waiting for an answer, he continues, "Never. Not even when my grandparents died. My mother doesn't cry, Isabel. She's not the type to show vulnerability." A shudder runs through my body. "Which leads me to think the worst," he adds, his voice dropping even further. "If she's willing to show this side of herself, to stoop to begging for forgiveness and shedding tears. He's up to something," I complete her thought, and the weight of that realization settles in my chest like lead. "Exactly," Eduardo nods. His fingers find mine in my lap, intertwining protectively as the SUV stops at a light. I squeeze his hand, silently thanking him for his strength. "Isabel." The midday sun filters through the courthouse's enormous windows as Lorena and I descend the stairs, the adrenaline of the trial still coursing through our veins. We've just won a case that seemed impossible, but that's who we are, the dynamic duo who makes the impossible possible. "We should celebrate," Lorena suggests with that smile that always portends trouble. I know a new place in the National Palace that. The vibration of my phone interrupts her. I frown when I see the name on the screen. "Luke." "Hello." I answer, surprise evident in my voice. "Isabel," his voice sounds different, more serious than usual. "I'm in DC. I need to talk to you." My frown deepens as I exchange a glance with Lorena. "In DC? What are you doing here?" There is a pause on the other end of the line. "I have something pending. Something I need to take care of." Another pause. "Could we have lunch together?" Doubt paralyzes me for a moment. Eduardo is firmly convinced that Lucas has feelings for me, no matter how many times I tell him he's just a friend. It's true that when we were teenagers there was some flirting, just a little, but it didn't go any further. At least, not for me. People in town used to say we made a good couple, but in the end, after high school, we went our separate ways. So today I see him as a family friend. There's no reason I can't have lunch with him. "Sure," I finally answer. "Do you know Piccolo Verde at the National Palace? They have the best pasta in town." We agreed to meet in an hour. When I hang up, Lorena looks at me with amusement. "Lucas," she says, though there's a mischievous glint in her eyes. "The one that makes Eduardo go crazy with jealousy." "Please," I roll my eyes. "Lucas is just a friend." "Yeah," he says sarcastically. "So what? He came to the city again to sort something out. He just happens to show up in DC again just when things are complicated." Things aren't complicated, I protest, even though I know I'm lying. Eduardo and I are fine. Lorena arches a perfectly shaped eyebrow. Really? His mother is probably plotting something to screw you over, and if it's confirmed, he'll have to make a really tough decision. If that isn't complicated, I don't know what is. I sigh as I head toward the SUV where the security team is waiting. It's complicated, I admit. But it has nothing to do with Lucas. I'll see you later. He says he needs to talk to me about something, and I agree to have lunch with him. My friend nods with a look in her eyes that I can't decipher before heading toward her own car, waving at me. The Piccolo Verde is quiet at this hour, the atmosphere intimate and cozy. Lucas is already there when I arrive, looking as out of place in this elegant restaurant as a cowboy at an opera. But there's something different about him, a tension I haven't seen before. You look beautiful, he says after we sit down. Pregnancy looks good on you. Thanks, I reply, noticing how he avoids my gaze. Lucas, what's going on? Why are you really in DC? He plays with his napkin for a moment before looking up. I've been thinking a lot since you were in El Paso, he begins, his voice lower. Seeing how things are between you and Eduardo. Things are fine, I interrupt, but he shakes his head. They're not, Isabel. I saw it in your eyes when you were there. It's obvious your marriage isn't going well, and I don't want to be a bird of prey and seem like I'm trying to take advantage of the situation, but if I don't tell you what's inside me, if I don't try. Lucas. Let me finish, please. Her hand finds mine on the table. I've kept this to myself for too long. Since we were teenagers, since you left for the National Palace. I never stopped thinking about you. My heart stops for a second before it starts beating frantically. No, I pull my hand away. Don't do this. I have to do this, he leans forward. I'm in love with you, Isabel. I always have been. And seeing how your life here is consuming you. Maybe it's a sign. Maybe it's time to. Everything happens too fast. His hands find my face, and before I can react, his lips are on mine. The kiss lasts barely a second, just long enough for shock to paralyze me, before I push him back. What the hell do you think you're doing? I hiss. Like shadows materializing out of nowhere, Sienna and Marcus, two members of my security team, appear by my side in a matter of seconds. Is everything okay, ma'am? Sienna asks, her posture tense and her menacing gaze fixed on Lucas. Yes, I answer automatically, even though nothing is right. Nothing at all. I turn to Lucas, disbelief mixing with anger in my voice. Do you have any idea what you just did? I hissed. How much trouble this could get me into? I'm married, Lucas. And no, I'm not an unhappy wife like you seem to think. Like all marriages, we have problems, but... Mrs. Ortega, Sienna interrupts, her voice low and urgent. Several people are recording with their phones. A chill runs down my spine. Of course they're recording. We're in DC, where every scandal is commonplace, where a Supreme Court justice's wife being kissed by another man is the kind of story that makes journalists' blood run. Damn, I mutter, the reality of the situation hitting me hard. Eduardo. Oh God, Eduardo is going to see this. All of Rabbits is going to see this. Lucas opens his mouth, his face twisted in an expression of belated regret. Isabel, No, I cut him off, raising a hand. Don't you dare. This is a mess, a fucking mess, and you caused it. My hand instinctively finds my belly, a protective gesture that's become as natural as breathing. Stress isn't good for the baby, I remind myself. I need to stay calm even though I'm panicking inside. We need to get her out of here, Marcus murmurs, his eyes scanning the restaurant where more and more people have their phones raised. Now. I nod, allowing Sienna to guide me toward the exit while Marcus stands between Lucas and me. The walk to the door feels like an eternity, each step accompanied by the sound of cameras and murmurs. I just hope Eduardo understands. That he sees the truth when these videos inevitably reach him. But knowing my husband, I know this is just the beginning of a storm that threatens to sweep us all away. Eduardo. I leave the conference room, adjusting my watch. The meeting ran longer than expected. 3 senators have just learned why, as the youngest justice on the Supreme Court, I cannot be manipulated. Their arguments, feeble attempts to influence my vote, lie shattered at their feet. Your Honor, a voice stops me as I head toward the elevator. Emma Richardson, one of my newly hired court clerks, runs up to me. She's one of the most promising of the new group, though she's still learning the nuances of court protocol. Her face shows an expression I can't quite decipher, somewhere between concern and nervousness. I need to talk to you about something, she says, and I notice her hands tense on the folder she's holding, a gesture uncharacteristic of her who normally maintains impeccable composure. I look at my watch again. 2:45 p.m. I have 2 more meetings and then I'm heading home. I promised myself I wouldn't stay working late. Isabel needs me to be more present, especially now. Can it wait until tomorrow? I ask, continuing on my way. I have a pretty tight schedule and want to get home early. Your Honor. Her voice trembles slightly, a bit uncharacteristic of a court clerk who normally handles classified documents and sensitive cases with the utmost professionalism. It's about your wife. I stop dead in my tracks. Something about his tone makes every muscle in my body tense. What about my wife? My voice comes out harsher than I intend. Emma drops the folder on a nearby table and fiddles with her phone with shaky fingers, avoiding my gaze. It's circulating on social media. He murmurs as he turns the screen toward me. The video is blurry, recorded from a distance, but what it shows is perfectly clear. Isabel. With Lucas. And then it happens, he kisses her. Rage explodes in my chest like a nuclear bomb. Every cell in my body ignites. A ferocious instinct roars deep within, yearning to break free and ravage everything. My hands clench into fists so tight the knuckles turn white. When? The word comes out as a grunt. 20 minutes ago, Your Honor. Emmett takes a step back, recognizing the danger in my expression. It's already in all. I can't quite hear her. The blood roars in my ears as I watch the video replay. Isabel immediately pushes him away, her obvious rejection, but that doesn't matter. All I see are Lucas's hands on my wife's face, his lips on hers. My wife. Mine. Jealousy and possessiveness rage in my chest like a wild beast. Because I always knew. I always saw how he looked at her, how he waited for his chance. And now he dared to touch her. I hand the phone to Emma and change my fate by heading to my office. As soon as I step inside, my fist slams into the wall before I even realize I'm moving. I don't feel the pain. I don't feel anything except a primal need for destruction. Lucas just made the worst mistake of his life. And I'm going to make sure he pays for it. Cancel all my meetings, I order Violetta curtly as I pass by her desk and head for the elevator. The rest of the day is off. The security team is already mobilizing, coordinating by radio as I make my way toward the SUV. Thomas opens the door for me, his expression professional but tense. The images from the video keep replaying in my mind like an endless torture. Lucas's hands on Isabel's face, his lips on hers. That moment seems to last an eternity before she pushes him away. With fingers I can barely control from rage, I dial Isabel's number. She answers on the third ring. I can imagine why you're calling. Her voice comes before mine, tense but firm. But I'm not going to talk about this over the phone, Eduardo. I'm on my way home. Perfect, I'm on my way there too, is all I managed to say before hanging up, my fury making it hard to even form coherent words. I take a deep breath as the SUV merges into traffic. I try to do what I always do, calmly analyze the situation, weigh my options, plan my next moves. It's what got me where I am, what the Supreme Court justice made me. I've always been a calculating man. Methodical. The kind of person who thinks twice before taking every step. Except when it comes to Isabel. Especially when I see another man touching her. Kissing her. Jealousy is driving me crazy, clouding my judgment, making my blood boil. The thought of Lucas's hands on her, of his lips stealing what's mine, makes me want to destroy something. All my control, all my carefully cultivated composure, fades before the image I can't erase from my mind. Isabel. The woman who drives me crazy from the first moment I saw her. And that fool dared to touch her. To kiss her. The leather seat creaks under my grip as I try to contain the violence that tenses every muscle in my body. Rage and jealousy mix in my chest, fueling each other. Because it doesn't matter that she pushed him away. It doesn't matter that her rejection was obvious. All I can see is another man touching what's mine, kissing lips that belong to me, daring to even think he has the right to come near my wife. I warned Isabel that that fool was in love with her, but she told me I was seeing things where there weren't any. He may be a damn judge and won't let me give him the beating I'm craving, but that doesn't mean I'm going to let this go. He'll make me understand that 7 years ago Isabel made a choice, me, and this union is for the rest of our lives. Chapter 3. Isabel. The silence in the house is suffocating, charged with a tension that seems to vibrate in the air like a string about to snap. My hands tremble slightly as I drop my bag on the entryway table. The echoes of my conversation with Lucas still resonate in my mind. The kiss, the rejection, the phone's ringing. It all feels like a nightmare I can't wake up from. And now Eduardo is on his way, furious, jealous, hurt. I know that when he arrives, this won't be a peaceful conversation. I head to the kitchen, needing something to do with my hands, something to distract me from the panic starting to creep up my spine. I turn on the faucet and let the cold water run over my wrists, a trick my mother taught me to calm my nerves. But it doesn't work today, not when I know that at any moment the door will open and I'll have to face the storm that is my husband when his most primitive instincts are unleashed. The sound of the front door slamming shut makes me jump. My shoulders automatically tense, and I turn off the faucet, drying my hands with a cloth as I turn to face the inevitable. Eduardo bursts into the kitchen like a contained hurricane, his impeccable suit contrasting with the savage fury in his eyes. His jaw is so tight I can see the muscles quivering beneath his skin, and his hands are balled into fists at his sides, as if he's fighting the urge to hit something, or someone. Isabel, his voice is a low, dangerous growl, laden with a possessiveness I know all too well. Eduardo, I can explain, I begin, but he's already advancing toward me, each step deliberate, like a predator cornering its prey. Explain what? He spits, stopping only inches from me. The warmth of his body envelopes me, and despite the situation, my traitorous heart beats faster. How did you let that fool kiss you? How did you let him touch you? I didn't allow it, I retort, my own anger beginning to flare. He kissed me, and I immediately rejected him. Or didn't you watch the whole video? I saw enough. His hand rises, and for a second I think he's going to touch me, but instead, he runs his fingers through his hair in frustration. I saw his hands on your face, his lips on yours. Those lips that are mine, fuck. I want to smash his face in. The possessiveness in his voice should bother me, but instead, something inside me shudders with anticipation. I know Eduardo. I know that when he's like this, on the edge of control, no amount of reasoning will work. There's only one way to calm the beast inside him, and it isn't with words. Eduardo, listen to me. I try again, my voice softer, calmer. It didn't mean anything. I pushed him away. I'm not interested. I'm married to you, and I love you. His eyes darken even further and he takes a step closer, invading my personal space until I can feel his breath on my skin. And why were you having lunch with him? She asks, her voice low and dangerous. Why did you give him the opportunity to get so close? Because he's a friend, I reply, even though I know that's not enough for him. Because I didn't think he'd dare do something like that. Trust me, love. I'm telling you things as they happened, even though I know the press will make a big deal out of it now. Eduardo lets out a bitter grunt, shaking his head. I trust you, Isabel. It's him I don't trust. And after today, I have more than enough reasons to. The whole, he was just a lifelong friend thing never convinced me, and I told you so. So what? I ask, my frustration growing. Are you going to punish me for something I didn't do? For something I didn't mean? His eyes narrow, and for a moment, the air between us seems to tinge with electricity. No, he finally says, his voice hoarse. I'm not going to punish you. But I'm going to make sure that kiss is the last thing you remember of him. Before I can process his words, his hands are on my waist, lifting me easily and sitting me on the kitchen counter. My breath hitches as he positions himself between my legs, his body pressing against mine with an intensity that takes my breath away. Eduardo. I whisper, but he's already leaning in, his mouth just a breath away from mine. I'm going to erase that kiss, he murmurs against my lips. I'm going to make you forget he ever touched you. And then he kisses me. It's a wild, passionate kiss, filled with a desperate need that consumes me completely. His hands slide down my back, pulling me closer, as if he wanted to merge us into one. I respond with the same intensity, my fingers tangling in his hair, tugging at it as I deepen the kiss. Eduardo's taste, familiar and addictive, fills my senses, and for a moment, everything else disappears, the threats, the jealousy, the fear. It's just him and me, and the connection that has always been our refuge. Eduardo. I have her on the counter, her body trembling beneath my hands, her breathing ragged as my lips trace the sensitive skin of her neck. I feel her pulse racing beneath my tongue, the heat of her body against mine, and each beat seems to scream a truth that needs no words. She is mine, and I am hers. But today, more than ever, I need to prove it to her. I need to erase every trace of that fool, of that kiss that dared to come between us. My hands travel up her back, and with an urgency I can't, and won't, contain, I peel off her blouse. The fabric falls to the floor with a whisper, and my fingers trace the curve of her waist, feeling her skin prickle beneath my touch. I watch her for a moment, naked from the waist up, her soft, perfect figure illuminated by the dim kitchen light. Her chest rises and falls with every breath, and a growl escapes my throat, primal and uncontrollable. You're so beautiful, I murmur, my eyes devouring hers as my hands find her breasts, fondling them with a mixture of reverence and raw desire. So fucking mine. Eduardo. Her voice is a gasp, her hands tug at my shirt, undoing the buttons with trembling fingers that betray her own urgency. I help her, tearing off my shirt and the rest of my clothes with quick, determined movements, until I'm naked in front of her. Her eyes scan my body, from my broad shoulders to the line of muscles that runs down my abdomen, and the way she looks at me, with that glow of desire, love, and something deeper, ignites me like a spark in gasoline. "Come here," I whisper, pulling her toward me. My hands on her hips lift her slightly, positioning her right on the edge of the counter. She wraps her legs around my waist, and a moan escapes her lips as my erection brushes against her entrance, hot and wet, inviting me to lose myself in her. But I don't enter yet. I want to savor this moment. I want her to feel every second of my devotion, every throb of my need for her. "I love you," I say, my lips brushing her ear as my hands roam her body, memorizing every curve, every corner. "I love you more than life itself, Isabel. More than any damn thing in this world." "And I love you," he replies, his voice thick with emotion. His hands grip my shoulders as he leans toward me, seeking more contact, more of me. With a slow, deliberate movement, I enter her, feeling her warmth envelop me, her body adjusting to mine as if we were made for each other. A moan escapes both of us, deep and shared, and for a moment we stay like that, connected in the purest sense, breathing the same air, feeling the same frantic heartbeat. "Eduardo," she whispers, her eyes meeting mine, shining with unshed tears and a love that disarms me. "Isabel," I reply, my voice husky, and then I begin to move. My thrusts are slow at first, deep, each one a silent vow that no one, ever, will come between us. She arches her back, her moans fill the room as her hands run down my back, her nails digging lightly into my skin, leaving marks I want to wear like trophies. The pleasure is overwhelming, but it's more than that. It's the connection, the intimacy, the certainty that she is my home, my refuge in a world constantly trying to tear her away from me. "Faster," she begs, her hips moving in time with mine, seeking more, needing more. And I'm more than willing to give it all to her. I obey, increasing the pace. My hands grip her hips tightly as I thrust into her with a passion that consumes us both. The sound of our bodies colliding, our moans mingling, is a raw and beautiful symphony that echoes in the kitchen. Sweat beads on my forehead, and I feel her body tremble beneath mine, each movement bringing us closer to the edge. "You're mine," I growl, my lips finding her neck, lightly biting her skin as I feel her tense around me. "Only mine, Isabel. Always." "Yes," she gasps, her legs tightening around my waist, pulling me deeper. "Only yours. Always yours." Pleasure builds inside me, a pressure that makes me tremble, but I hold back. I want her to come first, I want to see her melt in my arms, I want to be the only one in her mind, in her body, in her soul. "Come for me, Isabel," I whisper, my hand sliding between us. My fingers find her clit and stroke it with a precision I know will push her over the edge. She screams, her body convulsing as the orgasm tears through her like lightning. Her nails dig into my back as she trembles against me, her heat squeezing me until I nearly lose control. And then, with one last deep thrust, I let go. My own climax hits me with a force that leaves me breathless, my growl echoes around the room as I spill inside her, her name on my lips like a prayer. We stay like that, tangled in each other, our ragged breaths filling the ensuing silence. Isabel snuggles against my chest, her arms surround me with a softness that contrasts with the ferocity of what we just shared. I hold her tightly, my hands running down her sweaty back, feeling her heartbeat in time with mine. "I love you," I murmur, kissing her forehead with a tenderness I feel in my bones. "And I love you," he replies, his voice soft and content, as he looks up at me. His eyes are bright, filled with a peace I hadn't seen before tonight. "Never doubt it, Eduardo." Never. I lower my lips to hers, this time in a slow, deep kiss, full of promise. I lift her into my arms, ignoring the slight trembling in my legs from the exertion, and carry her to the living room's sofa. We collapse together. She curls up against my chest, my arm around her shoulders as the silence of the house envelopes us again, this time warm and comforting. "Do you think we can make it through this?" he asks softly, his fingers tracing lazy circles on my skin. "We'll get through this," I reply, holding her closer. "Because you and I, Isabel, are stronger than anything the world throws at us, stronger than jealousy, stronger than cameras, stronger than my mother. Everything." She smiles, a small but genuine smile, and I know we're okay. The fire of tonight didn't consume us, it forged us anew, stronger, closer. And as the night stretches out before us, with the baby growing inside her and an uncertain future waiting for us, I allow myself to believe that nothing, not Lucas, not the past, not the pressures of the present, will ever be able to extinguish it. Elena. My heels click down the hallway as I walk toward her door. I press the buzzer and wait, calm and collected. When she opens it, I walk in without waiting for an invitation. "What are you doing here?" he asks, his voice tinged with surprise and something else, apprehension, perhaps. "My sources," I begin, my voice soft but firm, "and I have many in this city, have informed me of certain threatening messages my daughter-in-law is receiving. Messages that, of course, both she and my son believe are coming from me." I move through the space with deliberate calm, each step measured. "I've been thinking about this a lot," I continue, turning to look at her directly. "I admit that Isabel and I have never had a good relationship, that's common knowledge. But anonymous messages," I wave my hand dismissively, "are not my style." I see him tense slightly, and a subtle smile curves my lips. Then I wondered, who could it be? And I remembered something interesting. I paused deliberately. "Years ago, you had, what do you call it now, a fling? A few hookups with my son." Her eyes widen slightly, but she maintains her composure. "According to those same sources I mentioned earlier, you were excited, way too excited. But then Isabel showed up and, boom," I snap my fingers softly. "So I thought, maybe she's the mastermind behind all this." "Obviously the years are making you think you're making up stories, Elena," she replies, trying to sound nonchalant. I raise an eyebrow, allowing myself a cold smile. "Movie. We'll see if my son thinks the same when I tell him." "You won't say anything," he interrupts, and there's something in his tone that makes me pause. "Because I have good sources, too." He takes a step closer, and his smile turns dangerous. "Should I mention Isabel and Edward's former housekeeper?" Her voice drops to a conspiratorial whisper. "How did you get her to dissolve Isabel's birth control pills in her juice every morning when they decided to have a child? You didn't want her to get pregnant, did you?" I feel the air thicken around me. Decades of social control have taught me to maintain composure, but this I didn't expect. "Careful," I warn, regaining some of my composure. "Accusations are dangerous weapons." "More dangerous than tampering with someone's medication," he counters. Imagine the scandal. The prestigious Elena Ortega, reduced to such basic tricks. For the first time in decades, I feel the board tilt dangerously beneath my feet. This woman doesn't just have information, she has proof. "What do you want?" I finally ask, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. His smile becomes almost predatory. "Oh, dear Elena, I want so many things. And who knows? Maybe you can help me get them all." Isabel. The armored SUV moves through the streets of Conejos with the quiet authority of a guardian on the move. From the back seat, I watched the city come alive in the morning sun, a sight that never ceases to amaze me even after 7 years of living here. Eduardo sits next to me, as impeccable as ever in his dark gray suit, the tailored fabric hugging his broad shoulders with almost obscene perfection. In the front seat, Officers Thomas and Sienna maintain their constant vigilance, part of the reinforced security detail that is now part of our daily routine. Throughout the ride, he maintained an enigmatic smile that intrigued me. I know that expression. It's the one he uses when he has an ace up his sleeve, when he knows something the others don't. It's the same one he had when he proposed to me, when he took me to that cabin in Vermont for our anniversary, when he bought our house without telling me. "Will you tell me what you're up to?" I ask, turning to look at him directly. "You've been mysterious all morning." His smile widens as his fingers find mine, intertwining with a familiarity that comforts me. "Patience, Mrs. Ortega," he murmurs, bringing my hand to his lips and placing a soft kiss on my knuckles. "Just a few more minutes and you'll know." I roll my eyes, though I can't help but smile. Eduardo and his love of mystery, of carefully planned surprises. If there's one thing that's kept the spark alive in our marriage, it's his ability to surprise me when I least expect it. "You know I hate surprises," I murmur, although we both know it's a lie. "Liar," he replies, reading my thoughts with that ease that always disconcerts me. "You love them. Especially mine." I can't argue with that logic, so I lean back against the leather seat, allowing myself to enjoy the moment. These moments of peace have been rare lately, with everything that's been going on, the threatening messages, the incident with Lucas that thankfully the press had dropped almost as quickly as it arose, the tense reconciliation with Elena, too many open fronts that have tested our strength as a couple. But if there's one thing I've learned in recent weeks, it's that Eduardo and I are stronger together than apart. My hand instinctively finds my belly, where our little miracle continues to grow despite everything. 4 months. We've made it to 4 months, more than we've managed on any of our previous attempts. Dr. Miller says everything looks perfect. "The pregnancy is progressing spectacularly," were her exact words on our last visit. Eduardo has been unbearably proud ever since, as if the credit belongs to him and not to my body, which is finally cooperating. The SUV stops in front of the imposing Supreme Court building, and Officer Thomas rushes to open the door while Sienna scans the perimeter with that professional gaze I've come to recognize. Eduardo steps out first, offering me his hand with that natural elegance that has always fascinated me, while 2 other officers discreetly position themselves near us. The stone gargoyles adorning the entrance seem to watch us as we climb the steps, silent guardians of American justice. "Eduardo," I call as we walk through the enormous doors. "Where exactly are we going?" Instead of heading toward his chambers, which I know only too well from so many visits, we take a side hallway we rarely frequent. The high ceilings and marble floors amplify the sound of our footsteps as we walk through the heart of the American judiciary. "Trust me," is all he says, guiding me with a hand on the small of my back. We stop in front of a dark wooden door with gold trim. A gleaming plaque next to it reads, "Office of Protocols and Institutional Relations." I frown, confused. What are we doing here? Eduardo turns to me, his eyes shining with anticipation. "This is something I've been working on for a while," he says, his voice low but filled with restrained emotion. "It's finally done." He places his hand on the handle and looks directly at me. "I present to you the new head of Protocols and Institutional Relations of the Supreme Court." He opens the door in one fluid motion, and my heart stops for a second. Because there, in front of a perfectly arranged mahogany desk, is Diana. My Diana. My best friend since childhood, the same one who should be in Miami, is here, smiling that bright smile that would light up the darkest night. Surprise. he exclaims, opening his arms. I freeze, my brain trying to process what my eyes are seeing. Diana, in her crisp navy suit and her hair pulled back in a perfect bun, seems completely at home in this elegant office. Diana. My voice is barely a disbelieving whisper. What? How? When? She crosses the room in 3 strides and envelopes me in one of her signature hugs, the ones that always smell of verbena and impulsive decisions. Don't make that face like a fish out of water, she laughs against my hair. Isn't this husband of yours the most wonderful man in the world? Look at the office he got me. I pull away slightly to look at her, still stunned by the surprise. I don't understand anything, I confess, looking alternately at Diana and Eduardo. What are you doing here? Miami. Your law firm. Eduardo comes closer, wrapping an arm around my waist. We needed someone for the position, he explains, his voice warm against my ear. Someone with experience in institutional relations, legal diplomacy, and crisis management. I immediately thought of Diana. But your career in Miami, I begin, remembering how hard my friend had worked to build her reputation there. Miami will always be there. Diana interrupts with a nonchalant gesture. Also, a chance to work at the Supreme Court. To be near my best friend when she finally has that baby she's been praying for. I didn't even think twice. My eyes fill with tears. Diana. My Diana. Here, in Conejos. The thought is so overwhelmingly wonderful that I can barely process it. How long have you been here? I ask, still trying to process it all. A week, he replies with that mischievous smile I know so well. Eduardo wanted it to be a complete surprise. And judging by your face, I think we've succeeded. A week? I repeat, turning to Eduardo with mock indignation. My best friend has been in town for a whole week, and I'm just finding out now. Eduardo wraps his arms around me from behind, his lips brushing against my ear as he whispers. That's what a surprise is all about, my love. I can't contain the laughter that bubbles up in my chest, a mixture of disbelief, happiness, and gratitude that washes over me. Having Diana here, now, when I need her most, is a gift I didn't know I longed for until this moment. I'm so glad you're here, Diana, Eduardo says, and the sincerity in his voice moves me. The Supreme Court has just gained an extraordinary professional. Diana gives a small theatrical bow. And I'm glad to be here, Your Honor, she replies in that half-mocking, half-respectful tone that only she can muster. Although I confess I accepted more for the idea of being an aunt than for the prestige of the position. The 3 of us laugh, and for a moment, the weight of the past few weeks seems to lift. With Diana here, Eduardo by my side, and our baby growing strong, I feel like I can face whatever comes. Eduardo looks at his watch, a grimace of resignation crossing his face. I'm going to leave you 2 alone to catch up, he says, leaning in to kiss my lips. I have a meeting with the presiding judge in 15 minutes. Go, I say, fully understanding the demands of her position. Diana and I have a lot to talk about. His smile is warm as his eyes scan my face, memorizing it as he always does before we part. Don't hog it too much, he warns Diana, though the twinkle in his eyes betrays his joke. I promise to return it to you at a reasonable time, Diana replies, raising her right hand in a solemn gesture. Scout's word. You were never a scout, I remind him. Details, he dismisses my comment with a careless gesture. Eduardo laughs, a low, comforting sound that always makes me feel safe. With one last kiss, this time on my lips, he says goodbye and leaves us alone. As soon as the door closes, Diana drops onto her office sofa and pats the seat next to her. I know her too well. That look in her eyes means a serious conversation is coming. All right, she says when I sit down next to her. Tell me how things have been around here. I sighed deeply. Of course she would notice. Diana has always been able to read me like an open book. Things have been complicated, I finally admit. Complicated, he repeats, arching an eyebrow. Coming from you, that could mean anything from an argument over what color to paint the baby's room to an international conspiracy. I can't help but smile at his comment. Closer to the latter, I confess, instinctively lowering my voice. Someone sending me anonymous messages, Diana. Veiled threats about being careful what I eat, what I drink. His eyes widen, all mockery gone from his face. What? He whispers, leaning toward me. Since when? Shortly after confirming the pregnancy, I explain, feeling a familiar weight settle in my chest. The FBI is investigating, but so far. The FBI? He interrupts, his voice a mixture of disbelief and alarm. Fuck, Isabel, why didn't you tell me before? Because everything was so confusing and it all happened so fast, I reply. Besides, I knew if I told you, you'd show up at my door, dropping off your stuff, to help me like always. Of course I would, she asserts vehemently. It's what best friends do. Or don't you remember when I quit my internship in New York to be with you after the first loss? The memory hits me hard, Diana showing up at my door with a suitcase and a bottle of wine, refusing to leave until I smiled again. She's always been there, at every crucial moment in my life. And speaking of leaving things behind, I subtly changed the subject. I can't believe you left your prestigious law firm in Miami just for this position. I know you too well, Diana. Now it's his turn to sigh. I see his mask of confidence crumble slightly, revealing a vulnerability he rarely displays. Okay, you got me, he admits, his shoulders slumping. I needed to get out of Miami. And fast. Why? I ask, although something inside me already senses the answer. I fell in love, she says simply, her eyes meeting mine. With a married man. I feel a pang of empathy. Diana has always been passionate, intense, throwing herself headlong into experiences that often end up hurting her. Oh, Diana. I know, she interrupts, raising her hands. I'm too smart to have fallen for something like that, but in my defense, I have to say I didn't see it coming. Everything was just too perfect, from his brilliant mind and personality. She pauses, and I see a flash of genuine pain cross her face. It was different. I thought it was real. How did you find out? I ask softly, taking her hand. His wife showed up at my office, he replies with a bitter laugh. Imagine the irony, a family lawyer in the middle of all this. She handled divorces, Isabel. I used infidelity as part of my defense strategy, and the wife threatened to make a scene. Luckily, it didn't come to blows, although the partners at the firm started to get all worked up about it. You know, prestige and all that. I decided to take a vacation, and in the middle of it, Eduardo called me. Her voice cracks slightly, and it hits me how much this has affected her. Diana has always been the strong one, the unbreakable one. I've been terrible, she confesses, squeezing my hand. And the idiot kept coming for me, and I swear there was a moment when I was about to fall again. He's just too good in bed, the kind that drives you crazy. She lets out a humorless laugh. Well, what can I tell you? We looked at each other and both laughed, the kind of laughter that comes from hurtful places. So when your husband called me with this offer, she continues, composing herself. It was like the universe sent me a sign. New city, new job, being near you during this important time. I talked it over with my family, and here I am. I smile. You'll have me here nagging you, she adds, trying to sound lighthearted. And the best part is, both of us giving each other strength, and considering I already know things are on fire around here. I impulsively hug her, inhaling her familiar verbena scent. You have no idea how much I needed you, I murmur against her shoulder. And me, he replies, his voice softening. That's why I'm here. We pull apart, and I see a resolve forming in his eyes. I know that look, it's the same one he had before standing up to the school bully who bothered me, the same one before every important trial. Now, tell me everything about those messages, he demands, his full attention focused on me. And don't hold anything back. Over the next few minutes, I tell him everything, the messages, the suspicions about Elena, the incident with Lucas, the FBI investigation that seems to be going nowhere. And speaking of Lucas, I add, remembering an important detail. You won't believe what he did. He invited me to lunch and kissed me. In public. Someone recorded it and it went viral. Deanna stands still, and there's something in her expression that makes me pause. What's wrong? I ask. It's just that. She frowns thoughtfully. This all seems a little too convenient, don't you think? The threatening texts, Lucas suddenly appearing and causing problems between you and Eduardo. What are you suggesting? I ask, intrigued by his line of thinking. I don't know exactly, she admits, biting her lip. But something doesn't add up. Elena's sending anonymous messages. I don't know, she's usually more direct, more like stabbing while looking you in the eye. I ponder Diana's words. She's right, Elena has always been the type who prefers direct confrontation, barely veiled hints at family dinners, and cutting remarks disguised as concern. Maybe, I admit. But if not Elena, then who? Who else would have a reason to do this to me? Deanna leans back on the couch, her gaze fixed on the ceiling as she processes all the information I've just given her. It's what she's always done when analyzing a particularly complicated case, looking for patterns, connections that others would overlook. What if we're going about it wrong? He finally says. We're looking for someone with obvious motives, someone from your present. But maybe the answer lies in the past. I nod slowly because it's a possibility, a chilling possibility. After an hour and a half of catching up, I finally say goodbye to Diana, but not before inviting her to dinner at home that evening. We agreed to introduce her to Lorena and her boyfriend Christian, something Diana enthusiastically accepted while promising to bring dessert. Before we part ways, she warns me to be careful until we figure out who's behind the messages. I promise to stay alert while she investigates the trail of Myra Winters, one of my husband's exes, although I don't think that's the way it is. The drive to my client's office is uneventful. Looking out the window, I observe the city that has become my home, so different from the wide-open spaces of El Paso where I grew up. The bustling streets, the towering buildings, the relentless pace, everything's so different, and yet now I can't imagine my life anywhere else. Conejos, with all its power and secrets, has woven itself into my identity more than I ever thought possible. The meeting with my client, a businesswoman seeking to restructure her company with more sustainable practices, is refreshingly normal. For 2 hours, I immerse myself completely in legal issues that have nothing to do with threatening messages, vengeful people, or mysteries from the past. It's almost therapeutic to discuss contractual clauses and strategic plans, concrete problems with clear solutions. When I finally return to my office, Lorena intercepts me in the hallway, her heels clicking against the marble with that distinctive rhythm that always lets me know it's her even before I see her. So, he asks without preamble, his eyes bright with curiosity. "What did you think about Diana?" I look at her in amazement. "You knew that too." Lorena smiles with that satisfied expression she puts on when she has privileged information. "Of course I knew. In fact, I helped him find an apartment in the city." She pauses dramatically. "Do you think a position like that can be found overnight?" Eduardo has been pulling strings for weeks. I shake my head, surprised at how many people were involved in the surprise. It was incredible, I admit. I can't believe they kept it a secret for a whole week. "Believe me, it wasn't easy," she replies with a dramatic gesture. "Your husband practically made us sign confidentiality agreements. That man is intense. You can't even imagine it," I laugh, because if there's anyone who knows Eduardo's intensity besides me, it's Lorena. She's witnessed enough Judge Ortega mode moments to appreciate it. "So, should we all have dinner together sometime this week?" he suggests as we walk toward my office. "It's been a while since we've all gotten together, so Diana doesn't meet Christian." "Of course," I nod. "In fact, Diana's coming to our house for dinner tonight. Why don't you join us?" Lorena smiles enthusiastically. "I'd love to. I'll text Christian to see if he can cancel your meeting. He's been so busy with that new project that I hardly ever see him." "Perfect," I reply, genuinely happy to be able to spend time with my friends amidst all the chaos. "At 8? 8 sounds great," he confirms, stopping in front of my door. "I'll leave you now. I have to finish preparing for the Henderson case. Those documents won't review themselves." I smile back, grateful for the normalcy of this conversation, for the way Lorena treats everything as if it were just an ordinary day, as if there weren't a dark cloud hanging over my life. "See you later," I say goodbye as I walk into my office. The familiarity of my office envelopes me like a hug. The books neatly arranged on the shelves, the framed photographs on my desk, the view of the city through the large windows, this space has been my refuge for years. Here, I am just Isabel Ortega, a respected lawyer, a competent professional. Not the wife of a federal judge threatened by an anonymous stalker. I sit back in my chair, letting my body relax for a moment. My eyes fall on the photo of Eduardo and me at the table, taken during a vacation on Cape Cod 2 years ago. We're on the beach, with the setting sun painting the sky orange and purple behind us. Eduardo is looking at me instead of the camera, his expression so full of love that even now, years later, it makes my heart race. The beep of my phone interrupts my moment of nostalgia. A message. Something cold settles at the base of my spine as I pick it up with slightly trembling fingers. Please let it be Eduardo, I silently pray as I unlock the screen. But it's not Eduardo. It's not Diana, or Lorena, or any known sender. It's another anonymous number, another message that makes my throat close up. Sometimes betrayal is not born of hatred, but of fear, the fear of losing what you have, or of not getting what you want. My pulse quickens as I read the words over and over, trying to decipher their meaning. It's not a direct threat like the previous ones, but something more subtle, more disturbing. A hint. A warning. What betrayal is he referring to? Who's afraid? Of what? Questions pile up in my mind as my finger hovers over the screen, debating whether to delete the message or save it as evidence. I save it. The FBI will need to see it, and Eduardo. Eduardo will want to know immediately. But as I search for his number in my contacts, something stops me. The words in the message spin around in my head, finding new angles, new interpretations. Sometimes betrayal isn't born out of hate, but out of fear. For the first time, I wonder if the message isn't a threat, but a clue. Someone trying to tell me something about the real culprit, But who? And why this way? I look again at Eduardo's photo on my desk, his confident smile, his eyes full of adoration. 7 years together, 7 years of building a life, of overcoming devastating losses, of finding strength in each other. Who would want to destroy that? And more importantly, if Diana is right and the answer lies not in my present but in my past, what connection could it have with this cryptic message? With determined fingers, I forward the message to Diana along with a brief text, "Just got this. Any news on Myra?" Then, taking a deep breath to calm my racing pulse, I dial Eduardo's number. I can't hide this from him. Not when we've promised to face whatever comes together. As I wait for her to reply, my mind inevitably returns to the words of the message, which seem to have been burned into my consciousness. Sometimes betrayal is not born of hatred, but of fear, the fear of losing what you have, or of not getting what you want. And for a fleeting but undeniable moment, a disturbing thought crosses my mind: what if we're not looking to the past or the present? What if the threat comes from a place much closer, much more personal than we could have ever imagined? The phone rings once, twice, 3 times in my ear as the seed of doubt, small but persistent, begins to take root in my mind. Chapter 4. Isabel. It's been 17 hours since another anonymous message arrived. I read it mentally once more, as if the words were burned into my head. Sometimes betrayal isn't born of hate, but of fear, the fear of losing what you have, or not getting what you want. It was a silent but profound blow. I remember the panic that rose in my throat when I found it in my email inbox, the way my hands shook as I showed it to Eduardo, and how he dropped everything, a court hearing, to rush home. We called the FBI, of course. Officers Carrasquedo and Rivera arrived with their notebooks and their questions, while Catalina, the director, analyzed the message over the phone with her infuriating calm. "It's more of a lead than a threat," she said, but that didn't ease the knot in my stomach. Now Eduardo sits at the kitchen island, his attention divided between his laptop and his phone, the familiar crease between his brows betraying his concentration. I slide a cup of coffee in front of him, letting my fingers deliberately brush against his. The contact, though fleeting, sends a tingle across my skin. 7 years together, and he still affects me like the first day. "Thank you," he murmurs without looking up, his fingers moving nimbly over the keys. I sit across from him, silently observing him. His hair, still damp from the shower, falls over his forehead in that messy way I love but which he finds irritating. His white shirt, unbuttoned at the collar, reveals the slope of his throat, the shadow of stubble obscuring his jaw. He's ridiculously attractive, especially when he's absorbed like this, oblivious to his own magnetism. "I just spoke with Catalina," he says, finally closing his laptop. "The FBI is still working on yesterday's message. Carrasquedo and Rivera are personally leading the investigation." I nod, trying not to let worry ruin this day we promised would be just for us. "Have you found anything new?" "You have some interesting theories," he replies, reaching out to take my hand. "But we're not going to think about that today, remember? Today is our day." I smile, appreciating his effort to keep his promise. After yesterday's tension, the idea of a day of normalcy seems like an unimaginable luxury. "Our day," I repeat, interlacing my fingers with his. His smile turns mischievous, that sparkle in his eyes that always foreshadows something unexpected. "I have a surprise for you," he announces, standing up from his seat. "In fact, I have two." "What have you been up to, Judge Ortega?" I ask, raising an eyebrow. He leans in, kissing the tip of my nose with the tenderness he reserves only for our private moments. "The first is that I've cancelled absolutely all of my meetings today." The president of the court wasn't exactly thrilled, but he understood. Did you understand what exactly? I asked, curious about what excuse Eduardo, always so dedicated to his work, might have come up with. I needed a day with my pregnant wife, he answers simply. Sometimes the truth is the best strategy. There's something so sincere in his expression that I feel a lump form in my throat. This man, who handles the nation's most complex cases, who can intimidate the most experienced lawyers with a single glance, has a completely different side that only a privileged few know. And the second surprise? I ask, trying to lighten the moment before the pregnancy hormones make me cry. His smile widens as he takes my hand, gently pulling me along. For that you'll have to come with me. He guides me through the house, up the stairs to the second floor. We stop in front of the room next to ours, the one we've never used, the one that always held so much potential and so much pain. The door is closed, as it always has been. Eduardo stops, his hand on the knob, and looks at me with a mixture of anticipation and vulnerability that makes my heart clench. After yesterday, he says softly, and after everything we've been through, I realized something important. We can't let fear stop us from living, Isabel. We can't postpone happiness by waiting for the perfect moment. He opens the door, and what I see takes my breath away. The room has been prepared, not to be used yet, but to be imagined. Several paint swatches in varying shades of soft green and pale yellow adorn one wall, like small windows into future possibilities. Children's decorating magazines are neatly stacked on the floor, next to furniture catalogs marked on various pages. And in the center of the room, a large box wrapped in silver paper with a blue ribbon. Eduardo. I whisper, unable to form coherent words. It's not much, he says, his voice a mixture of shyness and pride. But I thought we could spend the day here, planning. Starting to dream, Isabel. I enter the room slowly, as if afraid everything would disappear if I moved too quickly. My fingers brush over the paint swatches, feeling the texture beneath my pads. Green? I ask, turning to him with a smile. I find it reassuring, he replies, approaching me. Neutral, but with personality. Like a forest or a meadow in spring. God, it's because of these things that I love you so much, I add in a low voice. His expression softens, and I can see that my words have touched him deeply. Do you like it? He asks, and there's something so vulnerable in his tone that it makes my heart melt. I know it might seem premature, but... It's perfect, I interrupt, placing my hands on his chest. It's exactly what we needed. He wraps his arms around me, his chin resting on the top of my head. And the box? I ask after a moment, looking toward the mysterious gift in the center of the room. She steps back just enough to guide me towards her, her hand firmly entwined with mine. Open it, he encourages me, that buoyant smile back on his face. I carefully unwrap it, struggling with the ribbon and sliding my fingers under the paper. Inside, I find what looks like a crib mobile, but it's no ordinary one. The small, dangling figures are constellations, Orion, the Big Dipper, the Corona Borealis, all made of shiny silver and polished wood. Eduardo. I whisper, touching the delicate pieces reverently. It's beautiful. I had it specially made, he explains, his voice warm as he kneels beside me. Remember those nights at your parents' ranch, when we would lie under the stars and you would show me the constellations? I want our son to have a piece of that sky, of those moments. Tears blur my vision as I hold the delicate mobile. It's more than just a toy, it's a symbol, a promise, an act of faith. Eduardo isn't just preparing a room, he's building a future, believing in it with every fiber of his being. When did you order it? I ask, my voice barely a whisper. 3 weeks ago, she admits. After the ultrasound where we heard the heartbeat so loud. I knew then that this time would be different. I hug him, burying my face in the crook of his neck where his scent is strongest. He smells of home, of security, of promises kept. I love you so much, I murmur against her skin. And I love you, he replies, his arms tightening around me. More than anything in this world. We stay like that, cuddled on the floor of our son's future nursery, surrounded by possibilities and dreams. For this moment, the anonymous messages, the veiled threats, the shadows that seem to stalk us, everything fades away. There's only us and the little life we're creating together. So, he finally says, pulling back just enough to look me in the eye, where do we start, Mrs. Ortega? I smile, taking his hand and placing it on my belly, just in time to feel a little kick, as if our baby was giving his opinion. From the beginning, I reply. From the place where everything makes sense. The morning passes in a flurry of baby furniture catalogs, fabric swatches, and lively debates about whether sage green is really different from mint green. Eduardo insists they're completely different, and his indignation makes me laugh until my ribs hurt. We sit on the floor of the future nursery, surrounded by possibilities, and for the first time in weeks, I allow myself to immerse myself in the pure joy of anticipation without the shadow of yesterday's message clouding my happiness. We definitely need a rocking chair, Eduardo declares with the seriousness he normally reserves for judicial opinions. Here, by the window. For sleepless nights. Are you planning on spending a lot of sleepless nights, Judge Ortega? I ask, raising an eyebrow. Her smile is soft, almost shy. As many as necessary, he replies, and something in his tone makes my heart swell with emotion. I won't miss a moment. The mental image of Eduardo, a powerful federal judge, cradling our baby in the middle of the night while softly humming a lullaby, hits me with an intensity that takes my breath away. I see it so clearly, his sleeves rolled up, his bare feet, the baby snuggled against his broad chest. A new facet of this man I love with every fiber of my being. Do you think it's a boy or a girl? I ask, sliding closer to him. He muses, absent-mindedly running his fingers through my hair. I don't know. Sometimes I imagine a little girl with your eyes and your stubbornness. Other times, I think of a little boy with your smile and my love of well-crafted arguments. I laugh, resting my head on his shoulder. Woe to us if he inherits my stubbornness and your intensity. It would be unstoppable, he agrees, kissing my temple. The world isn't ready. You know, I say after a moment of comfortable silence, we've never really talked about names. Eduardo tenses slightly, just for a moment, but enough for me to notice. That's true, he admits. I guess we've both been cautious. He doesn't need to say more. After 5 losses, choosing names felt like inviting disaster, like daring to hope for too much. But perhaps, as Eduardo said, it's time to start believing. I like Victoria for a girl, I offer, testing the waters. It's classic, but strong. His smile widens, relief evident in his eyes. Victoria Ortega, she tests the name, as if savoring it. It sounds like the future president of the Supreme Court. Or a revolutionary scientist, I suggest. Or whatever she wants to be. You're right, he nods, his fingers tracing lazy circles on my back. For a kid, I've always liked Nathan. Nathan, I repeat, considering. Nathan Ortega. Sounds good. Do you like it? He asks, and there's something so vulnerable in his expression that my heart melts a little more. I love it, I confirm. And we could call him Nate. Nate, he repeats, as if testing the name. Little Nate. And so, sitting on the floor of an empty room that will soon be filled with dreams and possibilities, Eduardo and I take another step forward on this journey, allowing ourselves to believe that the shadows that have haunted us for so long are finally fading. After deciding that sage green is definitely the perfect color for the walls, it's calming yet stimulating, Eduardo insists we need a break. His idea of a break, I discover, involves an impromptu picnic in our backyard, under the oak tree we planted together the year after we bought the house. Martha, who arrived early this morning, prepared a basket with all my favorite foods after Eduardo explained our plan for the day. The blanket is spread out on the grass, the food arranged temptingly, and the autumn day is surprisingly warm, as if the weather itself wanted to contribute to our little bubble of normalcy. From here, I can barely make out the silhouettes of the security guards on the perimeter of the property. They're there, vigilant as ever, but discreet enough to allow us this illusion of privacy, this break from the chaos that has been our lives lately. The sun dances through the oak leaves, casting golden patterns on Eduardo's tanned skin. He's shed his shirt, and the hard muscle of his torso gleams with a silky sheen that makes my fingers tingle to touch it. Leaning back on his elbow, he exudes that masculine power that has always drawn me like a moth to a flame, restrained, controlled, yet ready to unleash at any moment. I watch him cut a piece of brie, his fingers moving with that precision that makes me imagine all the ways those hands could move over me. There's something hypnotic about the way his muscles tense and relax beneath his skin, a silent promise of barely tamed strength. "Open up," his voice, low and insistent, sends an electric shock straight to my core. It's not a request but a command, that natural authority that always awakens something primal within me. I part my lips, obedient but defiant. The cheese melts in my mouth, creamy and decadent, but it's his gaze that consumes me, those gray eyes that darken as they follow the movement of my tongue, burning with a possessiveness that has taken my breath away since our first encounter. "Delicious," I murmur, aware of how my voice has taken on that husky tone that betrays my arousal. His jaw tenses briefly, that muscle that always throbs when he's losing control. With deliberately slow movements, he takes a ripe strawberry from the bowl and dips it into golden honey. The thick liquid drips tantalizingly as he brings it to my lips. "Dr. Miller said you need more iron," she says, but there's a dark promise in her tone. "Strawberries are great for that." I raise an eyebrow, my body already responding to the tension vibrating between us. "And the honey?" The question is barely a whisper. The smile that curves his lips is sinful, loaded with intentions that make my belly clench in delicious anticipation. "Honey," he replies, his voice descending into that deep register that makes my inner muscles clench, "is because I want to see you lick it off my fingers." A treacherous blush rises from my chest to my cheeks, and I hate and love in equal measure how this man can reduce me to a quivering mass of need with just a few words. 7 years together, and he still affects me like it's the first time, that magnetic pull, that explosive chemistry that threatens to consume us both. Cheeky, the reproach lacks conviction as I take the strawberry between my teeth. I keep my eyes fixed on his as my lips brush against his fingers, intentionally provocative. The honey oozes out, sweet and thick, and I scoop it up with my tongue, licking his thumb in a slow, deliberate motion that's more of a promise than a hint. The flash of wild desire in his gaze almost makes me moan. It's intoxicating to have this power over such a powerful man, to watch his control unravel with just the touch of my tongue. "Careful, love," his warning is guttural, thick with barely contained desire. "You're making the temperature rise around here." Something inside me rebels against prudence, against the fear that has dominated our lives lately. For one day, for this moment, I want to feel like just a woman desired by her man, not like an expectant mother threatened by invisible shadows. Maybe I want to burn myself. The words tumble out of my mouth like a challenge, laden with all the needs and longings I've been suppressing. For a moment, I see the ghost of worry cross his eyes, the memory of the threatening message we received yesterday trying to infiltrate our sanctuary. But I push it away, refusing to give it power on this day we've reserved just for us. The laugh that emerges from deep in his throat is primal, almost animal, the sound of a predator who has spotted its prey. He leans toward me, the heat of his body enveloping me like a blanket of desire, and his lips find that vulnerable spot just below my ear that has always been my downfall. "Always so brave," he murmurs, his words vibrating against my sensitized skin. "So damn defiant." His fingers, nimble and knowing, trace the line of my jaw, descend the column of my throat, and linger at the hem of my summer dress. He plays with the strap, his eyes questioning mine, always asking permission even when we both know there's nothing I'd deny him. I nod imperceptibly, and the transformation on his face takes my breath away. His smile turns wolfish, possessive, as he slides the strap over my shoulder with a delicacy that contradicts the predatory intensity of his gaze. His lips follow the same path, leaving a trail of fire over my exposed skin, and I close my eyes, surrendering to the sensation of his hot mouth against my collarbone. Liquid heat pools between my thighs, that familiar desire that only he can awaken with such intensity. His tongue traces lazy circles over my skin while his fingers tentatively caress the outline of my breast. "You're so beautiful," he whispers against my skin, his breath sending shivers down my spine. "Fuck, you get more beautiful every day." His hands, those hands that can dismantle complex legal arguments or reduce me to desperate pleas, slide down to my belly. He caresses the curve where our sun grows with a reverence that steals my breath, this powerful man, kneeling before the miracle we've created together. Tears prickle my eyes, but they're not from sadness. It's this impossible love, this connection that transcends the physical, that overwhelms me to the point of overflowing. "I love you." Words seem insufficient to contain everything I feel for him, but they are all I have to offer. His smile against the sensitive skin of my neck is like a sunrise after the longest darkness. "And I love you," he replies, his words imbued with an unbreakable promise. "More than my own life. More than everything else." When his lips finally find mine, the kiss begins as a gentle breeze but quickly transforms into a raging storm. His mouth claims mine with an urgency that mirrors my own desperate need. I part my lips, inviting him deeper, and his tongue invades my mouth in a rhythm that promises greater pleasures. My hands tangle in his hair, pulling him closer, needing to feel the solid reality of his body against mine. I moan softly when his knee slides between my thighs, pressing exactly where I need it most. We break apart panting, the air between us charged with electricity. His eyes are almost black with desire, his dilated pupils devouring the stormy gray of his irises. "We should continue this inside," he suggests, his voice so husky and raspy it makes my insides tingle with anticipation. I stand with his help, my body already throbbing with barely contained need. I intertwine my fingers with his, feeling the quickened pulse in his wrist that matches the frantic beat of my own heart. "Excellent suggestion, Your Honor," I murmur, my voice barely a seductive purr. "As always, your judgment is impeccable." His laugh, dark and promising, envelopes me as he guides me toward the house. The picnic is forgotten under the oak tree, the shadows lengthening as the sun begins its descent. There's hunger in our hurried steps, but it's not for food. It's for something more primal, more essential, that almost desperate need to melt into one another, to claim and be claimed, to lose ourselves and find ourselves in the one place where we both truly belong. In each other's arms. We cross the threshold of the house, the cool night air brushing our flushed cheeks, but the heat emanating from our bodies overshadows everything, an urgency that pushes us toward each other. Eduardo closes the door with a loud bang, and before I can take another step, his hands find my waist, pulling me toward him with a force that draws a gasp from me. His gray eyes, darkened by wild desire, bore into mine, and I feel my pulse pounding furiously in my throat, in my belly swollen from 4 months of pregnancy. I'm not far behind. My hands climb his chest, slipping beneath his half-open shirt, exploring every tense muscle, every burning corner of his skin. I look at him with the same hunger as he looks at me, and when our lips collide, it's a brutal, hungry kiss, his tongue invading my mouth as I receive it with equal ferocity, my fingers tangling in his hair and a hoarse moan escaping his throat. Without pause, his hands descend to my hips, pressing me against him until I feel his hardness pressing against my belly, but I don't let him take complete control. I push him back just a little, enough to take his hand and pull him toward the stairs, my voice trembling with need. Let's go upstairs, now. He follows me, his eyes never leaving mine, and when we reach the bottom of the stairs, he stops. With a mischievous smile that makes my heart skip a beat, he gently lifts me into his arms. I don't want you to get tired, he murmurs, his voice a low purr that makes me shiver as he carefully begins to climb the steps, as if I were the most precious thing in the world. With each step we climb, I feel his warm breath on my neck, his firm arms holding me, and my heart beats faster, anticipating what awaits us above. The house is silent, with only the creaking of the wood beneath his feet and the sound of our labored breaths. The dim light from the wall lamps casts dancing shadows on the walls, creating an intimate atmosphere full of promise. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Eduardo gently places me on the floor in front of the bedroom door, but he doesn't let go. His hands return to my waist, guiding me inside. The room is bathed in soft light, the curtains fluttering lightly in the night breeze that comes through the half-open window. The bed, with its white linen sheets, awaits us like a sanctuary. I turn to him, my hands flying to his belt, unbuckling it with quick fingers as I stare at him. And I need you more, I respond to his implicit desire, my tone a challenge mixed with a plea. He lets out a low, almost feral laugh and helps me tear off his clothes. His shirt falls to the floor, his pants follow, and he stands naked before me, his strong body and obvious desire making me tremble with anticipation. But Eduardo doesn't stay still, his fingers catch the straps of my dress and slide them off my shoulders with a mixture of urgency and reverence, letting the fabric fall at my feet. His eyes scan my figure, lingering on the curve of my belly, and his voice cracks. You're a miracle, Isabel. This body, our baby, you drive me crazy. His words wash over me, and I take a step toward him, my hands on his face as I stare at him with the same intensity. And you make me burn, I whisper, my voice full of love and desire. The kiss that follows is slower, but just as deep, our tongues dancing with a calm that soon shatters. Stumbling, we guide each other to the bed, falling onto the sheets in a flurry of eager hands and bodies. He positions himself beside me, his fingers tracing my skin, and I respond by exploring his chest, moving down until my hand closes around his erection. I stroke it decisively, drawing a gasp from him. Isabel. He moans, his hips thrusting into my hand, but he doesn't remain passive. His fingers move up to my breasts, sensitive and swollen with pregnancy, caressing them with a gentleness that makes me arch, his thumbs brushing over my nipples until pleasure shoots through me like lightning. We look at each other, breathing raggedly, and in a tacit agreement, we remove the remaining underwear. Naked and trembling, Eduardo moves between my legs, but I stop him with a hand on his chest. Together, I say, my gaze as pleading as his. He nods, and I take his hand, guiding it to my center as he helps me lift my hips. When he slides inside me, he does so with a slowness that melts me, filling me little by little as we moan in unison. There's no rush, but no holding back either. My hips lift, seeking more, and he responds with deep thrusts, his hands on my hips matching my rhythm. You are my world, he murmurs, his eyes fixed on mine, capturing every shudder of pleasure on my face. "And you mine?" I reply, my voice breaking as I cling to his shoulders. The rhythm intensifies, a desperate dance. He speeds up, his hands sliding to my belly with a soft caress, and I lower a hand between us, touching myself as I feel him inside. Pleasure consumes us, his grunts mix with my moans, and when the climax hits me, I cry out his name, my body clenching around him. Eduardo follows, his release shaking him as he spills into me, his arms around me tightly. Panting, we stare at each other, sweat glistening on his skin, my cheeks burning. He doesn't pull away, his lips find my neck, kissing and biting gently, while his hands roam my body with renewed urgency. "I'm not done with you," he whispers against my skin, his voice a dark purr that makes me shiver. His fingers move between my legs, finding me wet and sensitive, and he strokes me with a precision that takes my breath away, slow circles that draw gasps from me. I try to move, but he holds me with one hand on my hip, his mouth descending to my breasts. He sucks hungrily on a nipple, his tongue teasing it as his fingers speed up, and my body arches, on the edge. "Eduardo!" I gasp, my voice breaking, my hands pulling at his hair. He looks up, his eyes shining with desire. "I want to see you tremble again," he says, his voice a gentle command. "I want you to lose yourself before I give you everything." His fingers sink into me, curling just where I need them, and his thumb presses against my clit with an intensity that makes me cry out. My vision blurs, the pleasure building in waves, and he doesn't stop, his mouth alternating between my breasts, his teeth grazing me just enough to drive me crazy. When the second climax rips through me, my body tenses and a cry escapes my throat, my nails digging into his shoulders. He holds me, his lips on my forehead, whispering soft words as I tremble in his arms. Still breathing heavily, Eduardo looks at me, his hands caressing my belly with a tenderness that contrasts with the ferocity of a moment ago. "I want you on top," he murmurs, his voice low but thick with desire. "So I can see you, feel you, take care of you and the baby." The love in his words melts me, and I nod, my pulse quickening again. He lies back, his strong body spread out on the sheets, his erection still firm, inviting me. I sit up, and his hands guide me as I position myself on top of him. "You up there, love," he says, his eyes scanning my figure with adoration. "Let me see you shine." I lower myself onto him slowly, feeling every inch as he fills me again, and the moan that escapes his lips is pure ecstasy. My hands rest on his chest, and I begin to move, my hips undulating in a rhythm that makes me gasp. He lifts his hands, matching me, his hands on my hips not to control, but to follow. "You're incredible," he whispers, his gaze fixed on me, on my belly, on my breasts that move with each thrust. "I can't take my eyes off you." His words turn me on, and I speed up, the pleasure building again. He moves a hand up, stroking me between my legs with expert fingers, and I moan his name, my body trembling against his. "Let go, Isabel," he says, his voice tense, his hips thrusting harder. "I want to feel you again." The orgasm hits me like a wave, my body convulsing as I scream, and he follows, his climax shaking him with a deep growl, his hands clutching at me. Exhausted, I slide down beside him, and he wraps his arms around me, pulling me against his chest. Our legs intertwine, my thigh resting on his arm firmly around me while his other hand strokes my stomach in gentle circles. His skin is warm against mine, still sweaty, and I feel his breathing steady against my hair. "You're okay, aren't you?" he asks, his voice soft and full of concern as his fingers trace my skin. "The baby." I smile, turning my face to look at him. His gray eyes are full of love, and I nod. "We're perfect," I whisper, my hand covering his on my belly. Thank you for taking care of me. He kisses my forehead, then my lips, a slow, deep kiss that tastes of promises. I'll always take care of you, he murmurs, pulling me closer, his body molding to mine. You're my life, Isabel. Both of us are. We stay like that, intertwined, the silence filled with the beat of our hearts. His hands never stop moving. He caresses my back, my hair, my belly, as if he needs reassurance that I'm there, that we're together. I snuggle closer, my head on his chest, listening to his breathing calm, feeling his warmth and strength surrounding me. I never want to move, I whisper, and he laughs softly, the sound vibrating against me. We don't have to, he replies, his lips brushing my temple. Here, with you, is where I belong. Time stops. Our bodies, still naked and sticky, merge in a never-ending embrace. The world outside can wait. In this moment, there is only us, our love, and the life growing between us. Isabel. This one doesn't fit either, I say frustratedly, trying unsuccessfully to button my favorite pencil skirt. My life would be so much easier if I could just keep wearing my regular clothes. Deanna watches me from the sofa in my dressing room, an amused smile dancing on her lips as she sips her coffee with studied calm. You're almost 5 months pregnant, Isabel. Consider yourself lucky to have lasted this long in your regular clothes, she notes, absent-mindedly checking her phone. Most of my clients have been wearing elastic-banded pants for a long time. I sigh, finally giving in to the obvious, I need a new wardrobe. My belly, now obviously rounded, has decided that today is the day it will officially rebel against the constraints of my pre-pregnancy clothes. I guess that's why we planned this outing, I admit, changing out of my skirt for a maternity dress Eduardo bought me last week, one of the few I own. The plan is simple, he declares, sliding his sunglasses over his perfectly coiffed brown hair. First, pee in the pod for your clothes, then, petit trésor for the baby, finally, lunch at Fiola Mare. And all the while, you forget about work, texts, and the FBI. Understand? I smile at her efficiency. Deanna Ramirez always approaches a shopping spree with the same strategic precision she uses for her closing arguments. Understood, Your Honor, I reply with mock solemnity, picking up my bag. Downstairs, Marcus and Sienna, our daily bodyguards, wait patiently. It's been almost a month since the last threatening message, but Eduardo insists on maintaining all security measures. Part of me appreciates it, while another yearns for the freedom of simply going out without feeling constantly watched. We're going shopping, Deanna announces with a bright smile. I hope you're ready to carry bags. Marcus, ever the professional, barely manages a smile, but Sienna responds with a knowing wink. Always up for a shopping mission, ma'am, he replies, opening the door for us. The walk to the National Palace is filled with light conversation. Deanna updates me on the latest scandal at the High Court, while I tell her about the preparations for the baby's room, deliberately avoiding any mention of the threats or the investigation. Today is a normal day, I remind myself. Just 2 friends shopping, preparing for the arrival of a baby. Upon arriving at a pee in the pod, the shop assistant, a middle-aged woman with a warm smile, greets us with obvious enthusiasm. Mrs. Ortega, she greets, as if we were old friends. We've been waiting for you. We have several pieces set aside that I think you'll love. I look at Diana with an arched eyebrow. I may have called ahead, she admits with a mischievous smile. And I may have mentioned that you're the wife of a certain Supreme Court justice. Have I told you lately that VIP service has its perks? I roll my eyes, but I can't help but smile. Deanna has always known how to pull strings to get exactly what she wants. The spacious and elegantly decorated store is set up like an oasis for expectant mothers. Sienna discreetly positions herself in a corner while Marcus waits outside. The assistant, who introduces herself as Josefa, leads us to a private section where several outfits are already prepared. I thought of a practical yet elegant approach, she explains, showing me a burgundy-tailored suit cut specifically for maternity wear. Knowing that she needs to maintain her professional image. I run my hand over the fabric, appreciating the quality and the smart cut that would accommodate my increasingly evident belly without sacrificing style. It's perfect, I admit, surprised by how much I like it. Did Eduardo tell you my sizes? Deanna seems pleased with herself. Actually, Lorena gave me that information. She was very sorry she couldn't join us, by the way, but she had an unavoidable meeting with that new client in San Francisco. The next 2 hours fly by between fitting rooms, luxurious fabrics, and conversations punctuated by laughter. Josefa turns out to have an excellent eye, and every piece she suggests seems made specifically for me. By the time we're done, I have a full maternity wardrobe, from formal work suits to comfortable loungewear, including a spectacular sapphire blue ball gown that Diana insists I'll need for the tribunal's charity gala in a month. Eduardo is going to faint when he sees you with this, he comments, as we look at my reflection in the mirror. The dress, with its empire waist and soft drape, flatters my belly in a way that makes me feel not only pregnant but truly beautiful. It's beautiful, I admit, turning slightly to see all the angles. But do I really need a ball gown? I'm not sure I want to attend events like this in my condition. Deanna looks at me as if I just suggested something absurd. Of course you'll attend. The sexiest Supreme Court justice with his spectacularly pregnant wife. They'll be the talk of the town. Besides, as she adds, lowering her voice, after everything they've been through, they deserve to celebrate. Show the world they're okay, happy, strong. Your words move me more than I expected. You're right, of course. After so many months of fear and paranoia, of threatening messages and suspicions, perhaps it's time to reclaim our lives, to refuse to continue living in the shadow of fear. You're right, I finally concede. We'll take that too. Josefa seems delighted with our generous purchase, and while she handles the payment, I insist on using my own credit card, despite Diana's offer to charge it to Eduardo's account. I feel a surge of gratitude for this moment of normalcy, for being able to do something as mundane as shopping for my pregnancy. With several bags now in the custody of a patient Marcus, we head to Petit Trésor, the luxurious baby store just a few blocks away. Upon entering, I am immediately enveloped in a world of pastel colors, soft stuffed animals, and tiny clothes that make my heart melt. Oh, God, I mutter, stopping in front of a display of knitted slippers so small they could fit in the palm of my hand. How can they be so tiny? Deanna smiles, picking up a pair in mint green. Just wait until you see them on their little feet. It's surreal, he says with a nostalgia that surprises me. You talk as if you have experience, I observe, curious. Deanna has never mentioned having children or close nephews. For a moment, something crosses his face, an emotion I can't quite identify before his expression returns to its usual composure. I have nephews, remember, she explains after a barely perceptible pause. Something sticks with you. I nod, though something in her tone makes me wonder if there's more to that story. Deanna has always been private about her personal life, a stark contrast to her normally outgoing personality. We wander around the store, marveling at each item, from ergonomic baby bottles to musical mobiles featuring constellations. When we reach the clothing section, I stop, overwhelmed by the choices. How am I supposed to choose? I ask, simultaneously holding up a starprint onesie and one with little woodland animals. It's all too adorable. That's why you bought both, Deanna replies matter-of-factly, adding several more to the growing pile on her arm. And these two. And definitely this outfit for the first official photo. I let her take the reins, enjoying her enthusiasm as she wanders around the store as if on a mission. There's something liberating about allowing myself to do this, to dream openly, to plan, to choose the first clothes that will dress the baby I feared for so long I'd never get to hold. By the time we leave Petit Trésor, Marcus seems slightly overwhelmed by the number of bags he now has to manage. Sienna strategically offers help, probably more out of professional solidarity than real need. Fiola Mare is waiting for us, Diana announces, checking her watch. And just in time for our reservation. The restaurant, with its privileged view of the Potomac River, is one of Eduardo's favorites, although we rarely find time to go there together. The maitre d' welcomes us warmly, leading us to a table by the large windows. From here, the cityscape of the National Palace stretches lazily under the midday sun, creating a picture-perfect picture. Sienna and Marcus sit discreetly at a nearby table, close enough to intervene if necessary, but giving us the space to enjoy our meal in relative privacy. This is exactly what I needed, I confess, letting out a sigh of satisfaction as I take a sip of my lemon water. Thank you for organizing this day. Diana smiles, studying the wine list with expert attention before ordering a glass of Cabernet. That's what friends are for, she replies simply. Besides, it was a perfect excuse to take the day off. Head of Protocols and Institutional Relations at the Supreme Court sounds very distinguished and pays well, but it comes with a lot of work. We order our dishes, pumpkin risotto for me, adhering to Dr. Miller's strict dietary recommendations, and grilled fish for Diana. While we wait, the conversation naturally flows to lighter topics, the latest news about mutual friends, the recent judicial nomination that has all of DC buzzing, the plans for the baby shower Guadalupe is organizing with her usual boundless enthusiasm. Have you thought about names? Diana asks, spreading butter on a piece of artisan bread. Well, yes, I confess. Eduardo wants Nathan for a boy. And I like Victoria for a girl. Nathan and Victoria Ortega, Diana tests the names, nodding appreciatively. They sound like future leaders. Potential judges, perhaps. Rio, shaking his head. Don't give Eduardo any ideas. He's already planning his legal education, and he's not even born yet. Are you surprised? He's an Ortega. The law is in his DNA, Diana points out, a glint of amusement in her eyes. Our dishes arrive, momentarily interrupting our conversation. The risotto is delicious, creamy, and comforting, exactly what my body seems to need. The baby seems to agree, because I feel a bouncy movement that makes me smile. Looks like someone approves of the food, I comment, placing a hand on my stomach where the movements are most noticeable. Diana watches the gesture with an expression I can't quite decipher. There's warmth, yes, but also something else, melancholy. Nostalgia. May I? He asks, tentatively extending his hand. I nod, and she gently places her palm on my belly. Just then, as if introducing herself, the baby gives a particularly strong kick. Diana laughs, genuinely surprised. Wow, that was a good shot. He definitely has the determination of an Ortega. And the stubbornness of a Salinas, I add proudly. He pulls his hand back, but the expression on his face remains, that mix of joy and something deeper, almost painful. Diana, are you okay? I ask softly, noticing how she blinks rapidly, as if holding back emotions she doesn't want to show. Of course, he answers too quickly, taking a sip of his wine. I'm just so happy for you, Isabel. You really deserve it, after everything you've been through. There's a sincerity in her voice that moves me, but I also notice she's deftly sidestepped my real question. Typical of Diana, adept at redirecting awkward conversations, a skill that has served her well in court. We continue eating, the conversation drifting back to lighter topics. Diana tells me about her recent weekend getaway to the Virginia mountains, and I tell her about Guadalupe's latest developments with the baby shower plans. Did you know he ordered custom stationery? I say, laughing. He says digital invitations are too plebeian for the nephew of a Supreme Court justice. Diana rolls her eyes, amused. Sounds exactly like what Guadalupe would do. Remember that New Year's party she threw? She had napkins with each guest's initials on them. Napkins, Isabel. We both laughed, recalling Guadalupe's legendary attention to detail, so different from Elena's cold perfection. Mother and daughter couldn't be more different, Elena with her calculated aristocratic elegance, and Guadalupe with her almost childlike enthusiasm for celebrations. We're finishing dessert, a lemon sorbet for me, tiramisu for Diana, when I notice a slight change in the atmosphere. Sienna has tensed almost imperceptibly, her gaze fixed on a spot behind me. Marcus, always the most stoic, also seems to be on high alert. Diana, following my gaze, frowns. What's going on? He murmurs. Before I can answer, I feel a presence beside me. When I turn, I find myself face to face with Roberta Ross. Roberta, with her perfect figure wrapped in a spectacular dress, her blonde hair tied back in an impeccable bun, and that smile that never reaches her blue eyes. The woman Elena has always considered the ideal partner for her son. Isabel, what a surprise, he says, his voice deliberately sweet. You look radiant. The pause before the compliment is barely perceptible, but it's there, loaded with meaning. Sienna has quietly approached, strategically positioning herself next to me. Roberta, I respond with all the cordiality I can muster. Thank you. His eyes flick briefly to my belly, and something flashes across his face, too fast to identify. I didn't know you frequented Fiola Mare, he continues. I always thought you preferred more accessible places. The subtle dig at my less privileged background doesn't go unnoticed. Beside me, I feel Diana tense. Roberta barely spares Diana a glance before turning her attention back to me. Isabel, I wanted to congratulate you personally. Elena told me about your condition. After trying so long, it must be a real miracle. There's something about her tone, about the way she says, miracle, that sets off all my internal alarm bells. Sienna must sense it too, because she takes a small step forward, placing herself partially between Roberta and me. It is, I reply simply, refusing to take the bait. Roberta looks briefly annoyed by my lack of reaction, but quickly composes her expression. I'm sincerely happy for Eduardo, she says, emphasizing his name in a way that suggests intimacy. He's always wanted to be a father so badly. I remember how we used to talk about it when we were younger. I'm not going to fall for his game. He's just trying to provoke. How thoughtful of you to come here to congratulate my friend, Diana chimes in, her voice deceptively soft. Now, if you'll excuse us, we were just about to leave. Roberta raises a perfectly shaped eyebrow, looking at Diana as if she's just noticed her presence. Of course, he says, before turning back to me. Just one more thing, Isabel. I would recommend you be very careful in these last few months. Stress can be so damaging, can't it? Especially with a history like yours. The veiled threat leaves me momentarily speechless. How does she know about my previous losses? It's information Eduardo and I have kept private, shared only with close family and close friends. Although, of course, my mother-in-law must have told her. Before I can answer, Diana stands up, standing next to me. That sounded oddly like a threat, Miss Ross, he says, all pretense of cordiality abandoned. Perhaps I should remind you that threatening the wife of a federal judge isn't just in bad taste, it's potentially a crime. Roberta steps back slightly, her expression hardening. I was simply expressing concern, he replies coldly. I don't see how that could be interpreted as a threat. I do see that, Deanna insists, her posture now resembling that of a prosecutor in the middle of an interrogation. And given the context of certain, recent incidents, I would find it prudent for you to reconsider your choice of future words. For a moment, I think I see a flash of something like fear in Roberta's eyes. But it disappears so quickly I could have imagined it. It was a pleasure seeing you, he finally says, his tone icy. Give my regards to Eduardo, Isabel. And say hello to Lorena. A malicious smile crosses his lips as he adds. It's funny how well you get along and you don't care. Don't care? I ask, confused. Don't mind that they had a fling a few years ago, Eduardo and Lorena, she explains with deliberate slowness. You know, they slept together. Roberta's words hit me like a bucket of ice water. Lorena. Eduardo. The whole world seems to be shaking beneath my feet. Lorena, my best friend, my boss, the person I've trusted the most since I arrived in D.C. The woman who has supported me unconditionally throughout my pregnancy. Her and Eduardo. Together. When? A high-pitched ringing begins to sound in my ears. The voices around me become distant, muffled by the white noise of my own blood pulsing violently in my temples. I feel a sudden chill run down my spine, immediately followed by a wave of heat that makes my cheeks burn. Isabel. Deanna's voice sounds as if it's coming from far away. I try to respond, but the words catch in my throat. My mind spins dizzily, replaying in rapid succession every interaction between Lorena and Eduardo I've ever witnessed, the glances, the shared jokes, that familiarity I always attributed to years of professional friendship. How could I not have seen it before? Or is it just a calculated lie from Roberta? Chapter 5. Isabel. The constant beeping of a machine pulls me out of the emptiness. I blink several times, trying to orient myself as the fluorescent light hurts my eyes. The unmistakable antiseptic smell hits me, that sterile perfume that clings to the walls, the sheets, my skin. A hospital. Again. A primitive, almost instinctive terror invades me. My hand flies desperately to my belly, searching for the curve that represents all my hope. Fear paralyzes me, suffocating me, while memories of 5 previous stretchers, 5 devastating diagnoses, 5 lost babies crowd my mind like a macabre procession. The baby is fine, Isabel. Eduardo's deep voice reaches me before my eyes find him. I turn my head and see him sitting by the bed. His imposing figure, which normally projects such authority, now seems defeated. His hair is disheveled, as if he's run his fingers through it countless times in a frantic gesture of worry. His tie, the one he tied so perfectly this morning, now hangs loose and crooked around his neck. What happened? I ask, my voice barely a harsh whisper that scrapes my dry throat. Eduardo brings a glass of water to my lips. His hands, always so steady, tremble slightly. There's something strange about his gaze, something I can't quite decipher. You fainted at the restaurant, he explains as I take small sips. Your blood pressure dropped dramatically. Deanna. The restaurant. Baby shopping. Fiola Mare. And then, like a tsunami sweeping everything away, the memory hits me, Roberta Ross, her malicious smile, her carefully poisoned words. Don't mind that they had a fling a few years ago, Eduardo and Lorena. You know, they slept together. The water turns acidic in my mouth. To my right, Deanna stands up from a chair I hadn't noticed until now. Her eyes reveal concern and something else, compassion. Discomfort. "I'm going to get the doctor," he announces, heading for the door. "He'll want to examine you now that you're awake." When the door closes behind her, the silence between Eduardo and me becomes oppressive, almost suffocating. I want to ask him, I need to ask him, but the words catch in my throat. It's as if saying them out loud might make them a reality, a truth I'm not ready to face. Eduardo looks at me, his gray eyes darker than I've ever seen them. He wants to say something, I can tell by the way his lips part, but the moment is interrupted when Diana returns with a doctor. "Mrs. Ortega, I'm Dr. Pascal," he introduces himself, looking at a file. "How are you feeling?" Like I'd been hit by a truck, I answer honestly, unable to elaborate further. "It's understandable," he nods, moving closer to check the machines. "You suffered a severe hypotensive episode caused by an acute stress spike. Your blood pressure dropped to dangerous levels." Her words barely reach me. My mind keeps replaying the scene from the restaurant, Roberta's satisfied face, the feeling of the whole world crumbling beneath my feet as the revelation sank into my consciousness. Fortunately, the fetal monitor shows the baby is perfectly fine, the doctor continues, his words finally penetrating my daze. "There are no signs of fetal distress or placental abruption. But given your history, we need to be extremely cautious." Eduardo visibly tenses. I know the mention of my past losses is like a dagger to him. His hand instinctively moves toward mine, but in a reflex, I pull away, pretending to adjust the sheet. I can't bear his touch now, not until I know the truth. Pain crosses his face like a shadow, and I feel a pang of guilt. But stronger than the guilt is this new feeling growing inside me, distrust, doubt, the feeling that my entire life could be an elaborate lie. "Have you experienced any particularly stressful events today, Ms. Ortega?" the doctor asks, his eyes moving between the notes and my face. A bitter laugh threatens to escape my throat. "Stressful? Is this how you describe discovering that your husband and your best friend have been hiding something crucial from you for 7 years of marriage?" "You could say that," I answer evasively. The doctor looks at me with that clinical look that is meant to be understanding. "As the wife of a federal judge, I understand that your life may be under exceptional pressure," she continues. "But in your condition, with your obstetric history, it's imperative to minimize any stressful situations. For the sake of your baby and your own." His words hit me hard. My baby. Our miracle. The tiny being we've longed for so long, cried for 5 times, endured injections, treatments, shattered and rebuilt hopes for. The only real and true thing in my life right now. When can I leave? I ask, desperately needing to get out of this place, to escape the stares, the constant surveillance, needing space to think, to process, to breathe. "I want to monitor her for a few more hours," he replies. "If everything remains stable, she'll be able to leave this afternoon. But with the strict recommendation of complete rest for at least 48 hours. I nod mechanically, though I care little for their recommendations right now. My mind is occupied by a single question, hammering in my head with the insistence of a heartbeat. Is it true? Eduardo and Lorena. My husband and my best friend. The doctor continues giving instructions that I barely register. He talks about blood pressure, blood tests, and more frequent prenatal checkups. After what seems like an eternity, he finally leaves, leaving us once again with Diana. "Diana," I say, gathering strength for what I must do, "could you leave us alone for a moment?" Surprise briefly crosses his face, but he nods. "Of course," he replies, heading for the door. I'll be right outside if you need me. His eyes moved between Eduardo and me, as if assessing the palpable tension, before silently leaving. When the door closes, silence falls upon us like a stone. Eduardo remains motionless beside the bed, his shoulders tense, his gaze fixed on me with an intensity one once found comforting but now unsettles me. Isabel, he begins, his voice a hoarse whisper, Diana told me what happened. Please, I interrupt, my own voice cracking with the desperation that consumes me, tell me Roberta was lying. The words come out like a plea, laden with all the hope I can muster. I want her to tell me it's a lie, a misunderstanding, a cruel ploy by Roberta to destabilize us. But his face twists with pain, and that expression tells me everything I need to know before he speaks. My heart slumps like a wounded bird. Isabel, he begins, and I hate the way he says my name, so laden with apology and guilt. Is it true? I insist, the words burning in my throat. You and Lorena had something in the past, and I'm the last to know. His silence is an answer in itself, but I need to hear him say it. I need verbal confirmation from my mind to accept this new reality. Eduardo runs a hand through his hair, that characteristic gesture of his that appears when he is deeply stressed. Yes, he finally admits, that single syllable falling between us like shattering glass. But Isabel, it was long before you. Long before we even met. The confirmation is like a punch in the stomach, knocking the wind out of me. Even though I already knew it, even though I'd seen it in his eyes, hearing it from his lips makes it all painfully real. When? For how long? I ask, my voice trembling but determined to know the whole truth. Eduardo sighs, sitting on the edge of the bed. A few months, that's all, he replies. It was when I was a lawyer, before I'd even considered a judicial career. I wasn't even dreaming about the Supreme Court then. We dated for a while, but it was never. He pauses, searching for the words. It was just two adults having a casual thing going on. It was never really serious. The image forms in my mind, painfully clear now. Eduardo and Lorena. Lorena and Eduardo. All those intimate conversations between friends where we talked about our lives, the men we'd been with, where I, naive, told Lorena details of my intimate life with Eduardo. All this time, she already knew what I was like in private. Humiliation burns inside me. So you became friends then? I ask, trying not to let my voice betray how deeply this affects me. We were friends who ended up having a casual thing and then we went back to the friend zone, she replies. Nausea rises in my throat as I try to reconcile this new information with our history. And you introduced her to me as a friend, I mutter angrily. Yes, he admits. I introduced you to her precisely for that reason. It's just friendship, a good friendship. We're all in the legal world. To be honest, I thought you'd get along professionally. I never imagined you'd become so close. And even then you didn't tell me the truth, I continue, the pieces falling into place in a way that now seems suspicious. You let her become one of my best friends. My boss. The woman my husband slept with is now a huge part of my life. Eduardo grimaces at my bluntness, but he can't deny the truth of my words. Isabel, what happened between Lorena and me was history long before I met you, he insists. But when I first saw you in that main hall. His eyes soften at the memory. I've never felt anything like this for anyone. You drove me crazy from the first second, and that feeling has only grown with time. I'm completely crazy about you, and this. Why did you never tell me? I ask, tears threatening to fall. Why did you never mention that you'd been with her? Eduardo looks down for the first time. At first, when we were just getting to know each other, it didn't seem relevant, he explains. Lorena and I had ended a long time ago, without any drama or hurt feelings. And what was growing between you and me was so special. I didn't want to complicate it with details from the past. Do you know how many times I've told Lorena how wonderful you are? How many intimate details I've shared with her? How good you are at sex. And all this time, she already knew exactly how good you were because she was with you first. My voice trembles with the humiliation I now feel in retrospect as Eduardo visibly paled, as if he'd never considered this angle. Isabel, I don't think Lorena thought of it that way, she says, but I can see the doubt in her eyes. It was just a coincidence, a long time ago. How could you know? I counter. You're not a woman. You don't understand what it means to trust another woman, to share your most intimate secrets, only to discover she already knew your husband in ways you didn't even know. Eduardo is silent for a moment, clearly trying to process this perspective he had never considered. I'm sorry, he finally says, the sincerity in his voice palpable. I never saw it that way. I should have told you from the beginning. I need to talk to Lorena, I say firmly, wiping away a stray tear. I want to hear her side of the story. Eduardo frowns, clearly uncomfortable with the idea. Isabel, I don't think this is the best time. And when will it be? I interrupt. This raises so many questions, Eduardo. About Lorena, about you, about everything that's happening. The threats, the messages. My voice cracks slightly. Don't you understand? I don't know who I can trust anymore. Do you know how messed up that is? My hand instinctively rests on my stomach, a protective gesture that doesn't go unnoticed by Eduardo. His expression softens, but concern remains etched in every line of his face. Please, try to calm down, he says, discreetly pointing at the heart monitor, whose beeps have become faster. It's better if we talk about this another time. Look at where we are, why we're here. Indignation washes over me like a wave of heat. Do you think just because we talk about it another time will make it less painful? I snap, my voice shaking with suppressed rage. Less humiliating. Time isn't going to change the fact that my husband and my best friend have been hiding something fundamental from me for 7 years, Eduardo. He sighs deeply, running his hand through his hair again with that nervous gesture I know so well. I don't want you to get any more upset, he says, his voice mixing firmness with concern. Not now, not in your condition. The doctor was very clear about the consequences of stress. And you think I don't know that? I respond, frustration seeping from every word. Do you think I'm not aware that every accelerated heartbeat, every rise or fall in blood pressure, puts our baby at risk? The child we've wanted for so many years. The tears flow freely now, and I make no effort to hold them back. But I need answers, Eduardo. I need the truth. Because right now, I feel like our entire life has been an elaborate lie. Eduardo moves closer, his eyes pleading. Our life isn't a lie, he says with an intensity one can almost physically feel. What we have, what we are together, that's real, Isabel. More real than anything in this world. The machine monitoring my blood pressure beeps a warning, and I try to stay calm. My emotions are like a dam about to break. I don't trust anyone anymore, I declare, the words spilling out like poison. I don't trust Lorena, I don't trust your family. My voice cracks, and I don't even trust you anymore, Eduardo. Her eyes snap open, pain flashing through them. Never in 7 years of marriage had he said anything like that to her. Isabel, please, he pleads, trying to get closer. I know you're hurt, but... Hurt? I repeat with a bitter laugh. Wow, what an understatement. I'm devastated, Eduardo. Humiliated. Betrayed. Do you have any idea what that feels like? Tears stream freely down my cheeks. I've never felt more alone in my entire life than I am right now, sitting in this bed, in front of the man I've shared everything with. Eduardo seems physically struck by my words. He opens and closes his mouth, searching for something to say. This is all because of something that happened years ago, he finally says. Something that ended long before I met you. It shouldn't affect our present, who we are now. My laugh is sharp, cutting. That shouldn't affect our present. I repeat, disbelief coloring every syllable. And what about trust, Eduardo? What about the 7 years you've looked me in the eye knowing you were hiding something important from me? What about every dinner, every event, every moment shared with Lorena, where the two of you kept this secret behind my back? I sit up in bed, ignoring the momentary dizziness. And yes, it affects our present, because in case you've forgotten, there's someone out there sending me anonymous messages, threatening me, watching us. My voice trembles with suppressed rage, and now I'm seriously wondering if I could be this supposed best friend and boss. If the two aren't intertwined. He looks at me as if I've lost my mind. Isabel, that doesn't make sense. Lorena has no reason to. Are you sure? I interrupt, my eyes boring into his. Are you absolutely sure it was as temporary for Lorena as you think? I see doubt forming on his face, uncertainty eclipsing his usual confidence. Don't mix things up, he says, but his voice no longer sounds as convinced. The messages have nothing to do with Lorena. How can you be so sure? I repeat, suspicion taking root even deeper. How can you be sure of anything right now? I'm not sure anymore. Eduardo tries to get closer, his hand extended towards mine. Isabel, please, you need to calm down. For the baby. The mention of our son only serves to intensify my rage. As if I weren't aware every second of the miracle growing inside me. As if I needed to be reminded of it. Don't touch me, I hiss, pulling away abruptly. I don't want to see you right now. He freezes, shock evident in every line of his face. Never, in all our years together, in all our fights, had I spoken to him like that. Isabel. He whispers, the desolation evident in his voice. I don't want you to touch me, I repeat, my voice cracking. And the only reason I'm going back to our house is because I know it's best for this child. I don't want to be running around, I don't want to risk this pregnancy. I take a deep breath, the words I never thought I'd say to Eduardo forming in my mouth. But if it were up to me, I'd get far away from you, I declare, each word a stab I know I'm inflicting. Away from all this, from so many lies, intrigues, and people I don't really know. I look at him directly, making sure he understands the gravity of my next words. And that includes you, Eduardo. The color drains completely from his face. He staggers slightly, as if I'd physically struck him. His eyes, always so confident, so strong, now reveal a pain so raw, so deep, that for a moment I almost regret my words. Almost. But the pain of betrayal is too recent, too acute. You can't be serious, he finally says, his voice barely a broken whisper. Not after everything we've been through together, everything we've built. That's precisely what makes it hurt so much, I reply, tears flowing freely. That despite our intimacy, after everything we've been through together, after every loss, every tear, every moment of shared despair and hope, you still lied to me. I rub my eyes, trying to contain the torrent of emotions. I need time, I finally say, my voice calmer but no less determined. Time to process all of this. Time to decide if I can forgive you, if I can trust you again. Eduardo remains motionless, as if afraid that any movement could make the situation worse. I can see he's processing my words, trying to find his way back to me across this chasm that suddenly opened between us. I'll give you all the time you need, he finally says, his voice firm despite the obvious pain. But I won't walk away, Isabel. I won't let something that happened years ago separate me from you. He runs a trembling hand through his hair. And no matter what you think of me right now, no matter how much you doubt my words, he continues, his gaze deepening. I love you. More than anything in this world. That's never been a lie. It never will be. I need to be alone, is all I say in response to his words. He opens his mouth as if he's about to say something else, but then he walks slowly toward the door, each step evidently painful for him. I'll be right outside if you need me, he says before leaving, his normally upright shoulders now hunched under the weight of my words. When the door closes behind him, the silence that remains is deafening. The beeps of the heart monitor seem to mock me, reminding me that I'm not alone, that I carry a life inside me that depends on my stability, my strength. My hand finds my belly, feeling the slight movement of our baby, as if he wanted to remind me of his presence. I know, I whisper through my tears. I know, little one. Don't worry. Mom is stronger than she looks. And I am. I have to be. Because right now, in this cold, sterile hospital, I've realized a painful truth. I can no longer blindly trust anyone, not even the man who has been my rock for 7 years. From now on, every word, every gesture, every intention will be subjected to the scrutiny of doubt. And whoever is playing this twisted game of messages and threats is about to discover that the naive and trusting Isabel died today, in this hospital room. In her place, a woman was born willing to do anything to protect her son, even stand up to those she once considered her most loved ones. Eduardo. 7 steps toward the window. 7 steps back. My room, our room, had never seemed so immense and, at the same time, so suffocating. Moonlight filters through the curtains, casting shadows that stretch like ghosts across the empty bed. Its side, perfectly made, without the slightest wrinkle to betray its absence. As if I'd never slept there. As if these 7 years together were just a mirage. 3 nights. 72 hours since Isabel moved into the guest room. Exactly 2,160 minutes of silence between us, of shifting glances during meals, of conversations limited to the bare minimum, always focused on the baby, never on us. My fist slams into the wall with controlled force, enough to feel pain, not enough to wake Isabel. I can't afford that luxury, not with her high-risk pregnancy. Guilt consumes me, first for the secret I've kept for years, now for this fury that threatens to overwhelm me. How could something so insignificant become this rift that now threatens to swallow everything we've built? Lorena. A brief, superficial fling, so long ago I can barely recall any details. A relationship I mentally filed away as irrelevant long before I met Isabel. I never felt the need to mention it because, frankly, it never meant anything. It was clear to me, why create a problem where there wasn't one? My reflection in the window reflects the image of a man I barely recognize. Eyes sunken from lack of sleep, a stubble that I haven't bothered to shave, hair disheveled from constantly running my fingers through it. I, Eduardo Ortega, Supreme Court Justice, accustomed to controlling every aspect of my life, reduced to this state by something that happened a decade ago. The irony hits me like a slap in the face. I've made judgments based on truth, on facts, on transparency, and yet I've failed to apply those same principles in my own life. I didn't lie, I tell myself for the umpteenth time, I simply omitted. Isn't that what we all do? Select which parts of our past we share. But Isabel's gaze in the hospital haunts me. That mixture of pain and betrayal, as if she were suddenly wondering who the man she'd shared her life with for 7 years really was. As if every moment together had been tainted by this revelation. "Shut up," I muttered to myself, "you're overreacting." But I can't deny the evidence. Isabel, my Isabel, the woman who has faced 5 losses, countless battles, even my own mother with me, now looks at me like a stranger. And what terrifies me most is that I could lose her. Her and our baby, our miracle. The thought paralyzes me, literally stopping me in my tracks in the middle of the room. My hand instinctively finds my pants pocket, where I carried the first ultrasound, now worn from so much handling. No. I can't accept it. I can't stay here, locked away with my thoughts while my marriage slowly crumbles across the hole. I need to see her, I need to explain, to make her understand that there was never any intention to hurt her. That if I kept quiet, it was precisely because what we had was always too precious, too perfect, to risk over something so inconsequential from my past. Before I know it, I'm in the hallway. Barefoot, wearing pajama pants and a white t-shirt, I stop in front of the guest room door. I hesitate for a second, respecting her request for space, but then I remember her face in the ultrasound, the way her eyes lit up when we first heard the heartbeat, and I know I can't let this tear us apart. I gently turn the knob and enter the room, expecting to find her asleep. Instead, I see her sitting up in bed, phone in hand, her voice a soft whisper in the dim light. "Yes, Mom, I'll be fine," I hear her say, her profile barely illuminated by the dim light of the night lamp. Isabel looks up and sees me standing in the doorway. There's a moment of recognition, of surprise, but not rejection. It's something. She ends the call with a brief goodbye and places the phone on the nightstand, her eyes never leaving mine. "Eduardo," she says, her voice neither cold nor warm, just tired. "Do you need anything?" I take a tentative step forward, as if approaching a wounded animal. I want to close the distance, sit next to her, take her hand in mine. But I respect the invisible wall she's erected between us. "I need you," I answer with brutal honesty. "I need you to forgive me." His expression softens just a bit, so briefly that I can almost imagine it. "We agreed you would give me time," she reminds me, her hands resting protectively on her stomach in a gesture that has become habitual. "I know," I admit, taking another step toward her. "And I'm trying, Isabel, I swear I'm trying. But I'm going crazy. I can't sleep, I can't think about anything but how much I've hurt you and how desperately I want to fix it." She studies me silently, that analytical scrutiny she uses in trials, as if she were evaluating the veracity of difficult testimony. "Do you ever talk about it?" he asks suddenly, each word precise and measured. "I mean, in these 7 years, have you two ever talked about your time together?" The question hits me like an unexpected punch, taking my breath away. It's the last thing I expected, and it leaves me momentarily speechless. Lorena and I talking about our brief romantic past. The thought had never crossed my mind. "No," I finally answer, the simple, straightforward truth. "Never. What happened between Lorena and me was history long before you came into my life, Isabel. It ended without drama, without hurt feelings, we simply understood there was nothing real there, and we remained friends." Isabel nods slowly, processing my answer. The subject never came up. Not even a joke, a casual reference. Never, I repeat firmly. For us, it was completely in the past, something practically forgotten. A bitter smile curves his lips. So I should feel better because it was so inconsequential it wasn't even worth mentioning. Or worse, because it was so insignificant you didn't even think it was important to tell me. I run a hand through my hair, frustrated not with her but with myself, for not being able to make her understand. It's not that. I begin, desperately searching for the right words. I didn't tell you because it didn't mean anything, Isabel. Because what I felt for Lorena isn't even remotely close to what I feel for you. Because I can't even compare that superficial relationship with what we have. But it was important, Eduardo, she insists, her voice firm but not accusatory. It's important because Lorena isn't just any ex. She's my boss, my friend, someone with whom I've shared secrets, insecurities, joys, and sorrows. Someone I've told how well endowed my husband is. Now I imagine her saying to herself, "Oh girl, I know it very well, and I feel stupid, this is so awkward." His words hit me with the force of the truth that was always there but I never wanted to see. You both knew something I didn't. Every time the three of us had dinner together, every time we invited her over, every time she mentioned you in our conversations, there was this secret hanging in the air, something you shared that I was excluded from. Isabel. I take another step closer, unable to stay away when I see her like this. Do you know what it feels like, she asks, her voice cracking slightly. To discover that you were the only ignorant person in a three-way relationship. That the woman you considered your friend knew exactly what your husband was like in private. I finally reach the edge of the bed and sit down, leaving space between us but close enough to feel his warmth. What hurts me the most, she continues, her eyes now shining with unshed tears, is that you made me look foolish. Not intentionally, I know. But the result is the same. You made me believe in a reality that wasn't complete. And then I understand. It's not just the omission that has hurt her so deeply. It's the feeling of having been living in a partial narrative, a story missing key pieces that everyone else knew. I failed you, I admit, the words coming out with difficulty. I didn't see how this would affect you, I didn't put myself in your shoes. I only thought of what was simpler, more comfortable. And what else haven't you told me, Eduardo? She asks, her gaze piercing mine. What other things have you decided I don't need to know? The question leaves me speechless. Because I know it's fair, but I also know it opens a Pandora's box that no relationship can keep completely open. Isabel, I've given you everything of me, I answer truthfully. Every important part, every single thing that defines who I am as a man, as a husband, as a future father. There may be details, things from the past that I haven't shared because I don't consider them relevant, but I have never, ever, hidden anything from you that truly mattered. Her gaze softens slightly, and for the first time in days, I see a glimpse of the Isabel I know, my Isabel. The problem is, I don't know if I can believe you now, he says softly. And I hate feeling this way. Her words are a knife straight to the heart, but at least she's honest. At least we're talking. What can I do? I ask, desperation seeping into my voice. Tell me what you need to trust me again, and I'll do it. Anything, Isabel. Anything. She sighs, running a hand through her hair in a gesture that, I realize with a pang of nostalgia, she has adopted from me. I need time, he replies. I need to process all of this. I need to talk to Lorena, hear her side of the story. And I need you to be completely honest with me from now on. No omissions, no protecting me by deciding what I can and can't handle. I sit, grateful for this roadmap, however imperfect it may be. I promise, I say, daring to extend my hand toward his. Total transparency. Ask whatever you want, and I'll answer you without filters. To my surprise, she doesn't pull her hand away when I touch her. It's a small gesture, but in this moment it feels like a monumental victory. And as for Lorena, I continue, knowing I must address the issue. If you want to talk to her, I understand. But I'd like to be present. Not to control the conversation, but because I think we all deserve the chance to clear the air together, face to face. Isabel considers my proposal for a moment, her thumb unconsciously caressing the back of my hand. No, she finally decides. I need to talk to her alone first. Like women. There are things she might only tell me if you're not there. I want to protest, but I bite my tongue. This isn't the time for impositions, but rather to show that I truly respect their needs. Fine, I concede. Have it your way. A silence settles between us, not as tense as the previous ones, but not entirely comfortable either. There's so much I want to say to him, so many ways I want to reaffirm my love, my commitment, my sincere regret. But I know that right now, less is more. You should rest, I finally say, reluctantly. It's late, and the doctor said you need all the rest you can get. Isabel nods, and for a moment, I think I see a certain reluctance in her eyes, as if she doesn't want me to leave either. Or maybe it's just wishful thinking on my part. I stand up slowly, my fingers separating from his with difficulty. Eduardo, he calls me when I get to the door. I turn around, my heart racing. Yeah. Thank you, he says, his voice soft. For coming. For trying. It's not forgiveness, not even a promise of reconciliation. But it's a beginning, a small ray of light in the darkness that has enveloped our marriage these past few days. I'll always try, Isabel, I reply, putting my whole heart into every word. Because you and this baby are all that matters to me. As I close the door behind me, I don't feel victorious or defeated. I just feel renewed determination. This conversation is just the beginning. I have a lot to prove, a lot of confidence to rebuild. But for the first time since Roberta Ross dropped that bombshell, I feel like maybe, just maybe, Isabel and I will find our way back to each other. Because 7 years don't fade away because of a mistake, and the love we share is stronger than any secret. It has to be. Isabel. The book in my lap is still open to page 43, exactly where I opened it over an hour ago. My eyes skim over the words, something about breathing techniques and contractions, but my mind refuses to process them. The information simply bounces off the surface of my thoughts, like drops of water on hot oil. 4 days. 4 days have passed since Roberta Ross dropped that bombshell on Fiola Mare. 4 days since I discovered that Lorena, my boss, my supposed friend, had been with Eduardo. 4 days since my world, which was already upside down, shattered. I slammed the book shut, unable to continue pretending to concentrate. My hand instinctively slides to my belly, that curve that grows larger every day, the only anchor to sanity in this chaos that has become my life. Don't worry, little one, I whisper. Mom's just processing some things, that's all. But even as I try to calm my baby, anger boils inside me again. Anger for having been the only ignorant one in this twisted equation. Anger for all the times Lorena listened to my stories about Eduardo, my innermost confidences, my insecurities, knowing perfectly well which buttons to push, which strings to pull. Knowing exactly what Eduardo Salinas Ortega was like in bed long before I did. The memory of our conversations over the years hits me like a slap in the face. Those glasses of wine after work where I shared details that now deeply embarrass me. Eduardo does this thing when we're together. God. I cover my face with my hands, humiliation burning like acid. Had he laughed internally? Had he mentally compared notes? Oh yeah, he did that to me too. I can almost feel the bile rising in my throat. Lorena has called 7 times in these past few days. 7 voicemails I haven't deigned to listen to. Dozens of texts I've read but not answered. Part of me wants to confront her, yell at her, maybe even slap her like in those melodramatic soap operas my mother loves. The other part fears what I might discover if I completely tear away this veil of lies. What if there's more? What if what Roberta suggested is true and Lorena still has feelings for Eduardo? What if every moment of friendship was calculated, a way to stay close to the man who, in an alternate universe, could have been hers? The sound of the doorbell snaps me out of my thoughts. I look at my watch, 11:24 a.m. I'm not expecting anyone, and Eduardo is in a meeting with Catalina Langston about the anonymous messages, which, ironically, now seem like the least of my problems. I hear muffled voices from the hall. The soft cadence of Martha, our housekeeper, and then another voice I'd recognize anywhere. A voice that, until recently, I associated with support, trust, and friendship. Lorena. My body tenses immediately, like an animal sensing danger. Of course it would come. Lorena Cowan has never been one to wait patiently for things to resolve themselves. Always direct, always taking the bull by the horns. Pure irony. I wish she'd applied that same quality to telling me the truth about her story with my husband. Mrs. Ortega, Miss Cowan is here. She says she needs to speak with you urgently. Martha's voice filters through the hallway. I can hear the hesitation in her tone, aware of the tension in the house these past few days. I take a deep breath, smoothing down the pale blue maternity dress I picked out this morning. A decision. It's okay, Martha. You can let her in. My voice sounds much firmer than I feel. Good. I need that strength now. Footsteps approach the hallway. The signature click of the Louboutins Lorena always wears, as if life were a permanent runway. The sound that once felt comforting, Lorena arriving to help, to advise, to share a moment, now makes my skin crawl like nails on a chalkboard. And then he appears on the threshold. As always, Lorena is the epitome of sophisticated beauty, that perfect blend of sensuality and elegance that makes women envy her and men turn heads at her passing. A constant reminder of the appeal and presence that have made her an unstoppable force in the courtrooms and social circles of D.C. But there's something different about her. Her eyes, normally confident and direct, now reflect uncertainty. Her hands, usually still and elegant, now twist the handle of her Hermes bag. The great Lorena Cowan, intimidating in the boardroom and the courtroom, seems almost vulnerable. Isabel, her voice has a barely perceptible tremor. I don't stand up to greet her. I don't offer her a seat. I simply look at her, my face carefully composed in that neutral mask I've perfected over 7 years of socializing as the wife of a federal judge. Roberta Ross made it her mission to inform me that you and my husband were lovers, I say without preamble, each word clear and sharp. Curiously, in 7 years of friendship, neither you nor Eduardo thought it relevant to mention it. Lorena closes her eyes briefly, as if receiving a physical blow. When she opens them, there's resignation in them. I can explain, he says, taking a few steps toward me. I'm sure you can, I reply, sarcasm creeping into my tone. You're brilliant at explaining things, Lorena. It's what makes you such a good lawyer. The question is, can I believe a single word that comes out of your mouth? She stops mid-stride, as if she's hit an invisible barrier. Good. I need space, I need this physical distance between us to maintain my resolve. Isabel, please, she asks, her voice now laced with a pleading I've never heard from her before. What Roberta told you, isn't what it sounds like. A bitter laugh escapes my lips before I can contain it. Isn't that what it sounds like? Are you denying that you and Eduardo were together? I ask, raising an eyebrow. Lorena exhales, letting her shoulders drop slightly. No, I don't deny it, she finally admits. Eduardo and I, yes, we had something briefly. But it was a long time ago, Isabel. Long before he met you. And in the 7 years I've been married to him. In the years I've been working with you. Did neither of us ever think that maybe, just maybe, this was information I should have? Lorena takes another step forward, then seems to reconsider and stops. Can I sit down? He asks, pointing to the chair opposite me. Please. This conversation will be difficult standing up. I consider refusing, a small act of cruelty that I know is beneath me. Finally, I nod briefly. Thank you, she murmurs, perching on the edge of her seat, as if she didn't want to take up too much space in my presence. Such a different posture from the dominant and confident Lorena I know. Eduardo and I dated for a few months, almost 10 years ago, she begins, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. We were two young, ambitious lawyers, working impossible hours at the same firm. It started casually and ended the same way. There was no drama, no heartbreak, we just understood there wasn't a real connection between us. His eyes search mine, pleading for understanding. When Eduardo met you, when he told me about you for the first time, I'd never seen him like that with anyone. He was transformed. Enlightened. I knew then that what you two had was real, special. And you decided to be my friend? I ask, the words coming out harsher than I intended. To get close to the woman who had captured the heart of the man you once shared a bed with. Lorena visibly shudders at my words. It wasn't like that, she protests. Eduardo told me so much about you that I felt like I already knew you. And when we finally introduced ourselves, we connected immediately, Isabel. Our friendship was never calculated or fake. So why didn't you tell me? I insist, leaning forward. All these years, why keep it a secret? Lorena exhales slowly, as if ordering her thoughts. At first, it just didn't come up. It didn't seem relevant. And then the more time passed, the harder it became to bring it up. She pauses, her eyes fixed somewhere beyond my shoulder. And to be completely honest, I was afraid I'd lose you as a friend if you knew. So you decided for me. You both decided for me. Indignation boils in my voice. You determined I was too fragile, too insecure to handle this information. No, Isabel, never. Do you know what I've shared with you, Lorena? I interrupt, no longer able to contain the torrent of emotions. The intimate things I've told you about Eduardo and me. Do you have any idea how humiliating it is to know that all this time, while I was telling you about my sex life with Eduardo, you already knew exactly what he was like in bed? The color drains from her face so abruptly that for a moment I fear she might faint. God, Isabel, no. I never thought of it that way. I swear. Her eyes filled with tears, something I'd never seen in the imperturbable Lorena Cowan. I never made comparisons, never. When you told me those things, I only listened as a friend. What I had with Eduardo was so brief, so superficial, and so long ago that I barely remember it. You expect me to believe that? My voice trembles with the force of my disbelief. That you just forgot. That when I was talking about Eduardo, you weren't thinking about your own history with him. Lorena stands abruptly, pacing a few steps across the room, clearly agitated. Her hands are shaking, and for the first time since I've known her, I see her lose that perfect composure that has always characterized her. Do you want to know the truth, Isabel? The whole truth. He turns to face me, his face contorted with a mixture of determination and vulnerability so raw it startles me. What I had with Eduardo meant nothing to me. Nothing. It was convenient, it was physical, but there was never a real connection. It wasn't even particularly memorable. The raw sincerity in his voice momentarily disarms me. The reason I never told you, she continues, her voice cracking slightly, is because I was afraid. Not that you'd push Eduardo away from me, God knows I've never wanted to win him back that way, but that you'd push away. That we'd lose this friendship that's become so vital to me. She takes a step toward me, then another, and this time she doesn't stop until she's on her knees in front of my chair. The great Lorena Cowan, the feared lawyer in the courtroom, is now kneeling in front of me, her eyes shining with unshed tears. Isabel, please, his voice is barely a desperate whisper as he raises a trembling hand to my face. I'm so surprised that I don't pull away when his fingers brush against my cheek in a tentative, almost pleading caress. There's a world of regret in that simple gesture. You're the person who matters to me in this equation. It's always been you. Her eyes, now brimming with tears, have the exact same shattered look I saw in Eduardo that night at the hospital, and then last night in the guest room. A look of utter loss, of terror at the thought of losing something irreplaceable. We worked together, yes, but you're my friend. My best friend. The only person in this cutthroat world of rabbits who truly knows me, who sees beyond the ambitious lawyer. Her voice cracks completely on the last sentence, and a tear finally escapes, sliding down her perfectly made-up cheek. I can't lose you, Isabel, she whispers with a desperation I've never seen in her. Not for this. Not for something that never meant anything compared to what you mean to me. I want to believe her. A part of me desperately longs to believe in the naked sincerity I see in her eyes, in that vulnerability Lorena Cowan never shows the world. But distrust, that shadow that has settled over my heart since Roberta's words, doesn't allow me to accept her explanation so easily. Why should I believe you now? I ask, my voice softer but no less firm. How can I trust you after this? Lorena seems to consider the question carefully before answering. I can't give you an irrefutable reason, he finally admits. Trust is earned, and I've damaged it with this secret. I can only promise you complete honesty from now on and show you over time that this omission doesn't define our friendship. She stands up, smoothing her skirt with an automatic gesture. I'll also understand if you can't or won't forgive me, she adds, her voice shaky but resigned. If you'd rather I step back, I'll respect that. I can even help you find another position if it's too uncomfortable for you to continue working together. The offer surprises me. Lorena Cowan, opening herself up to losing not only a friendship but also one of her best lawyers. It's a gesture I wasn't expecting, and it makes me reconsider some of my harshest judgments. I haven't decided anything yet, I reply after a moment, my hand instinctively protecting my stomach. I need time. I need to process all of this. Lorena nods, understanding. Of course, she takes a step back, picking up her bag. Take all the time you need. I'll be here when you're ready to talk again. She heads for the door, but stops just before leaving, her hand trembling on the handle, her shoulders slumped in a posture I would never have associated with the ever-confident Lorena Cowan. Just think about it, please, he says, his voice barely audible. When you're ready, I'll be here. And with that, she walks out, the door closing softly behind her. The silence that follows is oppressive. I sink into the chair, my mind spinning between rage, confusion, and, surprisingly, a pang of compassion I hadn't expected to feel. The sight of Lorena on her knees, tears streaming down her cheeks, her hand reaching for my face in a gesture of desperate pleading, it's a sight I never thought I'd see. That look in his eyes. Similar to the one I saw Eduardo see in the hospital when I told him I no longer trusted him. The same one that appeared last night when he entered the guest room, his face drawn and his voice cracking with despair. A look of utter loss, of visceral terror at the possibility of losing something fundamental. But there's something else. Something I can't decipher in Lorena's reaction, a depth of emotion that seems disproportionate even for this situation. It leaves me disconcerted, as if I were witnessing only the tip of an iceberg whose mass remains hidden beneath the surface. The intensity of her desperation, the way her entire body seemed to crumble at the thought of losing me as a friend, there's something else there. Something that goes far beyond the guilt of hiding a former relationship, beyond even the worry of losing a valued friendship. What am I missing? What key piece am I missing to fully understand what just happened? Could she really be that good an actress? Or does our friendship really mean that much to her? For years, I've watched Lorena face relentless prosecutors, hostile judges, and powerful businessmen, always without losing her composure, always with that calculated smile and impeccable posture. Never, not once, have I seen her break down like that. And yet, how can I trust? How can I be sure it's not just another manipulation? Right now, there's only one certainty in my life, this little being growing inside me. My priority. My anchor. The only thing truly mine in this labyrinth of half-truths and secrets. And because of him, I will become the most perceptive, most cautious, and strongest person I've ever been. That's why this feeling of bewilderment at what just happened grows stronger every second. I can't accuse Lorena of being the person behind the messages, however, this exchange brings me back to the same question again and again. What am I not seeing? Chapter 6. Isabel. The clock strikes 7:17 in the morning when I open my eyes, conscious of every second of the silence that surrounds me. 9 days. 9 endless days sleeping in this bed that isn't ours, wrapped in sheets that, however luxurious, lack Eduardo's scent, his warmth. This guest room, with its elegant but impersonal decor, has become my refuge and my prison. A neutral territory in this Cold War neither of us wants to continue fighting, but from which neither of us knows how to escape. My hand instinctively slides to my belly, now clearly rounded beneath the silk nightgown. An involuntary smile curves my lips when I feel that now familiar movement, like the fluttering of a butterfly's wings gradually transforming into small, determined kicks. "Good morning to you too, little one," I whisper, stroking the curve where a tiny bump has appeared, probably an elbow or a heel. "You always wake up when Mommy does, don't you?" This small morning ritual has become my anchor, the moment of peace before daily reality, with all its complicated nuances, demands my attention. These brief moments with my son, this pure and true connection, are the only thing that keeps me centered when everything else seems to fall apart. The door opens without warning. There's no tentative knock, no request for permission. And there's Eduardo, occupying the threshold with his commanding presence, as if he had every right to intrude into my personal space. A breakfast tray in one hand, and the rest, pure deliberate provocation. He's wearing only the gray cotton pants I love so much, the ones that fit perfectly around his strong thighs and hang dangerously low on his hips, revealing that perfect V that descends into territories my body remembers all too well. His torso is completely bare, every defined muscle catching the morning light as if sculpted in gilded bronze. Droplets of water still trickle down his chest from his damp hair, tracing tantalizing paths on his skin that my eyes involuntarily follow. It's no coincidence. The bastard knows exactly what he's doing. He's combed his hair, or rather, tousled it, in that specific way I always mention when we're intimacy. That controlled messiness that makes me want to sink my fingers into his hair and tug lightly, just to hear that low growl he makes when he loses control. "Good morning, wife," he murmurs in that husky, deliberately deeper voice he reserves for whispering in my ear when we're tangled up under the sheets. I missed you last night. He doesn't say, I brought you breakfast, or, how did you sleep? He goes straight for the emotional jugular. With those 3 words he knows will stir up memories of all our nights together. My mouth instantly goes dry. 9 days. 9 days without seeing him like this, without that visual intimacy that's always been a fundamental part of our relationship. 9 days of pretending it doesn't affect me, that I can maintain emotional distance. And now he's here, parading himself like a damn Greek god, knowing full well the effect he has on me. You could have knocked before coming in, I managed to say, hating how my voice betrays me with a slight tremor. He approaches with that feline cadence that has always fascinated me, every muscle moving with precision beneath his skin. His eyes never leave mine as he advances, holding my gaze with an intensity that makes my pulse race treacherously. I could have, he admits without apology, approaching the bed. But I got tired of pretending we're not what we are, Isabel. There's something in his gaze I recognize, and it immediately turns me on. It's that expression of absolute determination, the same one he had the night he kissed me for the first time, the same one he displayed when I left for El Paso and he came to get me to bring me back home. It's Eduardo at his most primal, determined, relentless, willing to break down any barrier to get what he wants. And what he wants, obviously, is me. He places the tray on my lap, and in doing so, he deliberately leans in further than necessary. His scent hits me, that blend of sandalwood, citrus, and something purely masculine that is uniquely his. The same perfume he wore the first night we spent together. The detail is no accident. Nothing about Eduardo Ortega is accidental. Cinnamon bread, she says, pointing to a perfectly baked roll on her plate. I made it myself. I got up at 4 to make the dough. His voice is an intimate murmur as he sits so close I can feel the heat emanating from his skin. Not next to me, but practically on top of me, his hips pressing against mine through the sheets in a way that seems casual but I know perfectly well is calculated. As if it were the most natural thing in the world, his hand rests on my belly. A seemingly innocent, even protective gesture, but the way his fingers spread, possessively encompassing the curve where our sun is growing, sends electric currents throughout my body. Good morning to you too, little one, he whispers, leaning into my belly, his warm breath fanning the fine fabric of my nightgown. When he looks up at me, his eyes are filled with such pure admiration it disarms me. You're more beautiful every day, love. The way he looks at me, as if I'm the most perfect creation in the universe, makes my heart race treacherously. He's always known how to do this, make me feel like the only woman in the world with just one look. Since when do you know how to bake? I ask, desperately trying to make small talk while his hand remains on my stomach, his thumb tracing small circles that seem innocent but awaken sensations I thought were dormant. An enigmatic smile curves his lips as he looks me straight in the eyes. YouTube is surprisingly helpful, he replies, then adds with a casualness that throws me off. And so is your mother. I called her. I freeze, the coffee cup halfway to my lips. You called my mother. I managed to say, genuinely surprised. June Salinas. His smile widens, clearly pleased that he managed to surprise me. Exactly. It turned out she was more than willing to share her cooking secrets with her grandson's father. His hand leaves my belly only to take mine, interlacing our fingers with a familiarity that makes my heart race. She dictated this recipe to me step by step over the phone. 3 calls, 1 hour each. Your father says he's never seen her so excited on the phone. With studied ease, as if he had every right to do so, his fingers leave my hand to find a strand of my hair. He slowly twists it between his fingers before tucking it behind my ear, but in the process, his thumb deliberately brushes against that sensitive spot behind my earlobe that he knows perfectly well makes me shudder. It's not a casual touch, it's a declaration of intent, a silent reminder that he knows every inch of my body, every spot that makes me sigh. Eduardo. My voice is a whisper, half reproach, half longing. It's not that simple. It is, he contradicts gently, his eyes scanning my face as if he's memorizing every detail. I love you. You love me. We're creating a life together. His hand slides down to rest on my stomach, the warmth of his palm penetrating through the thin nightgown. The rest are just obstacles, Isabel. And I'm going to knock them all down, one by one, until you're back in our bed. Into our lives. The conviction in his voice, the absolute certainty, stirs something inside me. It's so typical of Eduardo, that unwavering confidence, that determination that refuses to accept failure. It's what made him the youngest judge on the Supreme Court. And now, all that willpower is focused on winning me back. How can you be so sure? I ask, hating the vulnerability in my voice. After everything that's happened, after Lorena, after the secrets. His hand slides from my belly to my cheek, cradling my face with a tenderness that contrasts with the intensity of his gaze. Because I know you, Isabel Ortega, he says, using my full name in that way that always makes my heart race. Better than you know yourself sometimes. And I know that what we have is stronger than a past mistake, stronger than a poorly kept secret. And because I won't stop fighting, Isabel. If you decided to leave me, getting you back would become the fight of my life. The baby chooses that moment to move, a determined kick against Eduardo's hand as it rests on my belly. His face lights up instantly, that expression of wonder and pure love he reserves exclusively for these moments. And despite all my determination, all my carefully constructed defenses, I feel something melt inside me. Eat, he orders softly, pulling away slightly. Our son needs nourishment, and you need to regain your strength. There's something about the way he says, our son, that runs through me like an electric current. The possessiveness, the pride, the indescribable love that charges those two words. This man, so powerful, so feared in the courts, reduced to absolute vulnerability by the existence of this tiny being growing inside me. I take a slice of the cinnamon roll, surprised by how delicious it is. Warm, perfectly spiced, with the perfect balance of sweetness and that tangy note from the cream cheese frosting. Eduardo watches me eat, an almost primal satisfaction in his eyes. It's incredible, I admit, unable to contain a small moan of pleasure. Truly spectacular. So mission accomplished, love, he says, that half-smile returning to his lips. He stands with that feline elegance that has always fascinated me, deliberately stretching so I can fully appreciate every defined muscle in his torso. It's a totally intentional display, a calculated exhibition to remind me exactly what I'm missing by keeping him at a distance. I have to go to court, he says as he heads for the door. But I'll be home early. He pauses in the doorway, turning to look at me one last time. And Isabel. His voice takes on that authoritarian tone he uses in the most intimate moments, the one that sends shivers down my spine. You look beautiful, you're perfect. Before I can respond, he disappears down the hall, leaving me with breakfast, a racing heart, and the distinct feeling that the battle of wills about to begin is one I'm frankly not sure I want to win. It's barely 10 in the morning and I already feel the day stretching out endlessly before me. The office, my office, not Eduardo's, is the only place in the house where I can truly breathe these days. It doesn't have his scent. It isn't imbued with his presence like the rest of the rooms. My laptop displays half a dozen open emails, all with the same underlying theme, offers. Firms that have tried to recruit me over the past 2 years, ever since I won the Miller case against the corporation that was polluting aquifers in rural Virginia. Harper and Associates, one of the most prestigious environmental law firms on the East Coast, even offers me my own team and freedom to choose cases. I sigh, rubbing my temples. It's not like I'm really considering these offers, or am I? The thought of continuing to work with Lorena makes my stomach churn. It's one thing for Eduardo and I to find a way through this, and it's quite another to spend my workdays with the woman who knew my husband in ways I didn't, having to pretend everything is okay. But jumping to another law firm now, in the middle of pregnancy, with all these threatening messages hanging over us like storm clouds, is it really the right time? Maybe I should wait until after the birth. Focus solely on this small miracle. Or maybe open my own practice, something I've always dreamed of but never had the courage to attempt. The idea feels distant, blurry, like something belonging to a different Isabel, to a life where there are no anonymous messages, no revealed secrets, no creeping paranoia that turns every shadow into a threat. God, I just want this whole mess to end once and for all. That we find out who's behind the messages. That Eduardo and I find some balance. That I can sleep peacefully again without wondering who's watching me, who's planning their next move. I stand up and exhale deeply. I look at my belly, which is more prominent every day. 5.5 months. I allow myself a moment to marvel at the fact that we've come so far. Further than ever before. Perhaps that's the only truth that matters right now. My throat suddenly feels dry, and I decide to go to the kitchen for a glass of water. I walk down the hall, listening to the soft sounds of Martha working somewhere in the house. Her presence has become comforting, an anchor of normalcy in the midst of this chaos. Upon entering the living room, I stop dead in my tracks. Elena Ortega is standing in the middle of my living room like an unwelcome apparition. Tall, elegant, impeccably dressed in one of her cupola ensembles, she looks the embodiment of sophistication. And in front of her, with her back straight and an expression I've never seen on her before, is Martha. I repeat, Mrs. Ortega, that the gentleman gave me very clear instructions. Martha's voice is polite but firm, lacking the warmth that normally characterizes her. If you were to appear here, you were to politely invite her to leave. The gentleman does not wish for the peace of Mrs. Isabel to be disturbed in her condition. Elena looks as if she's just been slapped. Her expression oscillates between disbelief and barely contained rage. I wonder how many people in her privileged life have dared to speak to her like that, stand in her face, and deny her something. I assure you I have no intention of upsetting anyone, Elena replies, her tone as icy as the Arctic wind. I just need to speak with my daughter-in-law briefly. I'm sorry, but the gentleman's instructions were very clear, Martha insists, unperturbed. Perhaps I could call another day, when the gentleman is present. I decide to intervene before the situation deteriorates further. Part of me is deeply moved by the way Eduardo has tried to protect me, even anticipating possible visits from his mother. But another part knows that keeping Elena away will only postpone the inevitable. Okay, Martha, I say, moving toward them. I'll welcome my mother-in-law. Both women turn to me. Martha's expression is one of genuine concern, while Elena's. It's hard to decipher what's crossing her face. Her gaze scans my figure, lingering on my visibly rounded belly, and something flickers in her eyes. Surprise? Wariness? Or is it that more complex emotion I've never associated with her, vulnerability? Isabel, he says, his voice strangely devoid of its usual condescending tone. Can we talk? Please have a seat, I reply, pointing at the sofa as I head toward one of the armchairs. Would you like something to drink? Tea? Coffee? No, thank you, she says with a brief wave of her hand. I'll be quick. Martha gives us one last worried look before leaving, though I suspect she won't go too far. Martha's loyalty to Eduardo is evident, and apparently now extends to protecting me as well. Elena sits with her characteristic studied grace, adjusting her skirt with a precise movement. There's no way this woman would do something as mundane as crumple. The day I went to your office. She begins, and there's something odd about the way she approaches the subject, an uncertainty I've never seen in her before. I should have come to talk to you sooner. I frown, confused by her attitude. The Elena I know never hesitates, never seems unsure. The woman in front of me seems like a toned-down version of the Ortega matriarch, as if someone had turned down her usual volume. I've been wanting to come for days, he continues, his gaze fixed on a point over my shoulder, avoiding direct eye contact. I think I should have come sooner. The doorbell rings, startling us both. Martha appears almost instantly from the hallway, confirming my suspicion that she hadn't strayed far. I frown, realizing that she may have been eavesdropping on our conversation, but then I mentally scold myself. My paranoia is reaching ridiculous levels. Martha is just doing her job, protecting me as Eduardo asked. With her proven efficiency, Martha heads for the door. A moment later, I hear a familiar, bubbly, and energetic voice, Diana. My friend enters the living room with her trademark casual confidence, impeccably dressed as always, her smile wide and bright. But that smile freezes on her face when she sees Elena sitting on my couch. The atmosphere changes instantly. A strange, thick, and almost palpable tension fills the room. Diana freezes in the doorway, as if she's accidentally entered a predator's lair. And Elena's reaction is the most disconcerting thing of all. My mother-in-law stiffens, her already perfect posture becoming even more erect, as if someone had slid a steel rod down her spine. Her gaze rakes Diana up and down with such intense scrutiny that I can almost physically feel its weight. I know Elena doesn't like Diana, simply because she's my friend. But this goes beyond her usual disdain. There's something visceral in her reaction, something I can't quite put my finger on, but that makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Diana, I greeted, trying to break the awkward tension. And you're here. Shouldn't you be at court? I was at a meeting nearby, Diana replies, without taking her eyes off Elena. I thought I'd stop by and check on you. Elena stands abruptly, smoothing her skirt in a gesture that seems more like an angry reflex than her usual meticulousness. I think I'll come back another time, she announces, taking her Hermes bag with fingers that, if she didn't know better, she'd say were trembling slightly. But didn't you want to tell me something? I ask, genuinely confused by this sudden change. Diana can wait in. No, Elena interrupts me with a firmness that brooks no reply. It will be another time. And without further ado, she heads for the door with quick, precise steps, almost running away, although Elena Ortega would never do anything as undignified as running away. As she passes Diana, her entire body seems to tense, as if she's making a conscious effort not to retreat. The front door closes behind her, leaving Diana and me in stunned silence. Wow, your mother-in-law is still the life of the town, Diana comments with an ironic laugh, sinking down onto the sofa that Elena has just left. But there's something off about her tone, an underlying tension that contradicts the forced lightness of her words. Her laugh sounds more nervous than amused, and her fingers fidget with the hem of her blazer, a gesture uncharacteristic of the always composed Diana Ramirez. Or is it just my paranoia again, seeing threats and secrets where there aren't any? Am I becoming that person, the one who finds conspiracies in every glance, every gesture? Did I interrupt something important? Diana asks, crossing her long legs with studied elegance. I'm not sure, I answer honestly. He seemed like he wanted to tell me something, but when you showed up. I leave the sentence unfinished, carefully observing Diana's reaction. Something has happened between them, something that goes beyond the natural dislike Elena feels for anyone close to me. He probably just wanted to make peace to get on Edward's good side, Diana suggests, shrugging with a nonchalance that seems almost too calculated. You know how he is, always playing his cards. I nod, but unease settles in my chest like a stone. Elena's reaction was too visceral to be just her usual disdain. And the way Diana avoids my gaze now, as if afraid I might read something in her eyes. I can't be long, Diana says suddenly, standing with a fluid movement. I have a meeting with the president of the court in an hour. I just stopped by to see if you needed anything. I'm fine, I reply automatically, even though nothing is fine. Nothing has been fine since Roberta Ross dropped her bombshell in that restaurant. I'll call you later, he promises, leaning in to kiss my cheek. And, Isabel. He pauses, as if carefully considering his next words. Be careful with Elena, he finally says. You never know what she's really up to. With that, he leaves almost as abruptly as he arrived, leaving me alone with my thoughts swirling and that unsettling feeling that there's something bigger going on around me, something I can't quite see. I walk slowly to the window, watching Diana climb into her sleek Mercedes and drive away. The sun shines off the hood of her car, creating flares that make me squint. Paranoia is insidious. It burrows into the smallest recesses of your mind and spreads, contaminating every thought, every interaction, until you no longer know what's real and what's a figment of your terrified imagination. But I also can't ignore what I just witnessed. The way Elena practically ran away at the sight of Diana. The way Diana avoided talking about it, deflecting the conversation with that final warning that sounded almost like guilt. Be careful with Elena. I lean my forehead against the cold windowpane, closing my eyes as my hand instinctively finds my rounded belly. We're surrounded by secrets, little one, I whisper to my son. And your mother is sick of them all. Even Eduardo's provocative morning visit now seems distant, as if it happened in another life. His display of seduction, so effective just a few hours ago, is overshadowed by this new layer of suspicion that extends over everyone around me. Who can I really trust? The answer hits me with painful clarity. At this moment, perhaps only in the man whose bed I have left, whose trust one have questioned, but who, despite everything, remains the only safe harbor in this storm of doubts and suspicions. Eduardo. With all his imperfection, with all his secrets, with all his mistakes, he's still the only one I completely trust to protect me and our son. And that certainty, more than any seduction strategy, is what finally pushes me to make a decision. Tonight, when I return from court, we'll have a very different conversation than the one he's probably expecting. It's time we stopped dancing around the real problems and faced whatever is stalking us together. Because, if there's anything more terrifying than the idea of forgiving Eduardo's omission, it's the possibility of facing what's coming alone. Isabel. It's 6:30 in the morning when my bare feet carry me to our master bedroom. The room we shared for 7 years and which I left 9 days ago, when the world I thought I knew crumbled beneath my feet. Insomnia has been my only companion tonight. The images repeat themselves on a loop, Lorena tearfully confessing, Elena fleeing in Diana's presence, the strange tension between them. Something about my mother-in-law's reaction defied all logic. It wasn't simply the typical aristocratic disdain that characterizes her interactions with my friends. It was something more visceral, almost rabid. And Diana. The door is ajar. I push it gently, without announcing myself, without asking permission. This is my space too, even though I've been avoiding it for days as if it were enemy territory. And there he is. Eduardo stands in front of the full-length mirror, with only a towel tied around his waist, revealing that sculpted torso I've so often traced with my fingers, with my lips. Droplets of water trickle from his damp hair, tracing paths down his back that my eyes involuntarily follow. The sandalwood and citrus scent of his shower gel permeates every corner, that smell that, no matter what happens, continues to send a shiver of familiarity through me. Her reflection spots me in the doorway. She turns slowly, surprise etched across her features. Cautious hope lights her gray eyes, those that can go from cold steel to liquid mercury in a matter of seconds. I can't prolong this agony any longer. I can't keep accumulating doubts without confronting them. So the words come out of my mouth like projectiles. Have you had anything with Diana? My question hangs between us, so heavy and dense I could almost touch it. Eduardo looks at me as if I've just spoken in an alien language. As if he can't process what I've just asked. As if he's staring at a stranger who has usurped his wife's body. Don't give me that look, I continue, crossing my arms defensively. I had to ask. And considering I just found out you and my other best friend had sex in the past, you'll understand why I want to cover all bases here. On his face, the initial disbelief gives way to something more complex, pain, frustration, and a spark of indignation I recognize all too well. In 2 strides, he's in front of me, so close I can feel the heat emanating from his still damp skin. Without touching me, he invades my personal space with that magnetic presence he's always had. Then, with a gentleness that contrasts with the tension in his jaw, he takes my face in his hands. Let's get a couple of things straight, he says, his voice an octave lower, vibrating with an intensity that makes my skin crawl. I recognize that it was a mistake not to tell you what happened with me and Lorena in the past. I've apologized, and I will apologize for the rest of my life if necessary. His thumbs caress my cheeks almost imperceptibly, an intimate gesture that my body remembers even though my mind tries to keep its distance. But do you really think that if I had something with Diana, considering what we're going through, I wouldn't tell you? There's a raw vulnerability in his voice that disarms me. Do you really think that's the man I am? It's not indignation I see in his eyes. It's genuine pain at the idea that I could think so little of him, that I could believe him capable of repeating the same mistake we're now struggling to overcome. You know me, Isabel, he continues, his voice cracking slightly, like fine glass about to shatter. And fuck, I'm in love with you. I love you. I'm not like those men who go around needing lovers or taking pride in it. I love you, I want you, and no, fuck, I didn't have sex with Diana or anyone in our circle. I exhale slowly, releasing some of the tension building in my chest. I believe him. Despite everything, despite the mistrust that has clouded my judgment these days, I believe him. Because he's right, I know him. I know this man better than I know myself sometimes. And I know, with the same certainty with which I know the sun will rise tomorrow, that Eduardo Salinas Ortega is not a pathological liar or a manipulator. He has made mistakes, but he is not that kind of man. I have so many things on my mind, Eduardo, I confess, letting my defenses fall like a wall that's been besieged for too long. So many theories, so many suspicions. I don't know who to trust anymore. He gently guides me to the bed, sitting beside me without letting go of my hand, as if afraid I'd run away at any moment. For the first time in days, I let it all flow. Elena's strange behavior yesterday, how she practically ran away when Diana showed up. It was the strangest thing I've ever seen, I explain, reliving the scene. It wasn't just contempt or irritation. Elena looked at Diana like, I don't know how to describe it. Rage? There was something visceral about her reaction, Eduardo. As if seeing her had provoked a physical response. It doesn't make sense. We know Elena can't stand my friends, but this was different. Deeper. More personal. Eduardo listened silently, his brow gradually furrowing. And Diana, I continued. She seemed strange. I don't trust anyone, I finally admit, my voice barely a whisper in the stillness of the morning. There are so many theories running through my head that I could write a damn novel. What if Diana is involved in the messages? What if your mother and her have some kind of history we don't know about? What if Lorena is part of this too? What if? Eduardo silences me with a gentle finger on my lips, a gesture so intimate that it brings back memories of simpler times, when the biggest problem in our lives was deciding where to spend our vacations. Isabel, he says, my name a caress on his mouth. You're not alone in this. You never have been. His hand slides down to my belly, protectively cradling the curve where our son grows. In that simple gesture, there's so much devotion, so much promise of protection, that I feel a lump form in my throat. I promise you will find out who's behind all this, she says with that unwavering conviction that has always made me feel safe. Together. As it was always meant to be. And for the first time in 9 days, I allow myself to lean into him, seeking that refuge that only his arms can provide. Because maybe I don't have all the answers, maybe the trust is still fractured and needs time to fully heal, but one thing is certain, if we're going to face whatever's stalking us, we'll do it together. Because if I've learned anything in these days of loneliness and paranoia, it's that Eduardo Ortega, with all his imperfections and mistakes, remains the only safe harbor in this storm that threatens to engulf us. Later that day, after mulling over the conversation with Eduardo, I make a decision. I can't continue like this, accumulating theories and suspicions, letting my mind concoct ever more twisted scenarios. I need concrete answers. And if I've learned anything as a lawyer, it's that when you want the truth, it's best to go straight to the source. Diana. My best friend. Or at least I hope so. We agreed to meet at her apartment. While it's true that she has nothing to do with my husband, or at least I hope so after my conversation with Eduardo this morning, it's also true that she's hiding something from me. I know her. There's something you're not telling me. And today I'm going to find out what it is. When I arrive at her building with the security team, the ones who now carry me everywhere like an extension of my own body, I feel a mixture of determination and nervousness. Marcus and Sienna maintain their usual professional silence as we take the elevator to the 14th floor. Diana's penthouse is exactly what you'd expect, elegant, sophisticated, intimidating in its perfection. I ring the bell and wait, trying to calm my racing heart. Diana opens the door almost immediately. She greets me with a smile, although there's a strange expression on her face, something I can't quite place. Guilt. Resignation. I knew you'd sense something, he says as he leads me inside. I should have known. He starts apologizing, and that makes me instantly tense up. Wait, what's he apologizing for? My mind connects the dots at breakneck speed, and the conclusion I reach makes my heart slowly begin to break. I begin to shake my head, unable to accept what his words seem to confirm. Please, Diana, tell me that. My voice breaks, unable to complete the sentence. Diana frowns and raises her hands in a defensive gesture. Wait, what the heck are we talking about here? Her confusion seems genuine, which only increases mine. What do you think, Diana? I reply, my voice barely a whisper. The message is, you. Her eyes widen in surprise and something like genuine indignation crosses her face. Have you gone crazy? She exclaims, taking a step back as if my words were a physical slap. Do you think I'd send threats? To you? For God's sake, Isabel. The vehemence of his denial makes me hesitate for a moment. Have I been completely wrong? Have I allowed paranoia and fear to cloud my judgment to the point of accusing one of the few people who have always been on my side? Your behavior yesterday, I say, trying to maintain my composure. The way you reacted when you saw Elena. How you evaded my questions. Your warning. Diana runs a hand through her hair, an unusually discomposed gesture for someone who always maintains such a controlled image. And that's why you assume I'm threatening you? She asks, genuinely horrified. Isabel, we've been friends for years. I've supported you through everything. For God's sake, I even went with you to buy the damn crib for the baby. She's right. Diana has been by my side constantly over the years. But so has Lorena, and it turns out she and Eduardo shared a secret they kept from me for 7 years. Trust, once broken, is hard to repair. Then explain to me, I demand, my voice finding its firmness. Explain to me what happened yesterday with Elena. Because that wasn't normal, Diana. I've never seen my mother-in-law run away from a situation like that. Diana sighs deeply and heads to the liquor cabinet in the corner of her elegant living room. She pours herself a generous amount of whiskey, knocking it back in one gulp. I can't remember the last time I saw Diana Ramirez, always so measured and controlled, needing a drink to face a conversation. Sebastian and I had a relationship, she finally blurts out, the words falling like stones into a still pond. A relationship that ended very badly. Your brother-in-law and I. She shakes her head, as if she still can't believe her own decisions. And Elena knows it. I'm in shock, completely paralyzed. Of all the possible explanations, this was absolutely the last one I expected. Wait, what? I manage to utter, as my brain tries to process this information. Of all the things I expected, this was the last thing. Diana slumps onto the sofa, all her usual elegance abandoning her for a moment. She looks suddenly exhausted, vulnerable in a way I've never seen her before. Yes, Isabel, she says with a bitter smile. I'm the idiot who fell in love with a married man. Who's in the middle of a contentious, silent divorce, which your mother-in-law wants to avoid because, oh guess what, she doesn't want Sebastian to separate even though his wife has cheated on him with his Pilates teacher and God knows how many others. The information hits me in waves. Sebastian. Diana. A secret divorce. Vanessa being unfaithful. Elena trying to keep everything under control. Wait, Sebastian is getting a divorce. And Vanessa cheated on him. I ask, truly stunned. How come I didn't know about this? Diana lets out a humorless laugh, pouring herself another drink, which she only stares at this time. Because you're in a family where dirty laundry is washed at home, Isabel, he replies, bitterness tinging every word. And your mother-in-law is very good at hiding things. Her face changes, and for the first time since I've known her, I see Diana completely vulnerable, without masks, without the professional facade she always maintains. She sinks further into the sofa, her shoulders slumping as if she were carrying an invisible weight. We're not together anymore, she says quietly, staring at the glass in her hands as if it holds all the answers. A lot has happened. I don't want to go into details because it's too painful, but the bottom line is, I made a mistake falling in love with him. I should have known better, but... She gestures vaguely with her hand. Things happen. And then the unthinkable happens. Diana Ramirez, the ironclad woman, the ruthless lawyer I've seen destroy witnesses on the stand without flinching, collapses. Tears begin to stream down her perfectly made-up cheeks as she covers her face with one hand. I'm devastated, Isabel, she confesses, her voice cracking. I really wanted to tell you, but no one knows except those involved. I approach her instinctively and place a hand on her shoulder. I'd never seen her like this, so broken, so human. Does Vanessa know too? I ask softly. Deanna nods, wiping her tears with the back of her hand, a surprisingly childish gesture for her. She made a big fuss, she says, regaining some of her composure. She went all the way to Miami and threatened me. Elena did it too, but you know me, a flash of the Diana I know is emerging here. I stood up to her. I didn't let her boss me around. But it's all been a disaster, Isabel. Everything is a disaster. She runs her hands through her hair, ruffling it, another gesture so uncharacteristic of the always impeccable Diana. And you were immersed in your own mess, she continues. With the pregnancy, with the texts. I didn't want to add more problems to your plate. I suppose Sebastian feels the same way about his brother. He hasn't told him because you're both going through so much. Oh my God, Diana, I exclaim, sinking back onto the couch as I try to process this completely unexpected revelation. Of all the scenarios that ran through my mind, this is the last one I expected. Diana raises a perfectly shaped eyebrow, momentarily regaining some of her trademark sarcasm. She crosses her long legs with that innate elegance that has always distinguished her and studies me with a mixture of amusement and indignation. Yes, I believe you, she replies with a wry smile that doesn't reach her eyes. You even thought I was the one behind the messages. Have you gone crazy? She shakes her head, making her dark hair move in perfect waves. And what else did you think? That I was secretly in love with Eduardo or something? His voice takes on a more serious tone as he leans slightly toward me. It's true that the world has become incomprehensible, Isabel, but there are people who still have insurmountable limits, and for me one of them is never betraying someone I consider more than a friend, a sister. The sincerity in his voice moves me and makes the guilt over my suspicions intensify. I sigh deeply, feeling the accumulated tension of days begin to dissipate, replaced by an overwhelming tiredness. I'm sorry, I say, genuinely contrite, rubbing my temples. But it's just that after what happened with Lorena, you know. I'm paranoid. When I found out my best friend had been with my husband and they kept it from me for 7 years. I guess I started seeing conspiracies everywhere. Diana softens her expression and nods understandingly. For a moment, I see the friend I've always trusted again, not the stranger she seemed to me these past few days. I stare at her, trying to reconcile my image of her with this shocking new revelation. You and Sebastian? I ask, still incredulous, shaking my head slightly. How come I never saw him? I mean, we see each other regularly, we socialize in the same circles. How could you hide it so well? Diana places her whiskey glass on the glass table with a soft clink and tucks a strand of hair behind her ear, a surprisingly vulnerable gesture for someone who always maintains impeccable composure. Isabel, do you have any idea of the resources Sebastian has at his disposal? She asks, her tone somewhere between admiration and bitterness. When you're as absurdly rich as he is, discretion isn't a luxury, it's a service you buy. He stands and walks to the panoramic window that offers a privileged view of the Potomac. The afternoon light outlines his silhouette as he continues. Sebastian has his own private plane, Isabel. Not a shared jet, not a luxury charter service. His own Gulfstream G650, customized down to the last detail. He can decide at 3 a.m. that he wants to have breakfast in Miami, and by 6 he's already landing in a private hangar where no one asks questions or takes pictures. He looks back at me, and there's a flash of something like nostalgia in his eyes. Almost our entire story took place in Miami. It started on your birthday, when I came here last year. We ran into each other at the hotel bar when I went downstairs for a drink after your party. He was alone, I was alone. One conversation led to another but that was almost a year ago. I interrupt, quickly doing the mental calculation, increasingly surprised by the magnitude of what he's telling me. Yes, Diana admits with a sigh that seems to carry the weight of all those months. We started out seeing each other sporadically. He would fly to Miami under any corporate excuse, or I would fabricate cases that required my presence in D.C. We would meet at properties that aren't even listed in public records, hotels where staff members sign confidentiality agreements so strict that violating them would mean financial ruin. She pauses for a moment, as if lost in memories, before continuing. It was the biggest mistake of my life, Isabel, because I should have known it wouldn't be easy. I should have been smarter, more cautious. I fell like a schoolgirl into that whirlpool of luxury, secrets, and promises. He sits back down in front of me, his expression now more serious. Vanessa is never going to let Sebastian go, and it's not just out of love or spite, he explains. Have you seen Sebastian's number on the list of the world's richest people? I shake my head, surprised by the question. 3, Diana replies with a bitter smile. Fucking number 3, Isabel. We're not talking millions, but billions. He controls industries on 4 continents. He has mansions he doesn't even visit once a year. His art collection is worth more than the GDP of some small countries. I blinked, taking in the magnitude of what he's telling me. I've always known the Ortega family was extremely wealthy, but I've never thought in such specific terms. And Vanessa, Diana continues, is holding on to everything to keep him from going. And now, with the support of Elena, who has her own interests in maintaining the perfect image of the family, and using the girl as an emotional weapon. She pauses meaningfully. I realized that had to end. So you broke up with him? I ask, increasingly impressed by the sheer willpower it would have taken to give up on someone I clearly had deep feelings for. Yes, he confirms, though a shadow crosses his face, revealing there's more to the story than he's sharing. Although he doesn't give up. Sebastián Ortega isn't used to being told no. When you have that much power, that many resources, the word impossible ceases to exist in your vocabulary. A new doubt arises in my mind as I try to understand the whole situation and its implications. But doesn't coming here make it worse? I ask. Being in the same city, moving in the same circles, seems like a recipe for disaster. Wouldn't it have been easier to stay in Miami, away from all this? Diana lets out a short laugh, laced with irony. Believe me, after the scandal Vanessa caused at my firm, in front of the partners and all, being in Miami is much worse, he replies, and I can see a flash of humiliation in his eyes. She showed up in the middle of a partner meeting, Isabel. She stormed in, and in front of the 20 most important lawyers on the East Coast, she called me everything: homewrecker, social climber, gold digger. She said she'd gotten me into her husband's bed to secure lucrative cases for me. He runs a hand through his hair, a gesture that betrays his discomfort at remembering. It was devastating. Professionally, a blow I wasn't sure I could recover from. And personally, the biggest humiliation of my life. I can almost picture the scene, and a shiver runs through me at the thought of Diana, always so composed and professional, at the center of such a scandal. And before you ask, he continues, anticipating my next question, I didn't come here because of him. The job Eduardo offered me is extraordinary, an opportunity one would have been stupid to turn down. The Supreme Court, Isabel. There's no higher echelon in our profession. It's opening doors to new realms I never would have considered possible in Miami. I nod slowly, processing all this information, which completely reshapes my understanding of the dynamics within the Ortega family. The perfect image that Elena has worked so hard to maintain seems to be crumbling before my eyes. Sebastián and Vanessa, always portrayed as the ideal couple at social events and in magazines, are now revealed as a fractured marriage sustained solely by convenience, power, and money. Why did Elena react like that when she saw you at home? I ask, still trying to understand all the nuances of this situation. It seemed like more than just dislike. Deanna sighs deeply as she leans back on the sofa. The usual elegance of her movements now seems burdened with an invisible weight. She swirls the amber liquid in her glass with a distracted gesture, watching the light refract through the whiskey. Because we had a pretty intense confrontation 2 days ago, she finally explains, her voice taking on a cutting edge at the memory. He showed up at my office. She lets out a bitter laugh that has no humor at all, a sound that seems to scratch the air between us. It's all very civilized, very Elena. Cupola suit, perfect pearls, that exclusive perfume she uses that costs more than most people's monthly salary. Deanna takes a sip of her drink before continuing. She explained to me with that terrifying calm of hers that I had to stop being such a bitch, those were her exact words. That Sebastian had a family to support, a public image to protect. As if I were some kind of threat to her precious world of appearances. Indignation shines in her eyes, that fire I've always admired in her, that refusal to be intimidated even by the most powerful. And what did you say to her? I ask, although I can imagine the answer. Diana has never been one to keep quiet, not even in front of someone as imposing as Elena Ortega. I told her exactly where she could shove her words, she replies, straightening slightly, her posture regaining some of its characteristic firmness. I told her that her eldest son was an adult capable of making his own decisions, and that perhaps if she weren't so obsessed with keeping up appearances, the Ortega family could finally breathe. A crooked smile appears on his lips before he adds, I've stolen your place as the woman he despises the most, seriously. His expression darkened slightly. We said some really ugly things to each other that day. The kind of words that can't be taken back, that cut like knives. That's why he can't stand being in the same place as me. I look at her closely, noticing for the first time the small signs I had missed, the shadows under her eyes expertly concealed with makeup, the barely perceptible tension at the corner of her lips, that glimmer of vulnerability that occasionally peeks through her strong facade. I exhale slowly and look at my friend with renewed affection, recognizing how much it must have cost her to share all of this with me. So you told me a half-truth about the married man and all that when you arrived in D.C., I say, not as an accusation but as a simple statement. She nods, the perfect mask of control cracking for a moment. Yeah, you know, sweet lies, bitter truths, she replies with a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. Saying I'm having an affair with your husband's brother didn't seem like the best way to start my life here. I'm sorry, friend, I say softly, reaching out to take her hand. For what you're going through. Forever doubting you. She smiles and waves it off, that graceful, nonchalant move so typical of her. But now, with my eyes wide open, I can clearly see what lies behind that carefully constructed facade. The pain in her eyes is so evident that I wonder how I could have missed it before. She's devastated, completely devastated, even though she's trying her hardest to put on a brave face. I get up and sit next to her, wrapping her in a hug that seems to take her by surprise. For a moment, she tenses, as if unsure how to react to this gesture of affection, but then she surrenders and rests her head on my shoulder. It's a moment of vulnerability I know she doesn't show to many people. You'll get through this, I assure her, gently rubbing her back. You're the strongest woman I know, Diana. If anyone can make it through this, it's you. When we part, I notice her blinking rapidly, fighting back tears she refuses to shed. Always proud, always dignified, even in her weakest moments. Thank you, he says simply, his voice barely a whisper. We sat in silence for a moment, the kind of comfortable silence that only exists between true friends. We didn't need to fill the space with words, there's an understanding that goes beyond language. Chapter 7. Isabel. Chaos reigns in our house from early morning. Guadalupe, Eduardo's sister, invades every corner with her boundless energy and her grandiose vision of what must be the most memorable baby shower in the history of Conejos. Despite my pleas for something intimate and simple, Guadalupe Ortega has other plans. Not that way. I said the tables go by the windows. Guadalupe's voice echoes from the living room as I watch the endless parade of florists, waiters, and decorators from the relative calm of the kitchen. Martha offers me a cup of ginger tea with a sympathetic smile. Miss Guadalupe is very enthusiastic, he comments diplomatically. I let out a soft laugh. It's a fancy way of saying it's an unstoppable whirlwind. I bring the cup to my lips, grateful for the comforting warmth of the tea. The last few weeks have been strangely peaceful. Eduardo and I have regained a certain normalcy in our relationship, although we are still rebuilding trust brick by brick. The anonymous messages have stopped, which allows me to sleep better at night. And after my conversation with Diana, I feel like a huge weight has been lifted from my shoulders. It wasn't Diana. It was never Diana. My paranoia had led me to suspect one of the few people who was actually on my side. Isabel. Guadalupe's voice interrupts my thoughts. You have to come see this before the guests arrive. With a resigned sigh, I leave my refuge and head into the living room. What I see takes my breath away, but for completely unexpected reasons. The living room is enveloped in a warm and inviting atmosphere, where every corner tells a story. Guadalupe has transformed the space into a setting of memories and hope, combining soft tones of white, beige, and pastel blue with gold details that add an elegant and ethereal feel. The highlight of the decor is the carefully arranged photographs throughout the room. On a main wall, a photo mural captures special moments in our history together, images from our first dates to our wedding, intertwined with individual snapshots that reflect our personalities and dreams. The photos are framed in gilded frames and hang from thin cords amid warm lights, creating an intimate and nostalgic effect. Above the dessert table, another photographic composition extends like a timeline, showing the evolution of our relationship up to the moment we decided to start a family. Some images are placed on small easels next to jars of candy and floral arrangements of hydrangeas and white roses, while others float in transparent balloons with satin ribbons, like memories suspended in the air. Guadalupe, it's beautiful, I admit, genuinely impressed by her work. She squeals with joy and hugs me enthusiastically, her expensive perfume enveloping me in a floral cloud. I knew it. I knew you'd love it once you saw it finished. But then my gaze falls on one of the photographs, and I frown. It's me, sitting in my favorite corner of the cafe near the buffet, cup of tea in my hands, watching the rain fall through the window. The image captures the exact light that illuminates my profile, highlighting the curve of my neck, the way my eyelashes cast shadows on my cheeks. It's not simply a photograph. It's a contemplation, almost a visual worship. My eyes jump to another image. I'm entering the firm's building, slightly in profile, the wind playing with my hair as I hold my briefcase. The photographer has captured that fleeting moment when I smile slightly, a moment that reveals an unconscious grace. The morning light surrounds me like a golden halo. It's an image that seems taken by a lover, someone who not only observes me, but worships me. A third photograph leaves me speechless. I'm in our backyard, lying in the hammock with a book, dozing under the shade of the oak tree. My hand rests protectively on my barely visible belly. The composition is almost poetic, the curve of my body against the green of the garden, my hair spilling over the hammock fabric, my expression of absolute serenity. It's not the gaze of a stalker I perceive in this image, but that of someone for whom every one of my gestures, no matter how small, deserves to be immortalized. Guadalupe, my voice sounds tense. Where did you get all these photos? She blinks, surprised by my tone. Well, Eduardo gave me some of them, of course. The older ones, especially. The ones from our courtship and wedding, he explains, pointing to several images I recognize. But these ones down here. One of the waiters interrupts her, asking about the arrangement of the glasses for the non-alcoholic champagne. Oh my God. I told you clearly, not those cut glass cups, she exclaims, exasperated. Give me a second, Isabel. I have to fix this, or it'll be a disaster. And with that, she takes off towards the waiter, leaving me standing there with the question hanging in the air and a knot forming in my stomach. I feel strong arms wrap around me from behind, and Eduardo's familiar scent envelopes me, momentarily reassuring. I told you I'd make a big deal out of it, he whispers in my ear, his warm breath against my skin sending an involuntary shiver through me. I turn in his arms and look him straight in the eyes. Do you know where she got the photos for the decor? I ask, trying to keep my voice casual. Eduardo glances at the photo wall, his relaxed expression gradually turning more serious as his eyes linger on the same images that caught my attention. Well, I did pass on some of them, but... Her voice trailed off as she leaned closer to examine all the photographs. And those other ones where you can see them. He turns to me with an expression I know all too well, eyes narrowed, jaw set, lips set in a hard line. Who took those from below? His eyes are fixed on mine, jealousy, that which darkens his beautiful gray eyes is jealousy. I roll my eyes. Honey, I just asked you who gave him the photos. Doesn't that give you a clue that I have no idea? His voice drops an octave, taking on the tone he uses in court when pressuring a witness. Do you really not know who took them? They look so personal, he continues, without giving me time to respond, studying my face with an intensity that almost hurts. Like the ones I sometimes take of you, to contemplate you in private. His jaw visibly tenses as he looks back at the images. I have no idea, I answer. The doorbell rings, interrupting our conversation. The first guests are arriving. We'll talk about this later, Eduardo whispers, placing a kiss on my lips. I nod as I watch Guadalupe run toward the door, a perfect smile already on her face, as if a switch had been flipped. The impeccable hostess, the perfect Ortega. The celebration is in full swing. The house is buzzing with laughter, conversation, and that special energy that only comes when a group of people gather to celebrate a new life. Guadalupe has invited practically all of Conejos, judges, politicians, prestigious lawyers, all mingled with family and close friends in a perfect display of the Ortega family's power and influence. Diana arrives a little late, beautiful as ever in a cobalt blue dress that highlights her spectacular figure. She approaches me, weaving her way through the guests with that natural sparkle that has always characterized her, and hugs me tightly. Sorry I'm late, he whispers in my ear. I had to review some last-minute documents for the court. When we part ways, I notice the small signs that only a close friend would recognize, the tension at the corner of her lips, the dark circles carefully hidden under her makeup, the way her eyes scan the room as if assessing a potential danger zone. This is more ostentatious than I expected, she comments, taking in the elaborate decor. Guadalupe really outdid herself. I don't even recognize my own house, I reply with a resigned smile. I tried to convince her of something more intimate, but you know her when she gets something in her head. Diana laughs, a warm, genuine sound that reminds me why her friendship has always been my refuge. We move to a quieter corner, where we can talk without having to raise our voices over the general noise. Give me all the details, she asks, linking her arm through mine like we used to in college. How are you feeling? Nausea. Crazy cravings. Is Eduardo being an attentive husband, or should I remind him of his obligations? Her genuine interest makes me smile. Despite all the recent drama, Diana is still Diana, straightforward, protective, loyal. I'm fine, better than ever, actually, I reply, unconsciously placing a hand on my stomach. The nausea is almost gone, although I still can't tolerate the smell of coffee. A real tragedy, he jokes. I remember how you drank an entire pot of coffee during final exams. As we talk, I see her eyes occasionally stray toward the door, waiting for someone she both fears and yearns to see. I can't help but worry for her. Hey, you know he's coming, right? I ask quietly, leaning toward her. I mean Sebastian and, Vanessa and Clara. Diana nods, her expression transforming into a mask of nonchalance that she can't quite maintain. Don't worry, I already told you that's over, she replies, taking a sip of champagne she's taken from a passing tray. Don't worry about it. Besides, today's your day. Her attempt to sound nonchalant only intensifies my concern for her. I know that survival strategy all too well. I've witnessed Diana build her career by always showing strength, even when she was falling apart inside. You can talk to me about anything, right? I insist, gently squeezing her hand. After all the support you've given me. Diana smiles, a more genuine smile this time. I know, and I appreciate it. But not today, she says firmly. Today we celebrate Victoria or Nathan, depending on what that extravaganza Guadalupe has prepared reveals. I nod, respecting her decision, though I can't help but feel like my friend is carrying too heavy a load on her own. Before I can say anything else, movement in the doorway catches our attention. Sebastian has just walked in, looking as stunning as ever in beige linen trousers and a rolled-up light blue shirt that highlights his athletic physique without seeming too formal for the occasion. His perfect smile lights up the room, and for a moment I understand exactly why Diana fell so deeply. Beside him, Vanessa glows in a champagne-colored dress that seems to flow like water around her slender figure. Between them, holding her hands, is Clara, a tiny version of her mother with her father's natural charisma. The perfect family. The image Elena Ortega has worked so hard to maintain, despite the cracks that threaten to destroy it. I feel Diana tense beside me, her hand tightening around the glass she's holding. Her breathing changes, almost imperceptibly, becoming more controlled, more measured. She's using every technique she can to maintain her composure. I think I need another drink, he murmurs, and before I can reply, he slinks off to the makeshift bar at the other end of the room. Sebastian leads them toward us, his gaze briefly following Diana's retreating figure, a flash of something, pain, longing, momentarily darkening his eyes. It's so fleeting that anyone not watching closely would have missed it. But I see it, and I know it's not my imagination. Sister-in-law, he says softly, leaning down to kiss me on both cheeks. You look radiant. Pregnancy looks wonderful on you. Thank you, Sebastian, I reply, accepting his hug. I'm glad you could come. Vanessa approaches with that studied elegance she's always had. Her smile is perfect, like everything about her, at least to the outside world. It's incredible how these two have kept the disaster that is their marriage a secret, but I suppose the Ortegas are experts at that. Isabel, my dear, we're delighted to be here, he says, and although his tone is warm, there's a distance in his eyes that I've never been able to fully decipher. This woman would be the perfect successor to my mother-in-law, perhaps that's why he prefers that I remain married to his son despite having cheated on him. Appearances, everything with these people is appearances and power games. I then affectionately caress Clara. The girl hugs my waist, transmitting the pure love that only children can give. Sebastian smiles with genuine paternal pride, but his eyes keep wandering toward the bar where Diana is now chatting with one of the Ninth Circuit judges. There's a tension between them, invisible to most but palpable to me, like an invisible thread that keeps them constantly aware of each other's position in the room. Eduardo appears at my side as if he sensed I needed him, his hand finding mine with that naturalness that always makes me feel safe. "Brother," she greets Sebastian as always, patting him on the back and giving Vanessa a kiss. Then she leans over and takes her niece in her arms. Clara laughs, delighted with the attention, and begins to tell Eduardo about her new set of brushes. She loves painting. While they talk, I notice Vanessa watching Sebastian, her expression becoming more tense when he looks back at Diana. There's something calculating in her gaze, something cold that makes me shudder. The party continues around us. I see Elena Ortega and my father-in-law conversing with Judge Peterson, her posture perfect, her dress impeccable, every inch of her exuding power and control. Eduardo watches her from a distance, like a hawk, his expression turning more serious every time she gets close to one of our friends. Years of manipulation and poisonous comments have left wounds that not even our recent truce has managed to fully heal. Diana returns to my side, crossing her arm with mine, when Sebastian has walked away with Eduardo and Vanessa has also started talking to one of her friends. "You're handling this better than I expected," I comment quietly. "Years of practice in hostile courts," he replies with a bitterness he rarely lets on. Before I can answer, Guadalupe appears at our side, resplendent in a pale pink dress that looks like something out of a spring fashion catalog. "It's game time," she announces with that boundless energy that has always fascinated and exhausted me in equal measure. "First, guess the size of Mommy's tummy. Then, how well do you know the parents? And then..." Her eyes sparkle with anticipation. "We'll head out into the garden for the big moment." He winks at me conspiratorially, and I feel a small knot of nerves. Eduardo and I had agreed not to find out the baby's sex until after birth, keeping that final surprise intact, but Guadalupe convinced us it would be at the perfect moment to reveal it during the baby shower. "Think about the photos, the excitement of the moment," she insisted. And like so many other times with her, we ended up giving in. The games are filled with laughter and jokes. Diana, momentarily free from Sebastian's immediate presence, relaxes enough to show her competitive side, winning the reworked nursery rhymes contest with a hilarious version of The Cockroach adapted to the horrors of diaper changing. Watching Eduardo try to recite crazy combinations of pregnancy favorites makes me laugh until my ribs hurt. The powerful Supreme Court justice, capable of deconstructing complex constitutional arguments, struggles to remember whether I prefer sweet or salty pickles. Salty, always salty, except when I want them sweet, which according to Eduardo, makes no sense, my love. Last game. Guadalupe announces, handing out cards to all the guests. Tips for new parents. Write down your best recommendations, we'll read them aloud, and Eduardo and Isabel have to guess who wrote each one. "This is going to be a disaster," Eduardo murmurs in my ear, with that half-resigned, half-amused tone he reserves for his sister's antics. "It'll be fun," I reply, squeezing her hand. "Besides, we might need that advice." His expression softens, as it always does when we mention our future fatherhood. The transformation is subtle but profound. His eyes grow warmer, the usual tension between his brows disappears, his entire posture changes, as if he's momentarily shed the weight of being the youngest Supreme Court justice to simply become Edward, father-to-be. "With you as a mother, our daughter or son will have all the guidance they need," she says with a conviction that moves me. "Daughter or son?" I ask, raising an eyebrow. "Haven't you been paying attention to Guadalupe's theories about the shape of my belly? According to her, it's obviously a girl." Guadalupe has been, obviously sure, of so many things that turned out to be wrong that I've learned to maintain a healthy skepticism. I can't help but laugh. It's true, Guadalupe's unwavering confidence in her own theories is legendary, surpassed only by her ability to conveniently forget every time she's wrong. Reading the advice turns out to be as hilarious as we expected. From the pragmatic, sleep when the baby sleeps, even if it's 3 in the afternoon, from one of Eduardo's cousins, whom we immediately recognize for her practical approach, to the disturbing, the first 3 months are like trench warfare, it's just about surviving, from Sebastian, who seems to speak from experience. Elena's advice, consistency and discipline are the foundations of a strong character, never give in to whims, makes Eduardo tense up next to me. His mother can't even give advice about babies without it sounding like a military training manual. Diana's, however, touches my heart, trust each other. It takes 2 to stand up to a petty dictator who won't talk and still gets all your demands met. And never forget that you are a team first and foremost. Eduardo looks at me, his eyes silently communicating that he, too, has recognized the wisdom in those words, and the connection to our own recent situation. Being a team. No matter what, always a team. After the games, Guadalupe leads us all to the garden, where a small stage has been set up, decorated with flowers and lights. The afternoon sun bathes everything in a golden light that seems a perfect omen for the moment. It's time for the big announcement, Guadalupe declares in an almost reverent tone. Eduardo, Isabel, please come up here. Hand in hand, we climb the 3 steps leading to the small platform. From here I can see all our guests, Diana in the front row, smiling genuinely despite the obvious fatigue in her eyes, Sebastian and Vanessa, perfectly composed with Clara between them, Elena and Satoru Ortega to the side, their expressions unreadable as always, my colleagues from the firm, Lorena, I'm not ready to share with her yet, Eduardo's associates at the court, friends of both of us who have come to share this special moment. Eduardo squeezes my hand, and when I look at him, I see a glimmer of pure emotion in his eyes that makes me momentarily forget everything else. The conspiracies, the tensions, the veiled threats. Everything fades before the simple but extraordinary reality that we are here, on the verge of discovering something about this little life growing inside me, this life we've both desired for so long. As you know, Guadalupe begins, addressing the audience with the fluency of someone accustomed to social events. My brother and his wonderful wife have decided to share this very special moment with all of us, the reveal of their baby's gender. He gestures to one side, where 2 assistants are carrying what appears to be a small gold box with a blue and a pink ribbon intertwined. Inside this box, Guadalupe continues, is a key that will open one of those small chests. She points to 2 identical chests a few steps away, that contains the detonator for the smoke bombs that will reveal whether we're having a niece or a nephew. My heart is pounding, a mix of nervousness and anticipation that makes me feel almost dizzy. Eduardo, always my anchor, holds me close, his eyes searching mine with a silent question. Are you okay? I nod, unable to put into words how much this moment means. Guadalupe hands us the box with the key, and together, Eduardo and I untie the ribbon. The box opens, revealing a small golden key with a heart for a head. Try both chests, Guadalupe suggests with an enigmatic smile. Only one will open. Eduardo offers me the key, but I shake my head. Together, I say, and I know he understands that I don't just mean this moment, but everything that comes after. With our hands clasped around the small key, we approach the first chest, the one with the blue ribbon. The key doesn't fit. The audience lets out a collective "oh," and a few nervous laughs. We move on to the second chest, the one with the pink bow. The key slides in perfectly, and when we turn it, the chest opens with a soft click, revealing a small device with a red button. The anticipation is palpable. I can feel all the eyes on us, but right now it's just Eduardo and me, about to find out if our little Victoria or our little Octavio will be joining us in a few months. Ready? Eduardo whispers, his eyes fixed on mine. I nod, and together we press the button. For a second, nothing happens, and then, suddenly, several bombs strategically placed around the garden explode in a cloud of bright pink smoke that rises into the blue sky in perfect spirals. A girl! Guadalupe exclaims, her voice barely audible over the applause and cheers. I look at Eduardo, and what I see takes my breath away. His eyes are shining with unshed tears, and his face holds an expression I've never seen before, pure, almost reverential wonder. His hands find my belly, and he leans in to whisper against my skin. Hello, baby, he says, his voice cracking slightly. I'm your daddy, and I already love you more than I ever thought possible. When he looks up at me, I see everything I need to see, love, determination, and a silent promise that no matter what happens, we will face any challenge together. Diana is the first to come up to congratulate us as we step off the stage, her eyes shining with genuine excitement. A mini Isabel, she says, hugging me tightly. Poor Eduardo, he won't stand a chance against two stubborn Salinas. She's an Ortega too, Eduardo replies, but his tone is one of pride, not correctness. With luck, she'll inherit the best of both. And with a lot of luck, she won't inherit her grandmother's control freak, Diana murmurs, low enough for only us to hear. The three of us exchange a knowing glance, the kind of moment only shared by people who've lived through certain experiences together. Despite everything that's happened, I feel a surge of gratitude for having Diana by my side today. The party continues, conversation flowing as guests enjoy the buffet Guadalupe has set up. Eduardo and I find a moment to sneak out onto the terrace, needing a break from the congratulations and conversation. Under the sunset sky, he pulls me into his arms, his chin resting on my head while his hands trace gentle circles on my back. A girl, he murmurs, and I can hear the smile in his voice. I can already see myself buying a shotgun to scare off the flies who want to ask her out when she's old enough. I laugh softly against his chest. You're a Supreme Court justice, I remind him. Wouldn't that be the last straw? Their hug intensifies for a moment. I'm going to protect you both with my life, you know that, right? Her voice is barely a whisper, but filled with iron determination. I know, I reply, raising my face to look at him. I know, my love. His lips meet mine in a kiss that begins gently but quickly intensifies, filled with shared promises and longings. For a moment, everything disappears, the guests, the disturbing photographs, the past threats. There is only us and this love that, despite everything, remains our anchor in the midst of the storm. We should go back, I sigh when we finally separate, even though the last thing I want to do is return to the crowd. Eduardo nods, but holds me close for a moment longer. Tonight, he promises, his voice dropping to that register that makes my skin crawl, when everyone's gone, we'll celebrate in our own way. The promise in his eyes makes my heart race. I nod, unable to form coherent words when he looks at me like that. Upon returning to the party, we find Guadalupe finally seated, exhausted but radiant, admiring her creation as the guests begin to say their goodbyes. It's my chance. Guadalupe, I approach her with a smile, the party was wonderful. A real success. She smiles, pleased with the compliment. Only the best for my niece, he replies, gently stroking my belly. She's going to be the most spoiled girl on the entire East Coast. About the photographs, I say, trying to sound casual. You didn't tell me where you got the most recent ones, the ones that aren't family photos. Guadalupe blinks, as if she needs a moment to process the question. Oh, those, he finally says. Lorena gave them to me. The air thickens around me. My lips part slightly, but the words are slow to come out. Lorena. I repeat, feeling her name leave a metallic aftertaste on my tongue. Guadalupe nods naturally, as if she hadn't just dropped a bombshell, as if her response weren't instantly shattering the little trust one had left in the woman with whom I've shared so much since arriving in this city. My mind races, thoughts colliding, tangling, and tumbling. Lorena. Eduardo. Midnight. The clock on the nightstand flickers with a red light that paints the room in crimson shadows. Beside me, Isabel sleeps soundly, her breathing slow and rhythmic, completely exhausted after the emotional whirlwind that was the baby shower. Her face, so peaceful as she sleeps, is a deceptive contrast to the storm I know is churning inside her. I sit up slowly, careful not to disturb her rest. It had been a real battle to convince her to rest, to put off the confrontation with Lorena for tomorrow. I need answers, Eduardo, I had insisted with that fierce determination I love so much and that sometimes drives me to despair. I need to look her in the face and ask her what the hell all this means. And God knows I need those answers too. I also want to look Lorena in the eye and demand that she explain why the hell she's been taking photographs of my wife without her consent. Intimate, personal photos, taken from angles that suggest surveillance. Stalking. But Isabel, with the pregnancy and all the accumulated stress, needs rest more than immediate answers. At least that's what I managed to convince her of after almost an hour of discussion when we returned from the party. We'll go together tomorrow, I promised. I give you my word. A promise I'm about to break. I dress with calculated, silent movements, dark jeans, a black t-shirt, sneakers. No elaborate suits or the usual formality. Tonight I'm not Judge Eduardo Ortega. Tonight I'm simply a man determined to protect his family. I take one last look at Isabel before leaving the room. Her hand rests protectively on her belly, even in her dreams watching over our little Victoria. The image reassures me that what I'm about to do is the right thing. I walk down the dark stairs, aware of every creak of the wood beneath my feet. Martha is sleeping in the service wing, the guards have finished their shift and left, as I asked them to tonight, assuring them that everything was fine, that we needed privacy. A decision that now facilitates my furtive exit. I take the keys to the Audi instead of the official SUV. I don't want witnesses, I don't want GPS records, I don't want anyone knowing I visited Lorena Cowan in the middle of the night. With all the scandal we're experiencing, a nighttime visit would be the last thing we need to fuel Conejos's gossip. The engine purrs softly when I start it, and in less than a minute I'm gliding through the deserted streets of the National Palace. The city at dawn has an almost otherworldly quality, like an abandoned stage where the day's intrigues wait in the wings for the next act. Lorena's residence is located in one of those luxury apartment buildings in Foggy Bottom, with prime views of the Potomac River. Modern architecture, mirrored windows, supposedly impenetrable security systems. But I have the advantage of knowing the building code, thanks to several previous social visits, and at this hour, the concierge would be nodding in his seat, if he's even awake. I park a block away and walk with a determined stride. Adrenaline pumps through my veins, sharpening my senses. Part of me knows what I'm doing is crazy. I'm a federal judge, I have protocols, I have an image to maintain, I have responsibilities. But another part, the most primitive, the one Isabel awakened in me from the very beginning, only thinks about protecting what's mine. About directly confronting whoever threatens us. The building's lobby is lit with the dim artificial lighting expensive places use to appear sophisticated. As I anticipated, the night concierge is in his small office, probably watching a TV show on his phone. He doesn't see me enter, and I don't do anything to catch his eye. The elevator takes me to the 12th floor with silent smoothness. Every passing second strengthens my resolve. I'm tired of cryptic messages, veiled threats, and living with my heart in my mouth, wondering what new danger threatens Isabel and our daughter. Tonight, it all ends. I stop in front of gate 1207. I breathe deeply, trying to calm my frantic heartbeat. I need to keep a cool head. I need answers, not a confrontation that could spiral out of control. I ring the bell. Once, twice, 3 times. The silence that follows is thick, almost tangible. I'm about to ring it again when I hear footsteps approaching from inside. The door opens, and there stands Lorena. She's wearing ivory silk pajamas, her hair disheveled, and a surprised expression that quickly transforms into something else: concern. Fear. Guilt. It's hard to decipher what emotions cross her face in those first seconds. Eduardo. Her voice is barely a confused whisper. What are you doing here at this hour? Has something happened to Isabel? The mention of my wife on her lips makes my jaw tense. We need to talk, I say, my voice controlled but laden with an implicit warning. Now. Her eyes widen slightly, but she steps aside to let me in. The apartment is exactly as I remember it from the few times I've been here: sleek, minimalist, perfectly tidy even at this early hour. Very Lorena. Do you want coffee or something stronger? He offers, trying to maintain a sense of normalcy that we both know doesn't exist in this situation. What I want, I reply, turning to look at her directly, are answers. Lorena holds my gaze for a long moment before nodding slowly. I imagine this has to do with the photographs, he says with a calmness that disconcerts me. Guadalupe called me a few hours ago. I assumed you might have questions. The photographs, I repeat, the word leaving my mouth in a snarl. Want to explain to me what the hell you're doing taking pictures of my wife without her consent? Lorena moves to the pristine white sofa that dominates her living room and sits down with studied grace. Her movements are too controlled, too precise. She's nervous, despite her facade of composure. Sit down, Eduardo, she says, pointing to the chair opposite her. The explanation is more complex than it seems. I don't move. I prefer to stay standing, to maintain that tiny psychological advantage that looking down on her gives me. Complex. I replied with sharp sarcasm. Which part? The one about harassing my wife. Lorena sighs, running a hand through her hair in an unusually vulnerable gesture for her. I wasn't stalking Isabel, he replies, his voice taking on a defensive edge. I was documenting moments. Documenting moments. Disbelief tinges my voice. Are you listening to yourself? You took photographs of my wife without her knowledge. In cafes, entering the law firm, even in our own garden. That's not documenting, Lorena. That's stalking. You don't understand, she insists, and for the first time, I see cracks in her perfect facade. Isabel is special. She always has been. From the first moment you introduced me to her, I knew there was something unique about her. A light, a force. A shiver runs through my body. His words, spoken with an almost feverish intensity, begin to confirm a suspicion I hadn't dared to consciously express. Photography is just a hobby, he continues, his voice taking on an almost pleading tone. I've always loved capturing the authenticity of people when they don't know they're being watched. The vulnerability, the raw honesty of those moments. Don't take me for an idiot, Lorena, I interrupt, each word laced with icy fury. I've seen those photographs. They're not the photos of an amateur experimenting with angles. Those photographs have intimacy. They're the photographs you take of the person you're obsessed with. Her eyes widen almost imperceptibly. I've hit the target, and she knows it. These are the photographs I take of Isabel, I continue, my voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. When she's absorbed in reading on the couch. When she's laughing during dinner with friends. When she's sleeping peacefully next to me. Photos I capture because every detail of her drives me crazy, because I want to preserve those moments of perfection. Lorena paled slightly. Her hand instinctively reached for the glass of water on the table, but her fingers trembled too much to hold it firmly. So I'm going to ask you a direct question, Lorena, and I want an honest answer, I say, taking a step closer. Do you have feelings for my wife? The silence that follows is deafening. Lorena stares at me, frozen like a deer in headlights. I can see the internal debate in her eyes, deny, lie, maintain the facade. But then, something changes. As if a decision has been made. As if the weight of maintaining that mask is suddenly too great. Yes, the word is barely a whisper, but it falls between us with the weight of an anvil. My whole body tenses, even though deep down I already knew it. Seeing it confirmed, however, is like receiving a physical blow to the stomach. Lorena, one of Isabel's best friends, my ex-lover, our confidant for years, in love with my wife. Since when? Is all I can manage, my voice hoarse with shock. Lorena stands up and walks toward the window, her back to me. Her silhouette stands out against the night lights of the city. It was happening, she confesses, the words coming out as if they'd been trapped for too long. There are people who come into your life and just change everything. She turns to look at me, and there's something in her eyes I've never seen before. A raw vulnerability, stripped of all the layers of sophistication and control that have always characterized her. I tried, Eduardo. I swear I tried, he continues, his voice cracking slightly. I tried to see her only as your wife, as a friend, as a colleague. But he gestures frustratedly with his hands, searching for words. She's like sunlight after a lifetime of darkness. Rage intensifies inside me, mixing with disbelief and disgust. 7 years. 7 years of looking at my wife with desire, secretly photographing her, fantasizing about her while maintaining the facade of friendship. God, you're devious, I mutter, shaking my head. You've lied to us every day. You've taken advantage of her trust, mine, our friendship. You've violated her privacy in ways I can't even begin to list. You don't understand. Lorena exclaims, and now there's desperation in her voice. I didn't do it out of malice. I love her. I love her more than you've ever loved her. Something inside me explodes. In 2 strides, I'm in front of her, my face inches from hers, my voice a low growl I barely recognize as my own. Be careful what you say. Lorena doesn't back down. There's a new determination in her, as if having revealed her deepest secret, she has nothing left to lose. You don't deserve her, he says, each word like a poison dagger. You never deserved her. Do you think I haven't seen how you've neglected her? How you've left her alone to deal with your mother's scorn. How you've subjected her to years of humiliation and manipulation from your family. My fist slams into the wall next to her, the sharp pain shooting up my arm barely registered by my rage-blinded brain. Don't you dare, I warn, each syllable dripping with barely contained threat. Don't you dare question my love for Isabel. Your love. Lorena lets out a bitter laugh, devoid of all humor. Where was your love when your mother ordered your former housekeeper to mix contraceptives into Isabel's juice every morning? So she couldn't get pregnant. So she'd keep failing again and again. The world stops. The sound seems to fade away, leaving only a distant ringing in my ears. Lorena's words flowed in the air between us, too monstrous to be processed immediately. What are you talking about? My voice is barely a hoarse whisper. Lorena looks at me, and there is a cruel satisfaction in her eyes at my bewilderment. Your mother, Eduardo. Elena Ortega. The grande dame of Conejos society. He pronounces each word with razor-sharp contempt. When they decided to try for a child, your mother made sure it wouldn't happen. Crushed birth control pills in her breakfast every morning. 4 months. I take a step back, trying to process the magnitude of this accusation. My mother. My own mother sabotaging our efforts to start a family. It's so monstrous, so utterly inconceivable, that my mind struggles to accept it as possible. But even as I reject it, a part of me recognizes the horrible plausibility. Elena Ortega, with her barely concealed contempt for Isabel, with her obsession with control, with her capacity for refined cruelty, would she be capable of something like this? The answer, the terrible answer, hits me hard. Yes, she would. You're lying, I say automatically, but the words sound hollow even to my own ears. Lorena shakes her head slowly. I have no concrete proof of this, he admits, but I also have no doubt that she was involved in Isabel's abortions. Somehow. Your mother will do anything to maintain control over her precious family. The air seems to thicken, making it hard to breathe. My mind spins frantically, trying to fit the pieces of this macabre puzzle together. The 5 failed pregnancies. The heartbreaking pain in Isabel's eyes each time. The way my mother seemed to accept each loss with an almost complacent resignation. No. I can't afford to go down that road. Not without proof. How do you know these things? I ask, my voice firmer now. How could you possibly know something like that? I just know, Lorena replies, and there's an almost proud gleam in her eyes. A chill runs down my spine. The idea of being watched in my own home, of having every detail of our private lives reported to Lorena, is nauseating. And the anonymous messages. I ask, and now all pretense of calm has disappeared from my voice. Were those threats your work too? Lorena lifts her chin defiantly. Those weren't threats, Eduardo, she says with disturbing conviction. They were warnings. Someone had to protect her, since you weren't doing it. The rage burns inside me so intensely that I fear what I might do if I let it take over. All this time, while Isabel was consumed by fear and paranoia, while her nights were filled with nightmares, while her pregnancy became a source of constant anxiety, all that suffering had been orchestrated by the woman in front of me. Protect her. My laugh is harsh, devoid of all humor. You terrified her. You made her doubt everyone around her. You pushed her to the brink of collapse. That's not protection, Lorena. It's obsession. It's illness. I was trying to open her eyes, Lorena insists, and there's something almost fanatical in her gaze now. About your mother, about the danger she represents. I needed her to be cautious, to be vigilant. To keep Elena away from her and the baby. I remained silent for a moment, observing her with the same penetrating gaze I've honed over years of courtroom questioning. The same gaze that has made seasoned lawyers crumble in front of me. If all of that is true, I say finally, each word measured and precise, if you really knew what my mother was doing, if, as you say, you love Isabel so much, if your only motivation was to protect her, why didn't you ever tell her directly? Why didn't you tell me? Lorena freezes, as if the question had physically hit her. He stammers, searching for an answer that doesn't come. A bitter laugh escapes my throat as the pieces finally fall into place. I'll tell you, I continue, each word like a stab. Because in your twisted mind, that would be so much better, wouldn't it? Every crack in my marriage to Isabel is your gain. I take a step toward her, the revelation burning inside me. You didn't want us to get pregnant, because it would bring us closer together. That's why you kept quiet. Because even though what my mother was doing was monstrous, it suited you. Because it gave you hope. The color drains from Lorena's face, wordlessly confirming that I've hit the mark. It wasn't like that. He tries to defend himself, but his voice lacks conviction. Do you know how much she suffered? I continue, rage making my voice tremble. Do you have any idea how many nights Isabel spent crying, wondering what was wrong with her? Blaming herself for every loss. If you truly loved her, you would never have allowed that. If you truly wanted to protect her, you would have spoken up. Lorena visibly collapses at my words. Her shoulders slump, and for the first time, I see in her not the brilliant, powerful lawyer, but a woman trapped in her own lies and obsessions. You're not going to do this, I say, my voice so icy I barely recognize it as my own. You're not going to sow doubt to justify your unhealthy obsession with my wife. You're not going to turn this into some twisted narrative where you're the heroine. I grab her by the arms, my fingers digging into her skin with more force than necessary. I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen, I continue, each word dripping with controlled fury. You're going to walk away from Isabel. You won't contact her. You won't look at her. You won't breathe the same air as her. If I find out you've tried to get close to my wife, I will use every power I have as a federal judge to destroy you. Do you understand me? Lorena looks at me, and for the first time, I see real fear in her eyes. Not fear of my threats, but fear of losing Isabel, of losing that connection that has fueled her fantasy all these years. I won't let you do this, he whispers. Because of your mother, he replies with a bitter smile. Your mother. Elena Ortega. Don't you understand, Lorena? You're in no position to do anything, I shake my head, disgusted. We've all sinned here, I continue, implacable. Me, for not seeing through you. My mother, definitely. And you, I look at her with a contempt I've never felt toward anyone. You were like a bird of prey, waiting for an animal to breathe its last breath to devour it. That's what you were with my marriage. You wanted me to breathe my last breath to make your move. Lorena tries to speak, but I raise a hand, silencing her. I don't doubt that my mother did the birth control pill thing. My voice is now cold, analytical, the voice of a judge passing sentence. But you knew and kept quiet. And we both know what that's called in law, right, Lorena? Complicity. Cover up. The little color that remained in her face drains completely. As a lawyer, the legal weight of my words is not lost on her. I head for the door, but Lorena's voice stops me. I can't let you do this, he says, his tone completely transformed. I turn to answer, but a quick movement catches my peripheral attention. Too late. I feel the sharp prick in my arm, the thin needle penetrating through the fabric of my t-shirt. I can't let you destroy my whole world, Eduardo, Lorena whispers, her eyes now cold and calculating. I stare at her in disbelief, taking a step back as my hand instinctively covers the puncture site. A strange sensation runs down my arm, spreading with each beat of my heart. What did you? I begin to ask, but my tongue suddenly feels heavy and clumsy. Aconite, Lorena replies with a clinical calm that chills my blood. Aconitum napellus. A carefully calculated dose. My back hits the wall. My legs feel heavy, like they're made of lead. I try to stay upright, but it's as if my body no longer responds to my brain's commands. It's wonderful what you find on the black market. Aconite is fascinating, Lorena continues, as if she were giving an academic lecture. The symptoms begin with tingling at the injection site. Then comes muscle weakness, followed by difficulty breathing. The heart begins to beat irregularly. Progressive paralysis. All while the mind remains completely lucid. A particularly cruel poison, don't you think? The tingling has spread down my arm and now up my shoulder. A wave of nausea hits me, and I feel the room begin to spin around me. My breathing becomes shallow, each inhalation a monumental effort. You shouldn't have come, Eduardo, Lorena says, approaching me as I slowly slide to the ground, unable to stay on my feet. You made me do this. You've complicated things. My knees finally give way. I fall heavily, my body hitting the ground with a thud that seems to come from far away. The cold of the ground seeps through my clothes, but it's a distant sensation, separate from me. The paralysis advances like an insidious tide. My fingers feel numb, unable to close into a fist as I desperately desire. My chest seems to tighten, each breath more labored than the last. The air doesn't seem sufficient, as if I'm breathing through a progressively narrowing straw. The worst part, as Lorena has described with sadistic precision, is that my mind remains perfectly clear. I can feel every second of this gradual collapse, every system in my body methodically shutting down as my brain records everything with terrifying clarity. Lorena kneels beside me, her eyes studying me with a mixture of scientific fascination and something akin to remorse. Don't worry, he whispers, caressing my cheek with a sickly gentleness. I'll take care of Isabel. And Victoria. I'll give them everything you can't. I want to scream, to fight, to tear her apart with my bare hands. But my body no longer belongs to me. It's an immobile prison, a shell that keeps me trapped while my mind screams silently. Chapter 8. Isabel. I'm in the middle of a nightmare. There's no other way to describe it. The feeling of unease, that emptiness in my stomach, the oppressive anguish that surrounds every breath, everything indicates that this isn't real, that at any moment I'll wake up, sweaty and agitated, to find Eduardo asleep beside me, his chest rising and falling in a soothing rhythm. But I don't wake up. The nightmare continues. It all starts at 2 in the morning. That time when the world is plunged into an almost sacred silence, when thoughts flow all too clearly and shadows seem to take on a life of their own. I wake up with a full bladder, an increasingly common problem as the pregnancy progresses. As I slide out of bed, I notice that Eduardo's side is empty. The sheets are cold to the touch, a sure sign that he's been away for some time. I'm not worried at first. It wouldn't be the first time insomnia has driven him to his office to review a particularly complicated case. Judge Eduardo Ortega, always responsible, always carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. I smile at the mental image of finding him asleep over some file, with that furrowed brow that not even sleep can completely erase. After using the bathroom, I head to the office, already preparing in my mind the exact words with which I'll scold him for not taking his rest periods. But the office is empty. The lights are off, the chair is perfectly arranged, and there are no files on the desk. As if no one has been there for hours. A strange sensation begins to creep up my spine, that cold tingle that precedes the realization that something isn't right. I walk around the house, every room, every corner, calling his name in a voice that gradually rises, shifting from curiosity to concern. Kitchen. Living room. Terrace. The basement gym. Nothing. With each empty room, the fear becomes more tangible, more real. This isn't Eduardo's behavior. He would never disappear like this, without warning, without leaving a note. Not after everything we've been through recently. Not when our marriage is just beginning to heal. I quickly throw on the first thing I find, black leggings and one of his t-shirts, too big for me but imbued with his scent. As if somehow wearing his clothes could bring him back. That's when I think about checking the garage. I go down the stairs as fast as my pregnancy allows, one hand instinctively protecting my belly while the other slides along the railing. The cold of the garage floor pierces my slippers as I flip the light switch. Visual confirmation is like a punch in the face. The Audi is gone. The empty space screams that Eduardo has left. But where? Why? At 2 a.m. My mind, that treacherous organ so prone to catastrophes, begins to project scenarios. An accident. No, they would have called me. An emergency at the courthouse. Impossible, they would have let me know. A call from their family. They would have left a note. And then, like a flash of lightning illuminating a dark sky, I remember. The baby shower photos. Lorena. The revelation that she was the one who gave Guadalupe those disturbing images of me. Eduardo's promise, tomorrow we will go together to confront her. A shiver runs through my body. I know my husband. I know the protective streak that sometimes leads him to impulsive decisions, especially when it comes to me. Did he go alone to confront Lorena? My heart races so fast I feel nauseous. I frantically search for my phone and dial her number. 1 ring. 2. 3. Voicemail. Eduardo, it's me. I don't know where you are, but I'm worried. Please call me as soon as you hear this. I look at my watch, 2:47 a.m. Who can I call at this hour? Who could help me without thinking I'm overreacting? Diana. She'll understand. My fingers tremble so much that I have to try 3 times before I dial correctly. The phone rings endlessly before a sleepy voice answers. Isabel. What's wrong? Her tone quickly shifts from confusion to concern. Is the baby okay? Eduardo isn't here, the words tumble out, my voice barely controlled. He's gone. I don't know where he is. His car isn't there. He's not answering his phone. Diana, I'm scared. A brief silence, the sound of movement, as if she were sitting up in bed. I'm on my way, he says with a determination that makes my eyes fill with tears of gratitude. Did you call anyone else? No, you're the first. Good. Call Sebastian. Maybe Eduardo is with him for some reason. Her voice sounds wide awake now, analytical. And Isabel, breathe. Try to stay calm. For the baby. Breathe. Yes. A seemingly simple task that now requires all my concentration. Breath in. Breath out. Repeat. Calling Sebastian is harder. Not because of the time, but because it means admitting that something is truly wrong. That this isn't a false alarm, a misunderstanding, or an exaggeration on my part. If I involve Eduardo's brother, this officially becomes an emergency. Sebastian answers on the second ring, as if he never sleeps. Isabel. Her voice sounds alert, not a trace of sleep. Is everything okay? Eduardo has disappeared, I say bluntly. He's not home, his car's gone, he's not answering his phone. I thought maybe he was with you. The hope in my voice is pathetic even to my own ears. No, he's not with me, but don't worry. I'm on my way, she answers immediately, and I hear the sound of drawers opening, quick footsteps. Have you called security? The FBI. Diana is on her way. I haven't called anyone else. Do it. His tone is authoritative but not harsh. Call Catalina Langston directly. I'm on my way. As soon as I hang up with my brother-in-law, I dial the FBI director's number. The anxiety is killing me. When he answers, his voice sounds sleepy but it clears instantly when he hears my name. Mrs. Ortega. There's confusion and growing alertness in her tone. My husband has disappeared, I say bluntly, the panic in my voice controlled. Eduardo isn't home, his car is missing, and there's reason to believe he could be in danger. A brief silence, the sound of movement on the other end of the line. I'm going to give the order immediately to track his cell phone, he replies with professional decisiveness. We can triangulate his approximate position using the last antennas he connected to. How long has he been missing? I'm not sure. I found out a couple of hours ago. He could have left sometime after midnight. Understood. The sound of keys clicking and what sounds like another call coming online. I'll mobilize a team right now. Since this is a Supreme Court justice, all resources are available. We'll be at your address in less than 20 minutes, and by then we should have the first location data on your phone. The call ends with his promise to arrive as soon as possible. The professionalism and speed of his response gives me a modicum of comfort amidst the storm of worry. I've barely hung up when Diana arrives, wearing workout clothes and with her hair pulled back in a makeshift ponytail. Her casual appearance contrasts dramatically with the intensity of her gaze. Tell me everything, he demands, sitting next to me on the office sofa. Every detail, Isabel. From the moment you noticed I wasn't there. I recount the events mechanically, as if I were testifying in court. The absence from the bed. The search through the house. The empty garage. The baby shower reveal. The photos, Diana murmurs thoughtfully. You think he went to confront Lorena? It's not a question. That's what I would do, I reply simply. The doorbell rings, and Diana stands up. Through the office door, I see Sebastián enter. Tall, imposing, so similar to Eduardo yet so different. He's wearing jeans and a black sweater that make him look more like an undercover operative than the billionaire he is. And so all hell begins to break loose. The Ortega house becomes the center of operations for a search that escalates from concerning to critical in a matter of minutes. FBI agents arrive before I can fully process the situation. Their efficiency is almost terrifying. In less than an hour, they set up a crisis room in our dining room, equipped with computers, communications equipment, and digital maps of the city. Catherine Langston appears shortly after, impeccable in a tailored suit despite the hour, her face a mask of professionalism barely altered by the urgency of the situation. We have the initial trace data, she announces without preamble. The last connection on your husband's phone was in Foggy Bottom, specifically near the Westmoreland apartment building. My heart skips a beat. It's where Lorena lives, I say, gripping the edge of the table to stay upright. Lorena Carrasquedo's apartment. Catalina nods, confirming what we already know. We're processing a warrant to enter that apartment immediately, he explains. We already have a team positioned near the building, waiting. Is there any particular reason why your husband would go there at this hour? I take a deep breath and tell her everything, the photographs, our suspicion that Lorena is behind the anonymous messages, Eduardo's promise to confront her together the next morning. But he decided to go alone, I conclude, guilt and fear mingling in my voice. Typical of Eduardo. Always wanting to protect me. Catalina nods, processing the information with professional efficiency. Do you have any reason to believe Miss Cowan could be dangerous? He asks, his tone carefully neutral. Sebastian, who has been constantly on the move, making calls and coordinating with his own security team, intervenes. Anyone who stalks another person by taking photographs without consent has already demonstrated obsessive behavior, he says firmly. And obsession can quickly escalate into violence under the right circumstances. Catalina nods, considering his words. We're going to proceed with extreme caution, he decides. The warrant should be ready in minutes. In the meantime, we'll continue to monitor any activity on your husband's phone or Miss Lorena's. The next hour is a blur of activity, with agents coming and going, radio communications, and technical analysis I barely understand. I feel like a spectator in a play about my own life, unable to do anything but wait and pray that Eduardo is okay. Finally, Catalina receives a call that changes her expression. When she hangs up, she addresses me directly. We have the warrant, he announces. The team is entering Lorena Carrasquedo's apartment right now. I stand up, suddenly resolved. I'm coming with you, I declare, my tone brooking no argument. Catalina begins to deny, but Sebastian interrupts her. I'll take you. His voice has that authoritative tone he rarely displays in public. I have a secure vehicle waiting outside. The FBI director looks at both of us, assessing the situation. An officer will escort you, he finally concedes. But I must insist that you stay at a safe distance until we secure the location. I nod, too grateful for the opportunity to discuss the terms. Diana, who has been silently by my side throughout this nightmare, squeezes my hand. I'm going with you, he declares, and it's not a question. Before we head to the kitchen to grab my coat and bag, I need a moment to rehydrate. The tension and fear have left my mouth as dry as paper. The hallway leading to the kitchen is dimly lit. Before I get there, I hear voices. An argument in angry whispers. I stop, immediately recognizing Sebastian and Diana. I can't make out what they're saying at first, their voices are too low, but the tension between them is evident even from a distance. Their silhouettes, silhouetted against the dim kitchen light, display rigid, confrontational postures. Sebastian gestures intensely while Diana keeps her arms crossed firmly over her chest. Suddenly, Diana's voice rises loud enough for me to hear her clearly. It's over, Sebastian, he says with a finality that cuts like a knife. This is over. His tone is so final, so charged with suppressed emotion, that I freeze. There's pain there, and anger, and something that sounds dangerously close to despair. I take a step forward, causing the wooden floor to creak under my weight. They both turn toward me, their faces frozen in guilty expressions. Sebastian runs a hand through his hair, that gesture so familiar, so Ortega-like. I'm sorry, Isabel, he murmurs, and without another word, he bolts from the kitchen, avoiding my gaze. I stand there, watching Diana. Tears shine in her eyes, held back by sheer force of will. Her usually confident posture suddenly seems fragile. What's going on? I ask softly. Nothing, he replies, shaking his head. Nothing that matters right now. You've got enough with what you're going through. Mine is secondary. He takes a step toward me and, in a gesture as spontaneous as it is necessary, envelopes me in a hug. It's that simple act of humanity, of connection, that finally breaks down my defenses. I collapse in his arms, tears flowing freely, sobs shaking my body from the depths. We'll find him, Diana whispers in my ear, her own tears wetting my shoulder. Have faith, Isabel. We'll find Eduardo. But beneath the firmness of his words, I hear what he doesn't say. What no one dares to say, we'll find Eduardo, but in what condition? Eduardo. They say that when death approaches, your whole life flashes before your eyes. That's a lie. What happens is much worse. Your mind remains painfully lucid while your body becomes a prison. The tingling began where the needle pierced my skin. A burning point on my arm that quickly spread like poison in my blood. Because that's exactly what it is. Poison. Aconitum napellus. Monkshood. Wolfsbane. So many names for something so lethal. As a lawyer first and then a judge, I've studied many poisoning cases. The irony isn't lost on me, now I'm the one experiencing every symptom from the other side. I'm lying on the floor of Lorena's apartment, my body completely motionless. The paralysis advances with each beat of my heart, which I feel speeding up alarmingly. My lungs struggle to draw in enough air, each breath an exercise of pure will. But my mind remains perfectly clear, aware of every second of this hell. Lorena moves frantically around the apartment, throwing clothes into an open suitcase on the bed. From my position on the floor, I can only see her legs moving back and forth, her heels clicking on the parquet floor that is now my entire horizon. She has been talking non-stop since she injected me, her voice oscillating between panic and frightening calm. This wasn't planned like this, he repeats like a mantra as he opens drawers and empties them hastily. You were supposed to stay home, with her. But no, Eduardo Ortega always has to be the hero, right? Rage boils inside me, a powerless fury with no outlet. How could I have been so stupid? How did I miss the signs? A federal judge, trained to analyze evidence, to detect lies, and I walked right into this trap. If I get out of this, if I survive, I swear that. You have to disappear, Lorena continues, interrupting my thoughts as she talks to herself. You can't be here when they come looking for you. Because they will come, Eduardo. You're too important for them not to move heaven and earth. He stops in front of me, kneeling down to look me straight in the eyes. His face, the one I once considered objectively attractive, is now transformed by something I can only describe as obsession. His pupils are dilated, his skin is shiny with a fine layer of sweat, his expression oscillates between guilt and a sick determination. Can you hear me, Eduardo? Of course you can. Aconitine doesn't affect consciousness, he says, running a finger down my cheek in a caress that intensifies my fury. It's fascinating, isn't it? How something as beautiful as a flower can contain so much power. Like Isabel. My wife's name on her lips makes me try to move, to fight, to scream. Pure hatred courses through every fiber of my being, but nothing responds. Not a finger. Not an eyelid. I can only follow her with my eyes, the only part of my body that still has any movement. It wasn't planned that way, she repeats, getting up again to continue her frantic preparation. But when life gives you lemons. She lets out a laugh that sounds borderline hysterical. Right, Eduardo? You've always known how to adapt. I can too. He moves to a drawer and pulls out what appears to be a disposable phone. I can partially see it from my position on the floor. He dials a number and waits. I need a private ride. Immediately. His voice has changed, now professional and controlled. Yes, discreet. Cash. No, there won't be any stops. A direct ride. He pauses, listening. Vermont. Yes, it's a long trip. I'll pay triple the usual fare. Vermont. The information is etched in my mind like a fire. If I manage to survive, if I manage to escape, at least I have a direction. It's an entire state, but it's something. Lorena ends the call and returns to her frantic task, now gathering documents from a desk I can barely see from my position. A cabin in Vermont, he says, as if thinking out loud. Isolated. No neighbors for miles. Perfect for disappearing into while I figure out what to do with you. With you and Isabel. The mention of Isabel intensifies my fury. The thought of this woman, this psychopath, near my wife, near our baby, fills me with terror mixed with a rage so deep that, if I could move, I'd probably throw myself at her throat no matter the consequences. Lorena returns to the bedroom, and I hear more drawers opening. You're probably thinking I'm crazy, she continues, her voice drifting from the room. I'm not, Eduardo. I'm just improvising. Circumstances have changed. You changed the circumstances by coming here tonight. He returns to my field of vision, now with a smaller bag, probably containing personal belongings or documents. You shouldn't have confronted me. Things could have been so different. He sighs, genuine regret in his voice. The messages were working. Isabel was starting to get wary, to suspect your mother. That's all I wanted. To keep her safe. The hypocrisy of her words disgusts me. Keep her safe. As if poisoning her husband and planning a kidnapping were a sign of concern. But now things have escalated, Lorena continues, checking the contents of her bag. And I have to act accordingly. You have to disappear, Eduardo. At least until I can think of a better plan. He kneels down next to me again, looking at me with what seems almost sadness. The dose isn't lethal, I promise, he says, with disturbing gentleness. Just enough to keep you paralyzed. I don't want to kill you, Eduardo. That was never my plan. So what's your plan then? I want to scream. Kidnap me. Use me as bait to lure Isabel. And then what? Kill us both. As if reading my thoughts, Lorena shakes her head. I still don't know what to do next, he admits. I don't have all the answers. But the first thing is to get you out of here. Then I'll see. Her honesty is perhaps the most disturbing thing about her. She's not a calculating villain with a master plan. She's someone improvising, dangerously unpredictable, making decisions on the fly. And that makes her infinitely more dangerous. Lorena disappears from my field of vision for a few minutes. I hear drawers opening and closing, the sound of keys, another phone ringing briefly. When she returns, her expression is more composed, as if she's made an important decision. The car will be here in 10 minutes, he announces. Discreet service. I'll pay cash, no registration required. He kneels beside me again, this time with a syringe in his hand. This will make things easier, he explains, showing me the syringe. More aconite, but in a much smaller dose. Just to make sure you remain cooperative during the trip. I try to convey all my hatred, my contempt, my determination through my gaze. It's my only weapon now. If I get out of this, I swear I'll make her pay for every second of this hell. Not for me, but for Isabel, for our baby. For my family, whom this woman is threatening. Oh, that look, Lorena smiles, tilting her head. I've always admired that intensity of yours. It's what makes you such a formidable judge. What makes even the most experienced lawyers tremble in front of you. But now. Her smile widens, it's not as effective now, is it? Suddenly, a loud noise resounds in the apartment entrance. A metallic thud, followed by heavy footsteps. Lorena freezes. The syringe she was about to insert into my thigh hangs in the air as her entire body tenses like that of a cornered animal. Her eyes, wide open, reflect pure, instant panic. What the? He whispers, jumping to his feet. The noise intensifies, turning into a deafening crash as the front door gives way under the crushing force. FBI. Don't move. The collective roar of multiple voices fills the apartment. Get down. Now. Lorena steps back, the syringe still in her hand, her face transformed by a mixture of disbelief and terror. She seems unable to process what's happening, as if reality itself has shattered before her eyes. Dark figures wearing bulletproof vests and carrying weapons burst into the room like an unstoppable tide. The light from their tactical flashlights momentarily blinds me, creating a chaos of shadows and sudden movements. Drop the syringe, one of the officers shouts, his gun pointed directly at Lorena. Drop the syringe and put your hands where I can see them. Lorena takes another step back, her back hitting the wall. Her eyes dart around frantically, searching for a way out, an explanation, something to make sense of this sudden nightmare. No. I don't understand. He stammers, the syringe trembling in his hand. How? Final warning. The agent advances toward her. Drop the syringe. It's as if time slows down. I see Lorena's expression change, transforming from confusion to furious resignation. The syringe falls from her fingers, bouncing soundlessly onto the carpet a few inches from my motionless body. The officers move with the precision of a well-oiled machine. Two of them grab Lorena, forcing her against the wall while they place handcuffs on her. She doesn't resist, but her gaze is fixed on me, conveying a silent promise that chills my blood even in my paralyzed state. Another officer kneels beside me, his fingers pressing against my neck, feeling for my pulse. We have Judge Ortega, he announces urgently. We need medical assistance immediately. He's unresponding, but he has a pulse. More voices, more movement. Someone mentions of possible poisoning and aconite. I hear the words antidote and hospital. Everything is controlled chaos, a symphony of professional efficiency mixed with the urgency of the moment. And then, amidst the tumult of dark uniforms and shouted orders, I see her. Isabel. My Isabel, standing in the doorway of the room, her face pale as a sheet, her blue eyes wide open with a mixture of horror and relief. Diana is at her side, a protective arm around her shoulders, as if she fears she might collapse at any moment. I want to call her, I want to reach out to her, I want to tell her I'm okay, that everything will be okay now. But I can't move a muscle. I can't do anything but look at her, silently praying she sees in my eyes what I can't put into words. She takes a step toward me, her hands instinctively protecting her belly where our daughter is growing. An officer tries to stop her, but she pushes him away with a determination I recognize all too well. He's my husband, she says in a voice that brooks no reply. Let me pass. And as Isabel kneels beside me, her tears falling on my motionless face, I think I've never seen anything more beautiful in my entire life. Isabel. Time becomes liquid in hospital waiting rooms. It stretches, contracts, loses all consistency. The clocks on the walls seem to mock us with their hands moving so slowly they hurt to watch. Exactly 4 hours and 23 minutes have passed since the ICU doors closed, taking Eduardo away on a stretcher, leaving me here outside with my heart beating so hard it threatens to break my ribs. I remember with painful clarity the moment we found him in Lorena's apartment. Eduardo, my Eduardo, lying motionless on the floor like a fallen statue. His eyes, the only thing he could move, stared at me with a mixture of relief and despair that tore at my soul. He was trapped inside his own body, fully conscious but unable to speak, move, or breathe normally. Diana sits next to me, holding my hand with a strength I appreciate. On my other side, Sebastian paces the hall like a caged animal, making and taking calls in a tense murmur, pulling every string possible to ensure Eduardo receives the best care. Their brotherhood, that bond I've always admired, has never been more evident than in this moment of crisis. Isabel. Diana's voice pulls me from my thoughts. I look up and see Dr. Maragua approaching us, his white coat waving like a flag of truce in this battlefield of fear and anxiety. I leap to my feet, my hand instinctively protecting Victoria as I stumble slightly. Diana holds my elbow firmly. "How are you?" The words come out as a harsh whisper, my throat dry from hours of stifled crying. Dr. Maragua, a man in his 50s with graying hair and icy blue eyes that contrast with his dark skin, looks at me with an expression I can't quite decipher. "She's stable," he says, and for a moment my heart stops, because stable can mean so many things. We've confirmed that it's aconitine poisoning, an extremely dangerous alkaloid found in the aconite plant. Sebastian steps closer, his presence imposing and protective at my side. "But will he recover?" he asks in that commanding voice he uses in boardrooms to run empires. Dr. Maragua nods, and the relief that floods me is so intense that my knees threaten to buckle. "The good news is that the dose he received was calculated," he explains, consulting the file. "According to preliminary toxicology analyses, the amount was designed to paralyze, not kill. That gives us a significant advantage in treatment. Can you tell us exactly what they're doing to you?" My voice sounds firmer now, driven by hope. Of course, the doctor adopts the calmly professional tone he must have perfected over decades. "Right now, we've established a multi-phase treatment protocol. First, we're constantly monitoring your cardiac function, as aconitine can cause dangerous arrhythmias. We've given you atropine to stabilize your heart rhythm." The paralysis. I interrupt, the image of Eduardo's desperate eyes etched in my memory. How long will it last? It's difficult to establish an exact time frame, but we're actively working to reverse it, the doctor explains. Although there's no specific antidote for aconitine, we've started treatment with intravenous lidocaine, a sodium channel blocker that stabilizes cell membranes and counteracts the paralyzing effect of the venom. I noticed that you use technical but simplified terms, probably aware that, as a lawyer, I appreciate precision and detail. We've also started hemoperfusion, he continues. It's a procedure similar to dialysis, but uses activated charcoal filters that help remove toxins from the blood. This, along with intensive hydration and diuretics, will accelerate the elimination of the poison from your system. How long until I can move again? I ask, clinging to each word like a lifeline in an ocean of uncertainty. Dr. Maragua looks directly at me, and for the first time, I see something warm in those icy eyes. We expect to see the first signs of recovery in the next few hours. The paralysis will begin to reverse gradually, starting with the smallest muscles. In similar cases, we've seen significant recovery within the first 48 to 72 hours. Can I see it? The question leaves my lips before I can even think about it. The doctor hesitates for a moment, and my heart sinks. "We don't normally allow visitors at this stage of treatment," he begins, and I see Sebastian about to intervene with all the authority of the Ortega name. "But given the circumstances, I think it would be beneficial for the patient. He's fully conscious, Mrs. Ortega. Just 5 minutes, for now." I nod gratefully, and feel Diana squeeze my hand in support. "Thank you, doctor," Sebastian says, and there's something in his tone that suggests he's already set in motion the mechanism that will ensure the rules are bent as much as necessary for his brother's well-being. As I follow Dr. Maragua through the double doors into the ICU, I try to mentally prepare myself for what I'm about to see. But no amount of preparation is enough. Eduardo lies in bed, surrounded by machines monitoring every aspect of his condition. Tubes and wires connect to his motionless body, like an abandoned puppet. His skin, usually tan and vibrant, has a grayish hue that terrifies me. Only his eyes, those gray eyes that can go from steel to liquid mercury in an instant, stay alive, moving frantically when he sees me enter. "Just 5 minutes," Dr. Maragua reminds me, and discreetly withdraws, leaving me a space of privacy monitored by nurses a few meters away. I approach him, trying to maintain my composure. I smile, even though my face feels like it could crack like porcelain. "Hello, love," I whisper, bringing my hand up to his face, gently caressing his cheek. His skin is warm, almost feverish. "I'm here. I'm not going anywhere." His eyes lock onto mine with such intensity that I can almost hear what he's thinking, what he desperately wants to tell me. I see fear there, anger, frustration, but most of all, I see love. A love so fierce that not even this paralysis can contain it. I pull up a chair and sit next to him, taking his limp hand in mine. It's limp, unresponsive, but it's still his hand. The hand that has held mine for 7 years. The hand that has dried my tears, traced constellations on my skin, and proudly held Victoria's first ultrasound. "I have good news for you," I say, trying to sound optimistic. "The doctors say the dose wasn't lethal. That it was calculated only to temporarily paralyze you," I continue, my thumb tracing circles on the back of her hand. "They're using lidocaine to counteract the effects, and something called hemoperfusion to flush the poison out of your system faster." His eyes flicker, and I realize he's trying to communicate with me the only way he can. "Do you understand what I'm saying?" "Blink once for yes, twice for no," I suggest, remembering all those movies where the characters establish codes like this. A blink. Long, deliberate. "Good," I smile, a little more genuinely now. "In a few hours you should start to regain movement. First in your fingers, then in your limbs. They're going to keep you here under observation, but Dr. Maragua seems optimistic." Another blink. "Lorena is in custody," I continue, knowing she needs information. "The FBI is interrogating her right now. They found the syringe with the rest of the poison in her apartment, along with evidence that she was planning to take you somewhere in Vermont. She won't go anywhere, I promise." His eyes darken at the mention of Lorena, and I can see the fury burning in them. I don't blame him. Lorena's betrayal is monstrous on levels I'm still processing. My mind is still struggling to accept that the woman I thought was my friend, my mentor, was so obsessed with me that she tried to kill my husband. And most importantly, I say, moving his motionless hand to my belly, "Victoria and I are fine. Perfectly fine. And we're going to be even better when you recover." A blink, and this time, something glistens in his eyes. Tears. I've never seen Eduardo cry. Not even during our previous losses, when he stayed strong for me while falling apart inside. I lean closer, my face inches from his. "I love you, Eduardo Salinas Ortega," I whisper, my voice cracking slightly. "More than anything in this world. And we'll get through this like we've gotten through everything else, together." A nurse approaches, telling me my time is running out. I nod, understanding but reluctant. "I'll be back soon," I promise, placing a soft kiss on her forehead. "I'm not going anywhere." As I leave the room, I stop in my tracks. The hallway, once relatively empty, now resembles a makeshift crisis room. Elena is there, wearing an expensive coat that appears to have been hastily thrown on over what is clearly designer sleepwear. Beside her, Satoru Ortega remains as impassive as ever, though his eyes betray genuine concern. Guadalupe paces nervously, her usual bubbly energy completely subdued. And to my surprise, Catalina Langston, the director of the FBI, is also present, her suit as impeccable as ever despite the hour. Everyone turns their heads when they see me. Isabel. Elena steps forward, her face surprisingly free of makeup, her eyes red-rimmed. How is Eduardo? For God's sake, no one wants to tell me anything. For the first time since I've known her, Elena Ortega seems genuinely devastated. There's a vulnerability in her gaze, a guilt I can't quite decipher. She's not the perfectly composed woman who controls every situation. She's a mother worried about her son. He's stable, I reply, my tone colder than I intended. Just starting to regain movement. The relief that floods her face seems genuine. Her shoulders visibly relax, and I see unshed tears glistening in her eyes. Thank God, he murmurs, and I'm surprised by the tremor in his voice. Sebastian approaches us, exchanging a brief glance with Diana, who stays close to me like a protective shield. Mrs. Ortega, Catalina Langston intervenes, taking a step forward. I was waiting for you to come out. We need to speak urgently, with everyone present. His tone leaves no room for argument, and I feel a chill run down my spine. Something is about to happen, something important. We could use the conference room on the third floor, Sebastian suggests, adopting his efficient executive posture. I'll talk to the hospital director. I've known Margaret for years. As Sebastian disappears down the hall, an awkward silence falls between us. Guadalupe approaches me, taking my hand with a silent affection that I deeply appreciate. Satoru remains by Elena's side, a hand on her shoulder, a gesture of spousal support that seems strangely out of place given the situation. Sebastian returns in minutes, efficient as ever. Everything's settled, he announces. We can use the conference room in the north wing. It's private and has everything we might need. We started walking toward the elevator. Elena, whose eyes remained fixed on me as if trying to decipher my thoughts, suddenly stopped and looked at Diana. Is it necessary for her to come? He asks with a cold disdain that breaks through his vulnerable facade. She's not family, and this is a private matter. I don't think. Before Sebastian can intervene, I take a step forward. The anger I've been suppressing all night finally finds an outlet. She's family to me, I declare, my voice sharp but controlled. So yes, I prefer her by my side. And if you don't like it, Elena, then you put up with it. It's that simple. Without waiting for her response, I take Diana's hand and start walking, leaving a visibly surprised Elena behind me. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a fleeting smile on Guadalupe's lips. The hospital's boardroom is everything you'd expect, sterile, functional, with that generic atmosphere of medical professionalism. We sit around a light wood oval table. Catherine Langston naturally takes the position at the head of the table, with a quiet authority that goes unchallenged. I appreciate everyone's presence, the FBI director begins, her tone formal but laden with gravity. What I'm about to share is sensitive information related to the ongoing investigation. My stomach tightens in anticipation. Diana takes my hand under the table, a gesture of solidarity that I silently acknowledge. As you know, Lorena Carrasquedo is in custody for the attempted murder of Judge Ortega, Catalina continues. During the preliminary interrogation, she made a series of serious accusations against you, Ms. Ortega. The director's eyes fix on Elena, who visibly tenses. What kind of accusations? Satoru asks, his voice firm but laced with concern. Catalina takes a deep breath before answering. According to Ms. Carrasquedo, Elena Ortega used the former housekeeper at Judge Wilson's residence to secretly administer crushed contraceptives into Isabel's food and drinks for an extended period of time, specifically after she learned the couple had decided to have a child. The silence that follows is so thick it could be cut with a knife. Guadalupe stifles a scream, bringing a hand to her mouth. Sebastian shows no surprise, which confirms to me that he'd already been told. Satoru looks at his wife with an unreadable expression. What's more, Catalina continues, implacably, Ms. Carrasquedo not only suggests that these actions prevented pregnancies, but directly accuses Ms. Ortega of having gone a step further and possibly actively caused the miscarriages Ms. Ortega has suffered. According to Lorena Carrasquedo, the residual effects of certain contraceptives can complicate early pregnancies, but the consistency and repetition of the losses suggest more direct interventions. My hand instinctively slides to my stomach, protecting Victoria. The implications of what I'm hearing are so monstrous that my mind struggles to process them. Catalina leans slightly forward, her eyes fixed on Elena with penetrating intensity. Normally, we would consider these accusations to be desperate attempts by a suspect to divert attention, he says. However, during the search of Ms. Carrasquedo's apartment, we found compelling evidence to support her claims. What evidence? Elena's voice sounds hollow, devoid of its usual authority. Audio recordings, Catalina replies. Miss Carrasquedo had in her possession recordings where you can clearly be heard giving Margaret Wilson specific instructions on how and when to administer the contraceptives. We also found photographs of Margaret dissolving the substances in drinks, a detailed diary written by Margaret herself meticulously documenting her actions under your orders, and even receipts from the pharmacy where the medications were purchased. Elena paled visibly. Her hands, usually so firm and elegant, trembled uncontrollably on the table. Catalina takes a deep breath before asking the final question. I'm going to be direct, Ms. Ortega, she says, every word clear and precise. Is that true? Did you deliberately sabotage your daughter-in-law's attempts at pregnancy through Margaret Wilson? And if so, were you also responsible for actively causing the miscarriages she suffered? The impact of his words hits me like a physical slap. All eyes are fixed on Elena. The silence in the room is so thick I can almost feel its weight pressing on my chest, making every breath difficult. For several seconds that seem to stretch into eternity, Elena remains motionless, her elegant figure transformed into an alabaster statue. Her face, normally a masterpiece of aristocratic composure, is now a pale, indecipherable mask. Only the slight tremor at the corner of her lips betrays the inner storm consuming her. Then, with the deliberate slowness of someone who knows her every move is being scrutinized, Elena looks up. Her eyes, an icy blue that always reminded me of ancient glaciers, meet Catalina's accusing gaze directly. In that silent exchange lie decades of power, pride, and secrets. Yes, to the first one, the word falls into the room like a drop of poison in crystal clear water, spreading, contaminating everything in its path. I instructed Margaret to put contraceptives in Isabel's drinks. The collective gasp breaks the tension momentarily, like a flash of lightning briefly illuminating the darkness before the storm rages. Guadalupe, her delicate cream-colored silk blouse now crumpled between her fingers, brings both hands to her mouth. Her eyes, always kind and gentle, widen disproportionately, turning into mirrors of pure shock that reflect the horror of what she has just heard. The wrinkles at the corners, normally formed by her perpetual smile, now frame an expression of utter disbelief. Satoru, the imposing patriarch whose presence always filled any room, sits rigid in his leather seat. His expression remains impenetrable, carved in stone like that of a judge who has heard the worst crimes without flinching. However, his knuckles turn white as he grips the edge of the mahogany table so tightly he seems to want a pulsing it between his fingers. The vein in his right temple visibly throbs, marking the rhythm of his suppressed fury. Diana, my only true ally in this family of wolves in sheep's clothing, squeezes my hands so tightly that her nails dig into my skin. I barely register the physical pain. My entire body has sunk into a strange numbness, as if my mind has severed all neural connections to protect me from the devastating magnitude of this betrayal. I feel a chill rising from within, expanding from my core to my fingertips, leaving me numb and distant, as if observing the scene from the other side of thick glass. But never, ever, Elena continues, her voice gaining steadiness with each syllable, as if the initial confession had unleashed something within her, did I cause or attempt to cause Isabel's miscarriages? I didn't go that far. That's an absolute lie. Her tone takes on a tinge of indignation, almost as if she were the victim in this twisted tale. The amber light of the sunset bathes her face, creating dramatic shadows that highlight every line of determination in her expression. Her hands, always perfectly manicured, now rest clasped in her lap, her white knuckles revealing the tension she's trying to hide. Sebastian is the first to break the thick silence that follows his confession. His voice, normally warm and jovial, now sounds colder than tempered steel, sharp as the edge of a freshly sharpened knife. And we're supposed to believe that, he says, every word dripping with a contempt he's never shown toward his mother before. After you just admitted to treacherously supplying Isabel with birth control. After you manipulated everyone for years, staring us in the face day after day as you destroyed her health, her hope, her future. The last question hangs in the air, vibrating with barely contained rage. Sebastian, always the family diplomat, the peacemaker, has now become the accuser. His tense jaw and the rigid muscles in his neck reveal the effort he's making not to scream. Elena turns to her eldest son, and for a fleeting moment, I see something I never thought possible, genuine fear in Elena Ortega's iron eyes. It's so brief, so subtle, that I could have imagined it, but I'm certain of what I saw, the primal terror of a mother who realizes she's losing her son forever. Sebastian, you have to believe me. Her voice takes on a pleading tone I'd never heard from her before. I wanted to delay the pregnancy, yes. I thought Eduardo was making a mistake by rushing into it. Her eyes, filled with barely concealed disdain, momentarily shift toward me, as if even now, in the midst of her fall, she needs to remind me of my place. That brief glimpse of the real Elena, the one who always considered me insufficient, unfit for her golden son, ignites a spark of fury amidst my numbness. But I would never, ever have done anything to cause her to lose a baby already conceived, she continues, turning her attention back to Sebastian. There are lines even I wouldn't cross. Catalina Langston, with her impeccable tailored suit and upright posture that speaks of decades of confronting the country's worst criminals, leans forward. Her dark eyes, piercing as drills, never leave Elena's face. There's something almost predatory in her intensity, in the methodical way she dissects every expression, every microgesture. Mrs. Ortega, he says with such absolute professional clarity that it cuts through the air like a scalpel, you must understand the gravity of what you have just admitted. His voice, polite but implacable, resonates in the room. There's no emotion in it, only the cold precision of someone who has spent a lifetime enforcing the law. Let me inform you that under the laws of Conejos, what you have confessed to constitute several serious crimes. Elena seems to physically shrink from the FBI director's words. It's as if each syllable hits her with physical force, diminishing her presence, eroding the grandeur that had always defined her. For the first time since I've known her, I see Elena Ortega for what she truly is, a scared old woman, caught in a web woven by her own arrogance. Second-degree assault for administering substances without consent, Catalina lists with surgical precision, each word meticulously pronounced as if she were dictating an official report. Reproductive coercion, a type of abuse recognized under domestic violence laws. Food tampering, since Margaret mixed medications into Mrs. Ortega's food and drink at her direct order. Catherine pauses deliberately, allowing each charge to sink in with all its weight on the conscience of everyone present. And that's not to mention the emotional and psychological damage, the violation of medical and reproductive rights, he continues, his gaze fixed on Elena, who seems to have become a shadow of herself. Ms. Isabel Ortega has the right to file formal charges against you and Margaret. We would have sufficient evidence for a full investigation and a possible criminal trial. The silence that follows is so dense it seems to have physical weight, like a granite slab crushing the oxygen in the room. The only perceptible sound is the relentless ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner, ticking away seconds that seem to stretch into infinity. Elena, the woman I always admired despite myself for her unwavering strength, seems to have aged 10 years in the last few minutes. All her studied elegance, her legendary composure, crumbles before my eyes like a house of cards swept away by the wind. The wrinkles on her face, normally masterfully concealed under layers of expensive treatments and makeup, now deepen, marking maps of despair. Her shoulders, always perfectly erect due to decades of social discipline, slump slightly forward in a defensive posture I'd never seen her adopt before. Just a moment, Satoru's deep, authoritative voice breaks the silence like a crash of thunder on a still night. His measured but firm tone is a reminder of why he's been one of the most feared lawyers in court for 4 decades. I think we all need to calmly reconsider the situation. He clears his throat with that signature gesture of his, that small ritual that always precedes his most devastating arguments. He shifts in his chair, turning it slightly to face everyone present, as if he were about to begin a closing argument in the most important case of his career. Considering we're family, he continues, his gray eyes methodically scanning each face around the polished mahogany table, I think it would be best if we sat down and talked things over privately. His gaze rests on Catalina for a moment, calculating, assessing the threat she represents. I think we all agree that accusing Elena will only disgrace our good name, he adds with the absolute conviction of someone who has rarely been contradicted. And with Eduardo being a Supreme Court justice. I can't hold back any longer. It's as if something inside me has broken, like a dam giving way under the relentless pressure of raging water. The rage that has been quietly simmering inside me since Elena's confession finally finds its way out, sweeping away all the barriers of civility and restraint I'd imposed on myself during 7 years of marriage to the Ortegas. Excuse me, Satoru, I interrupt, my voice trembling with a barely contained fury that surprises even myself, but I couldn't care less about your precious family name or reputation right now. The words pour out of me like lava, hot and destructive, impossible to contain once released. I feel the heat rising up my neck to my cheeks, and my hands are shaking so intensely that I have to clasp them together to hide it. Your wife is a monster, I continue, each syllable laden with the pain accumulated over years of feeling inferior, judged, and inadequate, and I'm sure Eduardo will think the same thing as me when he gets out of that bed. I lift my chin, meeting Satoru's surprised gaze head-on. And that if I decide to press charges, he will, in fact, fully support me. Satoru seems genuinely stunned by my outburst. His bushy eyebrows rise toward his broad forehead, and for a moment, his mouth opens slightly without a sound. Perhaps it's the first time in decades that someone has dared to interrupt him mid-speech. Or perhaps it's the first time he's seen the real Isabel, not the complacent, silent daughter-in-law who has desperately tried to fit into his world of power and privilege for 7 years. The rage continues to simmer inside me, expanding like incandescent lava until it reaches a critical point that cannot be contained. I no longer care about decorum, diplomacy, or the appearances I've so protected. I no longer care about the gossip columns, the whispers in the halls of power. This woman has systematically poisoned my body, manipulated every aspect of my marital life, and actively contributed to my deepest and most heartbreaking suffering. And I don't intend to hold back for a second longer. I turn to Elena, staring directly into her icy eyes. There's something liberating, almost intoxicating, about this moment of direct confrontation after years of polite innuendo and passive aggression disguised as concern. "You are a monster," I spit at her, each word laced with such pure, distilled contempt I can almost taste it on my tongue. "A ruthless manipulator who has toyed with human lives as if they were mere pieces on your twisted chessboard." My voice rises slightly, acquiring a crystalline clarity born of absolute certainty. "You have no soul, Elena. You have no heart. Only ambition and control. Only that sick desire to manipulate us all like puppets in your little theater." Elena backs away imperceptibly, as if my words have enough physical force to push her away. For the first time in 7 years, I see real, genuine fear in those eyes that always regarded me with cold appraisal. It's not the calculated fear she's sometimes feigned to manipulate situations to her advantage, but genuine terror at the uncontrollable fury I'm unleashing. Her lips, perfectly painted in that coral shade she considers her signature, tremble slightly before pressing into a firm line. A vein throbs visibly at her right temple, and her hands, those elegant hands I always admired for their grace when serving tea or arranging flowers, now grip the edge of the table as if afraid of falling into the void. "You interfered in our lives in the most cynical and cruel way possible." Day after day, my voice becomes lower, more threatening. "You watched your son and I fall apart every time a test came back negative, and yet you carried on." Something like embarrassment flashes across Elena's face, but it disappears so quickly she could have imagined it. "And you have the nerve to say you didn't go that far." Tears threaten to spill out, but I hold them back with sheer willpower. What kind of mother would do something like that? Elena doesn't respond. Her silence is more eloquent than any denial, more revealing than any confession. Her eyes avoid mine for the first time since I've known her, shifting toward the floor as if she finds something fascinating in the intricate geometry of the Persian rug. I look at each of those present, one by one, before continuing. The light of dusk has given way to the first shadows of twilight, and someone has turned on the side lamps, bathing the room in a golden glow that contrasts cruelly with the darkness of the moment. In the end, they probably won't have conclusive evidence that she had anything to do with the abortions, I say in a clear, firm voice. But if I'm absolutely sure of one thing, it's that I don't want someone near my daughter who did so much to ensure she wasn't conceived. The words, "my daughter," seem to float in the air, reminding everyone of the miracle growing inside me despite Elena's efforts. Instinctively, my left hand rests on my slightly swollen belly, in a protective gesture as old as humanity itself. I turn to Catalina, my decision having been made for several minutes, as the magnitude of the betrayal finally sank into my consciousness. "It would be very easy for me to file those charges you mentioned," I say with a newfound calm that contrasts dramatically with my previous fury. "To face off in court, to create a media scandal that would keep journalists busy for months." I pause deliberately, feeling the tension in the room thicken further with anticipation. But that's all it would be, scandal. Sensational headlines, speculation, Eduardo's private life and mine exposed for public consumption. And in the end, it would only rob me of the stability I so desperately need right now, robbing me of peace during the most beautiful and delicate moment of my life. I breathe deeply, feeling the oxygen fill my lungs, bringing clarity to my mind. So no, I won't do such a thing. I can feel everyone's confusion, see them exchanging puzzled glances at my apparent surrender. Only Diana seems to understand, her expression slowly transforming from bewilderment to understanding. She's always been the only one who truly knows me in this family. "I'll do better," I continue, my voice taking on a new determination. "I'll enjoy my pregnancy. I'll live it to the fullest, feel every kick, every hiccup, every movement of my daughter knowing you won't be around." As I speak, I feel a genuine smile, my first in weeks, begin to form on my lips. I will enjoy the birth of my daughter and every moment that follows. And since you, Elena, didn't want a grandchild coming from me, there's one thing I will do. I will file a restraining order. I don't want you near me or my daughter. Not ever again. My last words fall like a final, unappealable sentence. Elena stands abruptly, her chair scraping with a shrill screech across the marble floor. Color returns to her face in the form of irregular red blotches that rise up her neck to her cheeks, violent marks of indignation and panic. You can't do that, she exclaims, her voice a mixture of anger and disbelief. I'm his grandmother. I have rights. Her face, normally a mask of control, now contorts with emotions so extreme they almost render her unrecognizable. It's as if she's beholding the real Elena for the first time, stripped of all her layers of refinement and sophistication, revealing the desperate, furious woman who always hid beneath the facade of the perfect society lady. Yes, I can, I reply, meeting her gaze without flinching even an inch. And as you heard Catalina say, I can do much more. My voice rises involuntarily, but I make no effort to control it. Years of repressed emotions, forced smiles, and accepting slights and subtle humiliations all explode in this cathartic moment. But I prefer this because I know it will hurt you more, I continue, each word a bullet aimed straight at her heart. Knowing that you won't be able to get close to your granddaughter because you're a fucking heartless bitch who doesn't deserve it. In the stunned silence that follows, I can hear Guadalupe's labored breathing, Diana's approving whisper, the creak of Satoru's chair as he shifts uncomfortably. And when Eduardo gets out of that bed and finds out about this, knowing him like I do, I'm sure you'll have lost him too. My voice cracks slightly at the mention of my husband, but I regain my composure immediately. I hope it was worth it, Elena. The last words echo around the room, bouncing off the walls like stray bullets. Elena's expression is indecipherable, a mix of fury, fear, and something that surprisingly resembles regret. With a deliberately slow movement, I turn toward the door. Each step I take is an act of liberation, as if I'm letting go of invisible weights I've carried for years. I'm going to be with my husband, I announce, my head held high and my shoulders squared in a way I've never allowed myself to be in Elena's presence. Where I should have been all along. Diana immediately stands up and follows me without hesitation. As we cross the threshold, I can feel the weight of everyone's gaze on my back, Elena's impotent fury, Guadalupe's shock, Satoru's calculating assessment, Sebastian's silent understanding. But I don't care anymore. For the first time since I joined this family, since I accepted the Ortega name with all its history, tradition, and expectations, I don't care what they think. I don't care about their name, their position, their power, their influence. Because now I'm perfectly clear about what's truly important, Eduardo and Victoria. My husband and my daughter. My family. The one Elena systematically tried to destroy and, ironically, only managed to strengthen with her actions. As I walk down the hall toward the room where Eduardo is struggling to wake up, I feel a strange lightness. The scent of the freshly cut roses that always adorn the vases in the hallway seems more intense, the colors of the family paintings more vibrant, the light filtering through the large windows warmer. It's the intoxicating feeling of freedom. Of having finally broken the invisible chains that held me captive in a role that never truly belonged to me. Of having finally found my own voice. And as I gently push open the door to Eduardo's room, as the rhythmic beeping of the machines welcomes me, as I see his sleepy but colorful face, I know with absolute certainty that, whatever happens now, we will be stronger than ever. Because we are finally free. Chapter 9. Isabel. The third day in the hospital passes amid the comings and goings of nurses, doctors, and brief visitors. The room, once sterile and cold, is now filled with flowers that Guadalupe has insisted on bringing every morning, to bring life to this depressing place, as she says. Eduardo has improved remarkably. The doctors are amazed by his rapid recovery. He has the constitution of a bull, Dr. Maragua commented this morning during his visit. The poison is gradually leaving his system, and although he still needs assistance with some basic tasks, he has almost completely recovered his speech and movement in his upper extremities. I'm adjusting the pillows behind his back when I notice that expression on his face. I know it all too well: furrowed brow, tense jaw, gaze fixed on an invisible point. It's the same expression he has when he's preparing a particularly complex case. Eduardo is planning something, and I'm sure I'm not going to like it. What do you mean you won't press charges? Eduardo's voice suddenly rises, thick with indignation, his gray eyes dark with fury. After everything she's done, you're just going to let her get away with it? My hand stops halfway through adjusting the pillow. I take a deep breath, trying to maintain the calm I promised the doctor would, to avoid stressful situations. I didn't say he'll get away with it, I reply, weighing my words carefully. I just don't want a media circus or a legal battle. Don't you want a legal battle? He repeats, as if my words were incomprehensible. Isabel, for the love of God, my mother is a monster. She deserves to go to jail for what she did to you, for what she did to us. I sit on the edge of the bed, seeking patience. His skin is warmer today, a good sign according to the doctors, but his temper is also boiling over. You think I don't know? My voice rises, indignation seeping through my calm facade. For God's sake, Eduardo, Elena had our old housekeeper slip birth control pills into my breakfast when I stopped taking them because I wanted to get pregnant. Because she didn't want me to get pregnant. My chest rises and falls with ragged breaths. That's monstrous. And of course I'm furious. And of course I want him to pay. I get up, needing to move, to feel like I have at least a modicum of control in this situation that's threatening to overwhelm me. I approach the window, observing the constant hustle and bustle of the hospital, searching for the right words to make him understand. But I know you, I continue, turning to face him. Just like I know your father. Satoru will be relentless. It will be a war without quarter, Eduardo. Not to mention the press, the media circus, not being able to breathe, the exposure. I rest my hands on the windowsill, feeling the cool marble against my palms, a reminder that this is real, not just another nightmare. I can't go on like this, Eduardo. We can't. We've been living in the shadow of anxiety and uncertainty for too long. First there were the anonymous messages, then discovering Lorena was behind it, then your poisoning, and now this with your mother, I lished, my voice cracking slightly. There's always something, always someone threatening our happiness, our future. Eduardo sits up straight in bed, his expression hardening. That's why we must fight, Isabel. We can't let him get away with it, he argues with his trademark conviction. I'm powerful too. I'm a Supreme Court justice. I have my own connections. I won't be intimidated by my own father. I approach him, sitting again on the edge of the bed, this time taking his hands in mine, forcing him to look at me directly. Eduardo, listen to me. This isn't about whether we can win this battle or not, I say firmly. I know perfectly well that you have the power to bring your parents to their knees if you set your mind to it. I've never doubted that. I pause, allowing my words to penetrate his shell of indignation. But at what price? That's the point. What would be the cost of that victory? I continue, my voice softer. I'm not going to continue risking my stability. I have a high-risk pregnancy, Eduardo. If this explodes, they won't let us live. I take her hand and bring it to my belly, where our little Victoria moves, oblivious to the chaos around us. What if all this stress that would come with the scandal and the legal fight causes me to lose our baby girl? Our miracle. My voice cracks slightly. Then yes, she will have one. And I wouldn't forgive myself for it. Nor would I forgive you. I see his eyes soften slightly, understanding beginning to break through his fury. I'm tired, Eduardo, I admit, my shoulders slumping. I'm exhausted from this seemingly endless war. I want to live our life. I want to enjoy my pregnancy, something I haven't been able to fully do since we found out I was pregnant. There's always been something, some shadow threatening to rob us of this happiness we've worked so hard to achieve. I stand up again, walking over to the small table where a glass of water rests. I take it, giving myself time to gather my thoughts. Catalina told me they're still questioning Lorena, I continue, turning to look at him. They still don't know for sure if your mother was directly involved in causing the abortions. I see his jaw clench at the mention of this most monstrous possibility of all. And if that were the case, believe me, I'd be the first to want to see her behind bars, I add with a firmness that surprises even myself. But until we have concrete evidence, I'm weighing everything, Eduardo. I return to him, sitting back down on the bed, my gaze fixed on his. On one side of the scale is immediate justice, the satisfaction of seeing your mother face the legal consequences of her actions. Public vindication, I listed, gesturing with my left hand. On the other side, I continue, raising my right hand, is the peace I need right now. The stability our baby needs to continue growing healthy. The chance to finally enjoy this stage we've longed for so many years. I pause, letting my words find their way into his heart. I'm not being soft, Eduardo. I'm being strategic, I emphasize. I'm prioritizing what truly matters right now, our daughter. If we lose her in the middle of this war, both Elena and Lorena will have achieved exactly what they wanted, to destroy us. And I refuse to give them that satisfaction. What I want is an order from El Sebastian, I continue, my voice firm but calm. Your mother will not come near me or our circle again. I don't know how you'll handle that, but I'm not going to ask you to cut ties with her. That's your decision to make. I keep my eyes fixed on his, needing him to understand the magnitude of what I'm saying. But as for me and my daughter, I want her far away. And that's what I want. She wanted power, so let her have it, but in her own world, away from my surroundings. Eduardo keeps his hand on my belly, and I see the internal struggle reflected in his eyes. The man seeking justice against the woman who gave him life, the son still trying to understand how his mother could have done something so monstrous. That will hurt her more because she's a control freak, do you understand what I want? I continue, my voice softer but no less determined. Knowing that there's a part of your life, of our lives, that she'll never have access to. She'll never know Victoria. She'll never be able to manipulate her like she tried to do with us. That will be her punishment, exclusion from what matters most, from what truly matters. I pause, letting my words sink in. Then I add, with a conviction that surprises even myself. It's not weakness I'm choosing, Eduardo. It's strength. The strength to prioritize our future over revenge, to choose peace over war even if it's the hardest thing to do. The strength to put our daughter first, to choose the life we've worked so hard to achieve. I see something change in his gaze, a slow but profound understanding. His hand on my stomach tightens slightly as Victoria kicks again, as if expressing her own opinion on this family matter. Besides, I add, with a touch of pragmatic determination in my voice, this doesn't mean I'm giving up on justice forever. Only that I'm choosing my battles carefully. When Victoria is born, when she's safe and healthy in our arms, we can reevaluate. We can decide if we want to pursue formal legal action then. Time is on our side, Edward. The evidence Catherine can find now will still be there a few months from now. Eduardo looks at me for a long time, and I see the conflict in his eyes. The anger is still there, burning like embers, but there's something more now. Understanding, perhaps. Or at least, the willingness to try to understand. I understand your position, my love, Eduardo says after a moment of reflection. But I don't completely agree. My mother can't just get away with this. What she's done is criminal. Her face reflects a mixture of pain and determination as she straightens in bed, leaning more firmly against the pillows. It's not just us. Think about what she could do in the future, to other people. Someone capable of what she did shouldn't be in a position to continue causing harm. I see the passion in his eyes, that fire that has carried him so far in his career. Eduardo has always believed in justice above all else. I understand you're worried about the stress and the risks to the pregnancy, she continues, her voice softer but no less determined. But I'm also worried about what will happen if we leave this like this. What message are we sending? That you can do something so vile and simply get away with it with an order from Alex Sebastian. He looks at me intently, and I can see that he is not willing to give up this discussion easily. Also, he adds, his voice deepening, I'm thinking of our lost children, Isabel. Of the 5 small miracles we never got to know about. If it's confirmed that she played a role, don't we owe them justice as well? Their words strike a chord with me. Of course I think about them. Not a day goes by when I don't remember every loss, every dashed hope. Eduardo, I reply, carefully measuring my words. Of course we owe them justice. No one remembers them more than I do. I felt each life forming inside me, and each loss tearing at my soul. I take a deep breath, searching for a way to make him understand. But precisely for that reason, for them, I can't put Victoria at risk. We've already lost too much. Eduardo closes his eyes for a moment, processing my words. When he opens them, I see a vulnerability he rarely displays. I have so much rage inside, Isabel, he confesses, his voice cracking slightly. When I think about what my own mother did to you, to our babies, to me. Sometimes I feel like I'm drowning in it. I need to do something, I need her to pay somehow. I move closer to him, taking his face in my hands. I know, love. I know. And I promise you, he'll pay. But I also need you to understand something, I'm not running away from this fight because I'm weak. I'm doing it because I'm strong. Because I can see beyond the immediate anger and think about our future. I see doubt in his eyes, and I continue. Also, have you really considered what a lawsuit against your mother would mean? The media circus, the headlines, your position on the Supreme Court likely being compromised. I don't care about my position if it's about doing the right thing, he interrupts firmly. I know, I nod. And that's one of the reasons I love you so much. But Eduardo, this isn't just a matter of principles. It's our real life, our family, our future. Things are already going to get pretty messy with Lorena, what she did to you, the fact that she did it because she had feelings for me, it's crazy stuff I can't even wrap my head around yet. I pause, letting my words sink in. What I'm asking you to do isn't abandon justice, but rather postpone it. Let's focus on having a healthy pregnancy, on bringing Victoria into the world. Then, with our daughter safely in our arms, we can reconsider our options. Eduardo frowns, still not entirely convinced. What if, in the meantime, she gains an advantage? What if my father uses his connections to sweep this under the rug? It's a valid concern, and I acknowledge it by nodding. That's why I'm not saying we shouldn't do anything, I reply. We can proceed with the Il Sebastianto order, which is a legal document officially establishing that Elena did something serious enough to warrant being kept at a distance. We can allow Catalina and her team to continue investigating, but without a formal charge yet. His expression softens slightly, showing that he's considering my words. Besides, I add, your father may be powerful, but even he has limits. And with the FBI involved, it's not so easy to make evidence disappear or silence witnesses. I watch Eduardo weigh my arguments, his analytical mind evaluating every aspect of what I've said. Finally, he lets out a resigned sigh. I'm not completely convinced, he admits. But I understand your point of view and I respect your priorities. Victoria always comes first. He takes my hand, interlacing our fingers with a firmness that conveys his commitment. We'll do this your way, for now, he concedes. Sebastian's order comes first. We'll allow Catherine to continue investigating discreetly. And after the birth, we'll reevaluate. Relief washes over me like a warm wave. But I want to make one thing very clear, Eduardo says, his expression hardening again. If at any point any evidence emerges that my mother was directly involved in causing the abortions, everything changes. There will be no negotiation on that point. I nod, completely understanding. There are lines that, if crossed, don't allow for contemplation. That's something we're completely in agreement on, I confirm. If that's proven, I myself will be at the forefront of demanding the full force of the law. Eduardo looks at me with an expression that mixes pride and concern. You know, sometimes you surprise me, Isabel Ortega, he says, using my full name as he does in those moments of deep intimacy. You have a strength that goes far beyond the physical. In the midst of all this hell, you're able to think clearly, to put into perspective what really matters. I smile, moved by his words. I learned from the best strategist I know, I reply, leaning in to place a brief kiss on his lips. You taught me to see the bigger picture, to not be swayed by immediate emotion alone. And now you're using my own lessons against me, he says with a slight smile, the first genuine one since we started this conversation. Not against you, I correct gently. For us. For our family. He nods, and I see that he's finally reached a point of acceptance. Good, then it's settled, he declares, his tone regaining some of its usual authority. We will proceed with the order for Alex Sebastian immediately. I will speak with Catherine to ensure the investigation continues discreetly. And after Victoria's birth, we will evaluate whether to file formal charges. Thank you, I say, relief evident in my voice. For understanding. For being willing to see this from my perspective. We've always been a team, my love, he replies, his hand finding mine on my stomach. Sometimes we don't agree at first, but in the end we always come to the same place. It couldn't be any other way, considering how much I love you. Victoria chooses that moment to kick particularly hard, as if to confirm her father's words. I think our daughter approves of the plan, I comment with a smile, noticing how the tension finally begins to dissipate from the room. Eduardo smiles, staring with fascination at the place where his hand rests on my belly. She's a Salinas and an Ortega, he notes proudly. Of course she has strong opinions now. We laughed together, a sound that a few minutes ago would have seemed impossible. And in that moment of shared lightness, I feel that, despite everything we've been through and everything that still lies ahead, we'll be okay. Because we have the only thing that truly matters, we're together. Besides, Eduardo adds, his face turning serious but serene, I think you're right about something fundamental. My mother has already lost, even if she doesn't know it yet. I look at him questioningly, waiting for him to continue. She'll miss out on everything important, he explains. She won't see her granddaughter grow up, she won't be part of our lives. And for someone like Elena Ortega, whose identity is entirely based on control and appearances, that's a punishment perhaps harsher than any legal sentence. Her words resonate with a truth that comforts me. Elena valued power, influence, the perfect image of the ideal family. And now, through her own actions, she's lost the only thing that truly gives meaning to all of that, the genuine connection with her family. And we, Eduardo continues, his voice filled with calm determination, we will continue forward. Stronger. More united. With our little Victoria in our midst. I rest my head on his shoulder, feeling peace slowly settle in my heart. This isn't the end of this story, I know. There are still chapters to write, decisions to make, truths to face. But for now, in this moment, we've found a way forward. A path that puts our daughter first. A path that allows us to breathe, recover, and gather strength for what comes next. A path that proves that, despite Elena's every attempt, our love has triumphed. And that, more than any immediate revenge or justice, is the sweetest victory of all. Eduardo. Hours later, sitting in our home office, I stare at the glass of ice water in my hands. The crystal-clear liquid reflects the light from the desk lamp, creating hypnotic patterns that help me focus on something other than the rage boiling inside me. Isabel is resting upstairs. The doctor insisted on complete rest for at least 48 hours, although physically I feel much better. The poison has almost been eliminated from my system, but the paralysis I experienced has left me with residual muscle weakness that will take a few days to fully overcome. My physical weakness, however, is insignificant compared to the emotional storm consuming me. Catalina Langston's call an hour ago only fueled my fury. The FBI continues to investigate, focusing primarily on the interrogation of Lorena. According to Catalina, they are making rapid progress in gathering valuable information. The most disturbing thing about all this is knowing that my mother had been sabotaging our attempts to start a family from the very beginning. Every negative test, every dashed hope, every tear I saw my wife shed, all orchestrated by her. The glass trembles in my hand, and it takes all my concentration to keep from smashing it against the wall. A soft knock on the door interrupts my dark thoughts. Go ahead, I say, knowing perfectly well who it is. Sebastián enters, his commanding presence immediately filling the room. My older brother, the firstborn of the Ortegas, has always projected that aura of natural authority. However, today I notice something different about him. His shoulders, normally set with absolute confidence, seem to carry an invisible weight. His eyes, so similar to mine, reflect a weariness that goes beyond the physical. How is Isabel? He asks, approaching and pouring himself a glass of water from the dispenser in the corner of the office. Resting, I answer briefly. The doctor insists she needs complete peace and quiet. This pregnancy was already high risk before all of this. Sebastián nods, taking the seat across from me. For a moment, we remain silent, two Ortega brothers lost in their own tumultuous thoughts. I'm so sorry about all this, Eduardo, she says finally, breaking the silence. What Mom did. She shakes her head, as if words fail her. I always knew you were a difficult person, a tough one. But this. Difficult. I interrupt, unable to contain the bitterness in my voice. He systematically put birth control pills in my wife's breakfast to prevent us from having children. You call that difficult? Sebastian looks down at his glass. You're right, he admits. It's monstrous. Inexcusable. And for what it's worth, I'm completely on your side on this, brother. The sincerity in his voice calms my anger slightly. I know, Sebastian. You've always been there when I needed you, I admit, running a hand through my hair in frustration. But I keep wondering how I didn't see it coming. All the signs were there. The way he treated Isabel, his constant comments, his manipulations. Don't blame yourself, Sebastian replies, letting out a sigh. No one could have imagined he'd go this far. Even though he sided with Vanessa when she cheated on me. He stops suddenly, as if he's just realized what he said. A look of surprise appears on his face, as if those words had just escaped his mouth without his brain's permission. I frown, trying to process what I just heard. What did you just say? I ask, completely baffled. Sebastian closes his eyes for a moment and then opens them, resigned. It's clear he didn't intend to blurt out that information like that. Gosh, he murmurs, running a hand over his face. This isn't how I planned to tell you. Did Vanessa cheat on you? I ask, surprise mingling with indignation. How come I didn't know about this? Sebastian lets out a humorless laugh, resigning himself to continuing now that the subject has come to light. Because I didn't want to burden you with my problems, he replies, avoiding my gaze. You already had enough on your plate. That's an excuse, I retort, indignation rising inside me. You're my brother, Sebastian. If you're going through something like this, I should know. My mind tries to process this new information, reevaluating every recent interaction with my brother and Vanessa. They always seemed like the perfect couple, the ideal marriage my mother constantly held up as an example. So you're saying Mom sided with Vanessa? I ask, although the answer seems obvious given what I just learned about her. Sebastian nods, a bitter smile curving his lips. Of course, he replies with a hint of sarcasm. You know Vanessa is the perfect daughter-in-law for her. Image is everything. To hell with her son being unhappy, as long as the family looks perfect from the outside. He runs a hand through his hair, a gesture we share when we're stressed. It's one of those little Ortega things that reveals us as brothers. We've been separated for months, practically, he continues, his voice thick with tiredness. I go to the house and pretend for Clara, but I'm staying at my other residence. I only stay when Clara's been sick or something like that. He takes another sip of water, as if needing something to do with his hands. It's a complete mess, he continues. And she's making it difficult for me with the divorce. She's really screwing me over, Eduardo. I can't believe my brother kept all this to himself. Sebastian, who has always been my confidant, my mentor, my role model. How could I not have noticed he was suffering? Why didn't you tell me? I ask, still trying to process this revelation. I could have supported you, given you legal advice. You were dealing with the anonymous messages, Isabel's high-risk pregnancy, your own battles, he replies, waving his hand in dismissal. And if that wasn't enough? He pauses, as if considering whether to continue. He runs his hand over his face, and I notice something I've rarely seen in my older brother, hesitation, vulnerability. What? I encourage him to continue. Is there more? Sebastian lets out a defeated sigh, as if he no longer has the strength to keep any more secrets. In the middle of my storm, I got involved with someone, he finally says, the words stumbling out. It started out casual, but I ended up falling in love like a fucking teenager. His eyes, so similar to mine, now reflect a vulnerability I'd never seen in him. It started out as a normal conversation, and I ended up head over heels in love, he continues, his voice almost a whisper. But I lost her, and it's driving me crazy. A feeling of disbelief washes over me. Sebastian, always so controlled, so calculating in every aspect of his life, in love to the point of despair. Who is this woman? I ask, genuinely intrigued. Sebastian avoids my gaze, as if he fears the reaction his answer might provoke. Diana, he says finally, almost in a whisper, as if the name itself contained a power he dares not fully release. The silence that follows is absolute. It takes my mind a few seconds to put the pieces together. Diana. I repeat, incredulous. You mean? Yes, brother, that Diana, he confirms, finally meeting my gaze. It's like the ground has opened up beneath my feet. Of all the possibilities, of all the women in Canejos, would never have imagined this. Fuck, Sebastian, I mutter, trying to process this new revelation. How? When? My brother gets up, needing to move. He walks to the window and looks out at the darkened garden. It started at Isabel's birthday party last year, he explains, his voice distant. One conversation led to another, and I don't know, we just got carried away. The vulnerability in his voice disconcerts me. My older brother, always so ruthless in business, so calculating, now seems completely disarmed. So how are you feeling about this whole situation? I ask, genuinely concerned. I mean, having her here in the city, working with me. Sebastian lets out a bitter laugh, turning to me. How do you think I'm feeling? Like shit, he answers without any filters. Having her in the city complicates everything. I can't stop thinking about her. I couldn't stand seeing her go out with someone else, but I also can't touch her, I can't even talk to her normally. There's so much pain in his expression it unnerves me. I've never seen my brother like this, so vulnerable, so human. I can't accept losing her, Eduardo, he continues, his voice cracking slightly. I've tried, but I can't. There are so many things that have happened between us, things I don't have the strength to talk about right now, but I'm pretty screwed. He runs a hand over his face, as if trying to erase the exhaustion. I've tried to keep things with Vanessa under control through Clara. I tried to keep up appearances, but inside. He shakes his head. I'm broken inside. I approach him, placing a hand on his shoulder. It's a simple gesture, but among Ortega men, raised in emotional rigidity, it's almost a declaration of brotherly love. I'm sorry, I say sincerely. I'm sorry you've been going through all this alone. I should have realized. It's not your fault, he interrupts. You had your own hells to deal with. We stood like that for a moment, two Ortega brothers, each carrying their own demons, but for the first time in a long time, sharing them. We'll get through this, I assure her, squeezing her shoulder. You, Isabel, me. Even Diana. We'll find a way. Sebastian gives a tired smile, but nods. I hope so, brother, he replies. Because I don't know how much longer I can stand this. When Sebastian leaves, I'm left alone with my thoughts again. I stare at the glass in my hand, watching the ice cubes slowly melt, like everything I thought was solid in my life. The Ortega family. A name that inspires respect, admiration, and even envy in Conejo circles. To the outside world, we are the personification of success, power, and perfection. I, a Supreme Court justice. Sebastian, a successful businessman. My father, one of the country's most important politicians. And my mother, Elena Ortega, the perfect hostess, the ideal wife, the impeccable matriarch of an enviable dynasty. What a macabre joke. What no one sees is that we're nothing more than poop adorned with dazzling glitter. On the outside, we shine so brightly we're blinding, on the inside, we reek of decay. A flawless facade hiding monstrous secrets. A marriage of convenience between my parents, infidelities covered up by both parties, constant manipulation, and now this. My mother poisoning my wife to prevent her from having children. To keep up appearances. To control the perfect narrative of her perfect family. How far will she go to keep up those appearances? The question terrifies me because I think I know the answer. There are no limits. There are no lines she won't cross. For Elena Ortega, image is everything. Substance has never mattered. I close my eyes, exhausted. Isabel's words echo in my mind with crystalline clarity. Perhaps she is right. Perhaps the greatest punishment for my mother is not the public humiliation of a legal proceeding, but the silent but final destruction of everything she has built. Letting this perfect family, which she has tried to maintain through manipulation, crumble before her eyes. Letting her watch, helpless, as each of us walks away, leaving her alone with her power, her prestige, all her material possessions, and the absolute emptiness where what truly matters should be. A slow, silent, but relentless punishment. Finding yourself surrounded by everything you've always believed to be important and realizing that none of it is worth it without the people. Without the family you destroyed with your own hands. I smile bitterly at this thought. My wife, whom my mother always considered weak, naive, and insignificant, has shown a far deeper understanding of human nature than any of us. She has seen something I, blinded by my rage and my sense of justice, could not, that for someone like my mother, true damnation would come not from an outside judge, but from losing what she doesn't even know she values. The ice finishes melting in my glass, diluting the water until it becomes tasteless. Like our family. Like the Ortega legacy my mother has worked so hard to protect. But amid all this darkness, there's a light that never goes out. Isabel and our little Victoria. The family we're building, stone by stone, on a foundation of truth, not appearances. And perhaps Sebastian will also find his path, his own truth with Diana or whoever else brings him peace. Perhaps that's our true legacy. Not the Ortega name and all that it entails, but the ability to break away from it, to build something different. Something real. Isabel. The rhythmic sound of rain hitting the windows of our living room creates a monotonous melody that lulls the senses. The leaden sky bathes the room in a diffuse gray light, turning our elegant retreat into an intimate and isolated space, as if the outside world had decided to stop for a moment. The drops slide down the glass, tracing winding paths, just like the tears I've shed these past few months. This melancholic atmosphere seems the perfect setting for the conversation that is about to unfold, as if even the weather wants to accompany us in our grief. Catalina sits opposite us, her posture perfectly upright but not rigid. She wears an impeccably cut navy blue tailored suit that conveys authority without ostentation. Her hair, pulled back in a low bun, and her minimal makeup reinforce this image of controlled professionalism. However, there is something in the way her fingers are interlaced in her lap, in the slight tension around her eyes, that betrays the seriousness of what she has come to tell us. I appreciate you having me, he begins, his voice level but with a tinge of warmth he rarely displays in his public appearances. What I have to share with you today will probably be difficult for you to hear, but I firmly believe you deserve to know the whole truth. Eduardo sits next to me on the couch. His hand, warm and solid, envelopes mine with that reassuring firmness that has always been my anchor. Occasionally, his fingers slide toward my swollen belly, where our Victoria grows, oblivious to the evil that has tried to prevent her existence. His face maintains that mask of composure he has perfected over years in court, but I recognize the signs, the almost imperceptible tension at the corner of his lips, the accelerated rhythm with which his thumb caresses the back of my hand, the way his breathing deepens slightly, as if preparing for a blow. I'm exhausted, but it's not a tiredness that can be relieved by sleep. It's an exhaustion that has penetrated my bones, my very soul. I'm tired of constantly living on guard, waiting for the next blow, the next betrayal. Tired of every moment of happiness being poisoned by fear, by suspicion, by the certainty that someone, somewhere, is plotting to take it away from us. I want it all to end. Now. Today. I want to be able to breathe without that weight in my chest, without that constant lump in my throat. We have significant developments in the investigation, Catalina begins, placing a black leather folder discreetly embossed with the FBI seal on our coffee table. I felt it was imperative to inform you personally, given the extremely sensitive nature of what we've learned. Our eyes meet briefly, and I see something in her eyes that chills my blood, compassion. Catherine Langston, the woman known throughout Rabbits for her almost legendary impassiveness, looks at me with a barely concealed pity that prepares me for the worst. We have Margaret Wilson in custody, he announces, enunciating each syllable with crystal clarity. The name falls between us like glass shattering against the floor. Margaret. Our former housekeeper. The woman who entered our kitchen every morning with her impeccably ironed uniform and kind smile. The one who made me herbal teas when I had migraines and brought me extra blankets when I was working late in my office. The one who seemed genuinely saddened every time we lost a pregnancy, offering comfort with gentle words and motherly gestures. Margaret, who while treating me like a daughter, mixed poison into my drinks on the orders of my mother-in-law. Betrayal has a face, and it is that of a middle-aged woman with skillful hands and a warm smile. He's decided to cooperate fully with us, Catalina continues, opening the folder and removing several photographs, which she carefully places on the table. According to his testimony, we confirmed that Elena did, in fact, pay him to mix crushed contraceptives into your morning drinks, Isabel. Eduardo curses softly, a guttural sound that seems to rip from his soul. His hand squeezes mine so tightly it almost hurts, but the physical pain is a welcome anchor, something tangible to hold onto as the world seems to dissolve around me. Margaret has confirmed, Catherine continues, that this sabotage continued systematically until Elena specifically ordered her to stop it when you managed to get pregnant for the first time. Apparently, Elena felt she had delayed the inevitable long enough and decided to allow that first pregnancy. I stare at the photographs laid out in front of me, bank receipts, screenshots of text messages, even a notebook with meticulous notes of dates and dosages. Evidence of Elena's premeditated cruelty, documented like someone keeping a household expense log. The coldness of it all makes me sick. Margaret has provided extraordinarily detailed information, Catalina continues, her voice professional but not without restrained indignation. We have records, purchase receipts, bank transfers, and text messages that corroborate every aspect of her statements. But that, unfortunately, is not all. There's something in his tone, an added gravity, that makes my stomach clench in anticipation of the worst. Of course, that's not all. With the Ortegas, it's never all. There's always another layer of evil waiting to be uncovered, another level of betrayal lurking beneath the surface. Catalina takes more documents out of the folder, this time photographs of an apartment I immediately recognize, Lorena's. Margaret's testimony has shed light on Lorena's involvement in this plot. Catalina pauses, visibly searching for the right words to describe something so monstrous. Apparently, Miss Carrasquedo discovered what Margaret was up to over 4 years ago, when she caught her mixing substances into her drink during one of the first dinners they hosted at this house. Could you be more of a bitch? What's truly disturbing, Catherine continues, is that he didn't intervene to stop it. He didn't warn them, he didn't confront Margaret or Elena. Instead, he seems to have seen in it inspiration. The FBI director pulls out a series of new documents, lab reports, medical bills, photographs of small, dark glass vials. When you achieved your first pregnancy, Isabel, and Elena ordered Margaret to stop administering contraceptives, she explains, pointing to a screenshot of a text message between the two women. That's when Lorena decided to initiate her own intervention. Time seems to slow down. Catalina's words reach me as if through water, distorted and distant. According to evidence found in her apartment, corroborated by medical and pharmaceutical records, Lorena obtained access to diethylstilbestrol through a doctor associated with one of her clients. She pronounces the name with clinical precision. It is an extraordinarily dangerous endocrine-disrupting substance. The name sounds vaguely familiar, probably from some medical malpractice case I studied in law school. It's a substance that alters the hormonal system, Catalina explains, confirming my vague suspicions. It's been used in the past and is linked to serious reproductive problems in women exposed to it, even without their knowledge. This substance, administered in small doses over a prolonged period, can cause recurrent miscarriages. I finish for her, my voice sounding strangely detached, as if it belonged to someone else. The air in the room seems to condense, become heavy as lead. I can almost physically feel the realization hit Eduardo and me simultaneously. Our 5 lost pregnancies. 5 little lives that never got to develop. It wasn't my body failing. It wasn't bad luck. It wasn't fate being cruel. It was Lorena. Lorena, our friend. My mentor. My confidant. Systematically poisoning me to kill my children. Catalina nods, a flash of genuine sadness crossing her usually stoic face. Exactly, he confirms. Miss Carrasquedo, according to records in her personal diary and files found on her computer, was convinced that if you continued to be childless, the pressure, especially from Elena, would eventually cause irreparable rifts in your marriage. Beside me, Eduardo has paled visibly. His knuckles are white from the pressure he's applying to his own thigh, as if he needs to inflict pain on himself to stay present, to avoid getting lost in the fury that must be consuming him from within. Lorena's strategy, Catalina continues, each word measured and precise, was meticulously calculated for the long term. According to her own notes, she was convinced that the continued failure to have children, combined with family and social pressure, would eventually lead to their separation. Her diary reflects that she was obsessed with you, Isabel. A chill runs down my spine. I think of all the late nights we spent working at the office, the confidences we shared, the times I cried on his shoulder after each loss. As he comforted me, as he held me, as he offered his unconditional support, was he secretly rejoicing in the success of his plan? Margaret decided to leave, Catherine continues, her voice dropping to an almost confidential tone. When she told Lorena she wouldn't continue doing this to you, Isabel, she threatened her. She explicitly told her that if she opened her mouth, bad things would happen. I assumed that was the reason for her sudden resignation last month. Catalina pauses, as if considering whether to share the following. Finally, her eyes meet mine. However, what worries me deeply is that your current housekeeper was recommended by Lorena herself. Eduardo jumps up in a furious rage, his face transformed by a rage I'd never seen before. Catalina raises a hand in a reassuring gesture, her serene expression contrasting with Eduardo's fury. That's why we've decided to question Martha as well, he explains with professional calm. Since today was her day off, I sent officers to pick her up at her home. They should have her at our offices right now. Eduardo sits back down slowly, without taking his eyes off Catalina, his body still tense like a bowstring. We've questioned her, and she claims that up until now, Lorena has never told her to put any substance or anything in her food or drink, Catalina continues, flipping through a few pages of her folder. Maybe she didn't have time, or maybe she didn't want to do it anymore. I feel the air slowly returning to my lungs. The possibility that someone else had been poisoning me in my own home, just now when Victoria finally seems safe, is unbearable. The truth is, she's the one to blame for your miscarriages, not Elena, Catalina adds. And to be honest, I suspected as much, especially when I saw how she tried so hard to accuse your mother-in-law. Eduardo leans forward, his eyes narrowed in distrust. What exactly are you saying, Catalina? He asks, his voice dangerously low. Catalina closes the folder and places it on her lap, as if reorganizing her thoughts. Elena is not innocent, he clarifies firmly. What she did is inexcusable, and she deserves to be prosecuted for it. But she didn't go as far as we feared. Her actions were limited to temporarily preventing the pregnancy, not causing the loss of the babies once conceived. I feel a strange mix of emotions. On one hand, relief knowing that Elena, terrible as she is, didn't go so far as to kill her own grandchildren. On the other, renewed horror at Lorena, whose cruelty seems to know no bounds. Are you absolutely sure about this? I insist, needing certainty in the midst of so much horror. Catalina nods slowly. Margaret's records corroborate the chronology perfectly. Elena ordered her to stop administering contraceptives when you became pregnant for the first time. From that moment on, the only one who interfered with your pregnancies was Lorena. I close my eyes for a moment, trying to process this information. The cruel irony that my mother-in-law, whom I always considered my enemy, turned out to be less of a monstrosity than my friend and mentor, is almost unbearable. Why? I whisper, the question escaping my lips almost involuntarily. Why would Lorena do something like that? Catalina looks at me with a mixture of compassion and professional concern. His diary is disturbing, to say the least, she answers cautiously. The most recent entries reflect an obsession that grew over the years. It seems he initially just wanted to separate you, thinking Eduardo wasn't good enough for you. He pauses, as if deciding how much to tell us. Over time, her fantasies became more elaborate. There are entire pages where she describes the life you two would have together after you divorced Eduardo. How she would comfort you, how you would eventually realize she was your true love. I feel nauseous again. All those late nights, all those shared confidences, how many times did he misinterpret my friendship and trust? How many signs did I ignore? Eduardo stands up again, but this time his movements are controlled and deliberate. He approaches the window and watches the rain pounding against the glass, his profile silhouetted against the grayish light. I want her to pay, he finally says, his voice firm but controlled. I want Lorena to spend the rest of her life in prison, contemplating what she did. No chance of a reduced sentence, no concessions. Catalina nods. With the evidence we have, it's perfectly possible. We're talking about multiple counts of attempted premeditated murder, among other crimes. You, as a judge, know that there isn't a jury in the country that wouldn't convict her based on what we've found. I stand up too, standing next to Eduardo. His arm instinctively circles my shoulders, pulling me toward him as if he needed to physically feel that I was safe. Suddenly, a memory seems to flash through my mind. I sit up slightly on the sofa, feeling how all the pieces fit together differently. I think Elena wanted to tell me something, I say slowly, the words forming as my thoughts clear. Warn me or confess. I'm not sure yet. Eduardo looks at me, bewilderment evident on his face. What are you talking about? He asks, frowning. I look at Catalina, then at Eduardo, sorting through the memories in my head before speaking. She came here the other day, I explain, remembering the scene with renewed clarity. She looked strange, different. She told me she had something important to tell me, but then Diana arrived and... Elena left hastily. I pause, feeling the implications sink in between us. Now that I think about it, maybe she came to tell me the truth, I continue, my voice barely above a whisper. I don't know for sure, but her behavior was unusual. She seemed nervous. Almost vulnerable. Eduardo looks at me with a mixture of disbelief and consideration, as if he were weighing this new possibility against everything he knows about his mother. Even so, I add quickly, so there's no misunderstanding, I can't forgive her. And I still want to keep that order from El Sebastianto active. Catalina nods understandingly, making a mental note of my words. Is that all you want to do about Elena for now? She asks, addressing both of them but with her gaze primarily on Eduardo, aware of the inner conflict he must be experiencing. Eduardo sighs deeply, running a hand through his hair in that characteristic gesture of his when he's processing difficult decisions. For now, yes, he finally confirms. Isabel doesn't want me to get into an epic fight with my parents. His hand finds mine, interlacing our fingers in a gesture that communicates more than any words. She'd rather take care of this pregnancy, he adds, his voice softening as he glances briefly at my belly. And honestly, so do I. Victoria is our priority now. The FBI director nods. To be honest, I think that would be the best thing to do. If we proceed with charges against Elena now, Catalina says analytically, the case will inevitably become more complicated. The media won't distinguish between what your mother-in-law did and what Lorena did. It will all become one scandal, and the crucial distinction between preventing a pregnancy and causing miscarriages will be lost in the sensationalism. Eduardo and I nodded simultaneously. We both work in the legal world and we know that's exactly what will happen. I'm worried that if we mix the two cases, attention will be divided, she adds frankly. Lorena could use Elena's guilt as a distraction, or even to partially justify her own actions as a logical extension of what was already happening. I look at Eduardo, trying to read his thoughts. After a moment, he nods slightly. It makes sense from a strategic point of view, he concedes. But I want to be clear that this doesn't mean forgetting or forgiving my mother. We're simply prioritizing the most serious threat. Of course, Catalina confirms. And in the meantime, Sebastian's order will remain in effect. I feel suddenly exhausted again. The emotional roller coaster of the last few hours has left me completely drained. Catalina meticulously puts the documents in her folder before responding. We will now formally prosecute Lorena. The case is solid, and with her cooperation, Margaret will serve as a key witness. Given the nature of the crimes and the overwhelming evidence, she will likely seek some sort of plea bargain, though I personally recommend that any negotiation maintain a substantial sentence. He stands up, smoothing his suit. As for Martha, we'll keep an eye on her for now, even though there's no evidence she was involved. Personally, I'd suggest firing her, considering who recommended her. Even if she didn't do anything, I don't trust her. Eduardo nods, thanking me for the offer with a gesture. I know he's thinking the same thing I am. We will never again allow someone we don't fully trust into our home. When Catalina finally leaves, we are left alone in the living room, the sound of rain hitting the windows providing an appropriately melancholic backdrop for our thoughts. Eduardo sits next to me, taking my hands in his. His eyes, when they meet mine, are filled with iron determination. It's almost over, love, he says gently but firmly. I won't let anyone else hurt you. You or Victoria. I nod, wanting to believe him. Wanting to believe that we can truly put this nightmare behind us, that we can build a future where we don't have to constantly look over our shoulders, where we don't have to question every kind gesture, every smile, every offer of help. Do you think we'll ever be able to trust again? I ask, the vulnerability in my voice surprising even myself. Eduardo is silent for a moment, considering my question with the seriousness it deserves. I don't know, he finally answers honestly. But I know we have to try. For Victoria. For us. We can't allow the poison they've poured into our lives to contaminate our hearts as well. I snuggle up against him, seeking the comfort of his warmth, his solidity. Outside, the rain continues to fall, washing the world, as if nature itself wanted to wash away all the filth and evil we've discovered today. Perhaps, I think as Eduardo gently strokes my hair, perhaps there's a lesson in the rain. It falls relentlessly, indiscriminately, soaking everything in its path. But it also cleanses, regenerates, paves the way for a new beginning. Perhaps we too can emerge from this storm renewed, stronger for what we've endured. Victoria moves inside me, a powerful reminder of why we must move forward. Why we must find a way to heal, to rebuild, to trust again. I love you, I whisper, to both Eduardo and our unborn daughter. And we love you, he replies, his hand resting protectively on my belly. Always. Eduardo slowly leans his face toward mine, his eyes deeply anchored in mine, conveying absolute calm and determination. His lips brush against mine tenderly, gently at first, then slowly intensifying the contact into a sensual kiss, full of silent promises and comforting reassurance. When we separate slightly, Eduardo stares at me, gently caressing my cheek with his fingers. You'll see, all this will pass, and we'll live our lives in peace, she whispers firmly. I refuse to be tied down by all of this. So we'll enjoy our pregnancy. I smile at him, feeling the built-up tension slowly leave my body, replaced by a reassuring warmth. Yes, I say softly, believing every word he says, feeling them resonate deeply in my heart. Eduardo smiles with his smile, full of complicity and tenderness, before lightly nibbling my lower lip. And we'll have the most beautiful baby girl in the world, and we'll enjoy her, and because I want more, we'll have lots of sex, she adds playfully, eliciting a soft laugh from me that completely lightens the mood. I'll put other babies in your belly, love. We'll create a family. Our family. I look into his eyes, deeply moved by the sincerity and conviction of his promise. This is the man I love, the man I trust completely, with whom I want to build a future free from all the poison of the past. Our family, I repeat, interlacing my fingers with his, reaffirming our union, our love, and the tangible hope for a future filled with happiness. Chapter 10. Isabel. The room is alive and colorful. Gold patterns dance across the freshly painted sage green walls as I spread several tiny garments across the bed. 4 months have passed since that rainy day when Catherine Langston revealed the full truth about the horrors orchestrated by Lorena. 4 months of healing, of rebuilding, of finally allowing ourselves to breathe. I think this blanket should go in the main bag, not the secondary one, Diana says, holding up a small organic cotton blanket with star patterns. If you need it quickly, it's better to have it handy. I smile as I watch her meticulously fold the blanket, her movements precise and careful. Diana, always so efficient, has turned preparing the hospital bag into an almost military operation, complete with checklists and priority categories. You know, for someone who doesn't have kids, you're becoming surprisingly adept at this whole motherhood thing, I joke, stroking my belly, which now, at 38 weeks, seems impossibly large. Diana gives me an amused look, but for a moment, so brief I almost miss it, I see a flicker of something else in her eyes. That shadow of sadness I've noticed frequently lately, especially when she's handling Victoria's tiny clothes. I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos, she replies lightly, quickly recovering her bright smile. Besides, Senora Paulina has been training me remotely. That woman should have been a general, not a healer. At the mention of Mrs. Paulina, I can't help but smile. Diana's grandmother, that small but imposing woman with eyes that seem to see through your soul, has become a constant presence in our lives, even if it's only through video calls. Her gira honey, the bitter concoction to which she attributes the miracle of my successful pregnancy, forever holds a place of honor in my heart, just as she does. Speaking of Mrs. Paulina, I say, recalling our last conversation, she told me yesterday that she feels Victoria will be born during a storm. Apparently, that means she'll have an indomitable spirit. Diana rolls her eyes, but there is affection in the gesture. My grandmother and her predictions. He murmurs, though I can see that, deep down, he deeply respects the ancestral wisdom of his family matriarch. Next time I suggest it was all a coincidence, she warned me she'd give me a good spanking. At 35. We both laugh, and the light sound of our laughter seems to lift the atmosphere in the room. It's strange, almost surreal, to feel this way, light, hopeful, genuinely happy. It's been so many months, years, really, of tension, of fear, of constant vigilance, that this new state of peace is almost disconcerting, as if I were waiting for something to come and take it away from me. But nothing has happened. Lorena is where she belongs, behind bars, awaiting a trial that, according to all experts, will result in an exemplary sentence. The FBI found such overwhelming evidence against her that even her defense attorney has suggested she seek a plea deal to avoid life in prison. Have you thought about what you'll do if Lorena tries to contact you again? Diana asks, interrupting my thoughts as she meticulously packs small onesies into the suitcase. I sigh, my happiness momentarily overshadowed by the memory of the 3 letters Lorena tried to send me from prison. The same thing I've been doing up until now, I reply firmly. Ignore her. Reject any visitors, return any letters unopened. She doesn't exist for me. Diana nods approvingly. Good for you, he says, and there's an almost fierce pride in his voice. Some people aren't worth a second of your time. There's a comfortable silence as we continue to pack my hospital bag. I think about Eduardo, about how he's been these past few months, protective but not stifling, attentive but giving me space to process everything at my own pace. He's never pushed when I've refused to talk about Lorena, never questioned my decision not to confront her. And he hasn't insisted I speak to Elena, despite her mother's repeated attempts to establish contact. I donated the flowers he sent to the office to a nearby hospital. The letters remain unopened in the bottom drawer of my desk. I'm not ready, and perhaps I never will be. Eduardo had a conversation with her, you know, I say suddenly, surprising even myself by bringing it up. With Elena. Diana stops her movements, looking at me with an arched eyebrow. Did he tell you what happened? She asks cautiously. I shake my head, folding a small cotton cap. No, and I haven't asked him. I just know it was about 3 weeks ago. He came home, different. Calmer, somehow, as if he'd left something heavy behind. It's true. Eduardo returned from that meeting with his mother with an expression I couldn't interpret. It wasn't forgiveness, not exactly, but it wasn't the blinding rage that had consumed him for so long either. It was something more nuanced, more complex. He seemed at peace, in a way he hadn't been since we discovered Elena's betrayal. My mother wants to talk to you, he had told me that night while we were in bed. I told her it was entirely up to you, and that I would support whatever decision you made. I didn't ask what else they'd said. Something in his expression told me there were things he needed to process on his own before sharing. And I respect that, just as he has respected my own process with all of this. I think they talked about the past, I continue, sharing my thoughts with Diana. About her childhood, perhaps. Sometimes I forget that Elena wasn't always like this. That something must have shaped her into the woman she is now. Diana looks at me with a shrewd look. Are you considering talking to her? He asks directly, without judgment. I sigh, absent-mindedly stroking my belly where Victoria appears to be performing Olympic acrobatics. I don't know, I admit. Part of me wants to understand, I guess. Not to forgive, but to properly close that door. But then I think about what he did, how he played with my body, with my future, and the anger comes back so strong. You don't need to decide now, Diana interrupts gently. Not tomorrow, not next week. Some wounds take time to heal enough to be examined without too much pain. I nod, grateful for her understanding. Over these past few months, Diana has become an even more fundamental pillar in my life. She's been there for every important moment, from the final ultrasounds to the complete renovation of Victoria's room, always offering her unconditional support without ever suffocating me with undue worry. You're turning into a philosopher, I joke, trying to lighten the mood. I got it from my grandmother, he replies with a smile. That woman has a saying for every existential situation. I laugh, but my mind is still partially on the previous topic. Mom's coming next week, I comment, changing the course of the conversation slightly. She's convinced she'll arrive just in time for the birth. June Salinas, rural psychic, Diana jokes, and we both laugh. She's so excited, I continue, feeling a warmth in my chest at the thought of my mother. It's the first time I've seen her this happy since Dad passed away. She says she's been knitting like crazy. Victoria will probably have enough hand-knitted blankets and hats to survive an ice age. My hand instinctively returns to my belly, where Victoria responds with a vigorous movement. These moments still amaze me, the tangible reality that there's a life growing inside me, a tiny person who will soon be in our arms. I watch Diana meticulously organize the tiny socks by color. There's something about the way she touches these tiny garments, a mixture of tenderness and melancholy, that makes me wonder what's really going through her mind. Diana, I say softly. Are you okay? And don't answer me with your usual perfectly, because we both know there's something you're not telling me. She stops, a small pair of star-print socks in her hands. For a moment, she looks like she's going to avoid the question, but then her shoulders slump slightly. I'm fine, he insists, but without his usual conviction. Just processing some things. Sebastian. I venture, knowing I'm entering delicate territory. Diana sighs, carefully placing the socks in her suitcase before sitting down in the rocking chair Eduardo set up by the window. Partially, he admits. It's complicated. The best things usually are, I reply, remembering the words she herself once said to me, so long ago, when Eduardo and I were going through an early crisis in our relationship. I see a small smile appear on his lips as he recognizes his own words. Touché, he murmurs. He remains silent for a moment, as if deciding how much to share. Finally, he speaks. Sebastian and we had a conversation 2 weeks ago. He asked me to consider giving us a real chance, once his divorce is finalized. Her fingers nervously play with the hem of her blouse. He says he's willing to wait as long as it takes. And what do you want? I ask, deliberately remaining neutral. That's the question, he replies, his gaze drifting toward the horizon visible through the window. I don't know if I could trust him to really leave his marriage behind. Vanessa isn't going to give up easily, and there's a child involved. I understand your dilemma. Vanessa Ortega isn't the type of woman who accepts defeat graciously. And while Sebastian has proven himself a man of integrity in many ways, the Ortegas have a worrying tendency to prioritize appearances over personal happiness. Besides, Diana continues, with a vulnerability she rarely displays, there's something else that worries me. I look at her questioningly, waiting for her to continue. I want children, Isabel, he finally says, and the sadness in his voice tugs at my heartstrings. I've always wanted them. And I don't know if Sebastian is ready to start a new family at this point in his life, or if I could handle the complexity of integrating into the one he already has. So that's what it was. The sadness I've noticed when she handles the baby clothes, the melancholic expression when we attend ultrasounds together. It's not just for Sebastian, it's for a dream of her own that she fears she won't be able to fulfill. Have you talked to him about this? I ask softly. He shakes his head. It's never come naturally. And I'm afraid that if I mention it, it will seem like I'm pressuring or setting conditions. I lean forward, taking her hand. Diana, if there's one thing I've learned this year, it's that a lack of honest communication only leads to more pain, I say with conviction. You need to tell her what you want, what you dream of. If you're going to build something together, it has to be on a foundation of complete truth. She squeezes my hand, and I see that my words have touched something deep in her. You're right, he admits. It's just. The sound of footsteps in the hallway interrupts our conversation. The door opens slowly, revealing Eduardo with a tray laden with snacks, freshly cut fruit, small sandwiches, homemade cookies, and a pitcher of what appears to be fresh lemonade. Snack time, ladies, he announces with that smile that still, after all these years, makes my heart race. He looks absolutely gorgeous in those faded jeans and the gray t-shirt that hugs his torso perfectly. His hair, slightly longer than usual, falls across his forehead in unruly strands that make me want to brush them away with my fingers. You're just in time, I'm starving, I exclaim, feeling Victoria stir as if to agree with me. Eduardo places the tray on the small side table and approaches me, leaning in for a kiss that's meant to be brief but turns into something deeper, more intense. My hands automatically find the back of his neck, pulling him closer as our lips recognize, explore, remember each other. Should I give them some privacy? Diana jokes with a mischievous smile. Eduardo pulls away slightly, his eyes still fixed on mine, communicating 1,000 silent promises for later. No way, he finally replies, turning to Diana. I'm so glad you're here. Isabel needs positive distractions in this final stretch. And you need someone to say no when you ask them for the 5th time in an hour if they're okay, Diana retorts, accepting the glass of lemonade Eduardo offers her. Eduardo laughs, a free and genuine sound that was once so rare and now, to my delight, has become common. Guilty, he admits, sitting on the floor next to my legs, casually resting a hand on my knee. But in my defense, this is only the 3rd time I've asked today. And it's only 4 in the afternoon, I remind him, running my fingers through his hair in an automatic caress. The 3 of us laugh, and there's something so precious about this moment of shared normalcy that I feel a lump in my throat. After so much time living in constant alertness, with fear, with suspicion, the simple joy of sharing a snack with my husband and my best friend feels like an incalculable luxury. Seriously, Diana, Eduardo says, his tone becoming more sincere. Thank you for being here. For everything you've done these past few months. Your family. Diana seems momentarily surprised by the statement, and I see her trying to hide the emotion these words provoke in her. Well, someone has to make sure this woman doesn't work until she gives birth, she replies, her tone light again. You're aware, aren't you? That she's still answering work emails on the sly. Eduardo looks at me with an arched eyebrow, but there is more amusement than reproach in his expression. I figured as much, he says, taking a bite of a cookie. The other day I found her asleep with her laptop open, working on an appeal of Murphy vs. Astudilles. That was an interesting read. I defend myself. Besides, I'm just consulting. I'm not taking any cases. For now, Eduardo and Diana add in unison, prompting another round of laughter. The sun begins its descent, bathing the room in golden and orange hues. The conversation flows naturally between us, jumping from light topics to plans for the future. Diana shares anecdotes about her last video conference with Senora Paulina, who apparently gave her a thorough lesson on how to recognize when a pregnant woman is truly in labor and not just having Braxton Hicks contractions. According to my grandmother, you'll know it's time when Isabel starts cursing in languages she didn't even know she knew, Diana jokes. She says that's how it was with my mother. She started speaking in a Mayan dialect she'd only heard as a child. Oh, great, Eduardo replies with mock horror. Considering Isabel speaks 4 languages fluently, I'm eager to hear the creative combinations that emerge. I play along with their jokes, but a part of me watches this scene as if I were outside of it, marveling at how simple and perfect it is. Eduardo, so relaxed, so open, so different from the tense, reserved man he was when this whole nightmare began. Diana, finding moments of genuine joy despite her own internal battles. And me, finally allowing myself to believe that this is real, that it's ours, that we can have it without something coming to take it away from us. A particularly strong movement from Victoria brings me back to the present moment. Ugh, I think someone's practicing karate in there, I comment, placing a hand where I felt the kick. Eduardo immediately places his hand next to mine, his eyes lighting up with that mixture of wonder and reverence he always shows when he feels our daughter move. Hey, champ, he whispers against my belly. Are you trying to get attention? As if responding to his voice, Victoria kicks again, right where his hand is. The look of wonder on Eduardo's face is something I'll treasure forever. I think she's going to be a total Ortega, Diana observes with a smile. She already knows how to grab the audience's attention. As long as he inherits Isabel's heart, he can have all the determination Ortega wants, Eduardo replies, leaning down to place a soft kiss on my belly. Our gazes meet over my belly, and in his eyes I see everything he doesn't need to say, love, gratitude, the promise of a future that finally seems possible. Real. Ours. Outside, the first clouds of what appears to be a summer storm are beginning to gather on the horizon. Perhaps Senora Paulina is right after all. A girl born during a storm. An indomitable spirit. It couldn't be more perfect. Isabel. The air smells of roses and freshly cut grass, and a soft breeze caresses my skin, temporarily relieving the constant discomfort of these last days of pregnancy. I'm sitting in my favorite chair, a wicker rocking chair with soft cushions that Eduardo insisted on buying when it became clear I'd be spending much of my time here these last few months. Beside me, my mother, June, and my best friend, Diana, are chatting animatedly, their voices mingling with birdsong and the distant hum of a lawnmower in a neighboring yard. I look at these 2 women, so different in appearance and personality, yet united by their unconditional love for me. Mom, with her blonde hair flecked with gray and her blue eyes filled with wisdom and compassion, radiates the quiet strength of someone who has weathered her own storms. Diana, elegant and vibrant, with her quick wit and unwavering loyalty, has been my rock in the darkest of times. I'll get you some more water, love, Eduardo says, pulling me out of my thoughts. He leans down to gently kiss my forehead, his hand lingering an extra moment on my cheek in a tender caress before heading toward the house. I watch him walk away, his tall, athletic figure moving with his usual grace and confidence. Even after all these years, he still takes my breath away. But beyond his undeniable physical attractiveness, it's his constant devotion, his unwavering support, that makes me love him more every day. It's in that moment of distraction that it happens. A sudden sensation, like a water balloon exploding between my legs, immediately followed by a contraction that steals my breath. The pain is unlike any I've ever experienced before, more intense, more primal, as if my body instinctively knows this is the true beginning. "Oh God," I gasp, clutching my mother's arm. My voice sounds strange to my own ears, strained and broken. "I think it's time." June and Diana's eyes meet, a silent conversation passing between them in an instant. There's no panic in their expressions, only a calm determination, a recognition that this is the moment we've all been preparing for. They move in unison, helping me stand with infinite care as another contraction makes me double over, a moan escaping my lips. Their hands are firm but gentle, guiding me, holding me. "Eduardo!" Diana calls, her voice filled with urgency. "It's time." Eduardo runs out of the house, his eyes widening as he grasps the situation. In a blink of an eye, he's at my side, his arm around my waist, his presence solid and reassuring. His familiar cologne, a blend of wood and spices, envelopes me, anchoring me amid the chaos of sensations. "Breathe, my love," he whispers, gently guiding me into the house. His voice is soft but firm, a beacon in the storm of pain and anticipation. "Inhale, exhale. I'm here. Everything's going to be okay." He leans me back on the couch with a tenderness that almost makes me cry. He kneels beside me, holding my hand, caressing my face. His eyes, those gray pools that have always been my home, are filled with love and determination. "The ambulance will be here in 3 minutes," he assures, his voice calm despite the tension of the moment. I timed the response time when we ran the drill last month. I can't help but smile despite the pain. My meticulous, prepared Eduardo. The man who insisted on having a plan for every possible scenario, who read every book and article on pregnancy and childbirth he could find. The man who, unbeknownst to me, apparently timed the ambulance's response time. Always one step ahead. Just as predicted, the sound of sirens fills the air exactly 3 minutes later, the high-pitched, piercing wail rapidly approaching. June and Diana move efficiently, gathering the carefully packed bag and all the items we had arranged for this very moment. The trip to the hospital is a blur of pain and anticipation. The contractions intensify, coming one after the other with barely a breath between them. It's as if my body has become an instrument with a will of its own, every muscle and nerve focused on this single, monumental task. Through the fog of pain, I'm vaguely aware of Eduardo's hand in mine, his voice whispering words of encouragement. "You're doing amazing, my love," he murmurs, kissing my knuckles white with tension. "You are the bravest woman I know. I'm so proud of you." Her words are a balm, a reminder that I'm not alone in this. That every contraction, every wave of pain, brings us closer to knowing our little Victoria. When we arrive at the hospital, the medical team is waiting, ready to greet me. They are familiar faces, people we've gotten to know over these months of careful monitoring. But despite their reassuring presence, I can't help but feel a pang of fear. What if something goes wrong? What if, after everything we've been through, life plays one more trick on us? These thoughts, irrational as they may be, swirl in my mind, fueled by pain and uncertainty. As if reading my thoughts, Eduardo leans forward to look me straight in the eyes. His hands cradle my face with infinite tenderness, his thumbs tracing gentle circles on my cheeks. "Everything will be okay, Isabel," he promises, and there's such conviction in his voice, such unwavering certainty, that I can't help but believe him. Our victory is on its way, and there's no force in this world that can stop it. You are the strongest woman I know, and together, we can overcome anything. Her words are a beacon in the darkness, a reminder of the strength we've forged together. Of the resilience we've cultivated through every trial, every loss, every moment of despair. The next few minutes are a whirlwind of activity. I'm wheeled into a delivery room, a light-filled and calm space despite the tension of the moment. Dr. Miller and her team are already prepared, their movements precise and efficient as they hook me up to multiple monitors. Eduardo only leaves my side long enough to put on his official gown and cap, pieces of green fabric that somehow manage to make him look even more handsome. When he returns to my side, taking his place at the head of my bed, I feel a surge of love and gratitude so intense it almost overshadows the pain. And then the real work begins. The contractions intensify, coming one after the other with a force that leaves me breathless. It's as if every fiber of my being is focused on this single task, every muscle tense and trembling as my body works to bring our daughter into the world. I squeeze Eduardo's hand, finding strength in his touch, in his constant presence. He is my rock, my anchor in the midst of this storm of pain and struggle. His voice is a constant murmur of encouragement, of love, of unwavering faith in me. I gasp at one point, exhausted and overwhelmed. The pain is so intense it seems to consume me, robbing me of the will to go on. I can't do this. Yes, you can, Eduardo replies with a fierceness that resonates in every fiber of my being. He kisses my knuckles, white with tension, his lips soft against my skin. You are the strongest woman I know, Isabel Ortega. You have overcome every obstacle life has thrown your way. You can do this, and so much more. I am here with you, every step of the way. And I believe him. With renewed strength welling up from somewhere deep within me, I surrender to the pain, to the power, to the primal force of bringing a new life into the world. Each contraction is a wave that lifts me higher, each push a step closer to meeting our daughter. And then, with a monumental final effort, with a cry that seems to emerge from the depths of my soul, Victoria Salinas Ortega enters the world. Her cry, loud and clear, is the most beautiful sound I've ever heard. A hymn of triumph, a declaration of life amidst chaos. She's perfect, Eduardo whispers, tears streaming freely down his face as our little girl is placed in my arms. His voice is filled with awe, a love so vast and deep it seems to fill every corner of the room. Absolutely perfect. I look at my daughter, this little miracle we've fought so hard for, and feel my heart expand in ways I didn't know possible. She's everything we've dreamed of and more. 10 perfect little fingers, a shock of dark hair, and the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen, a deep blue that I know will eventually turn into her father's stormy gray. Every moment of pain, every tear shed, every night of fear and despair, suddenly makes sense. Because she's here, safe and sound in my arms, the living fruit of our love and our determination. Eduardo wraps us both in his embrace, his touch soft and reverential as he traces a finger along Victoria's rosy cheek. In this moment, we are an island of peace and perfect happiness amid the hustle and bustle of the hospital. A family, finally complete after so much time and so many struggles. I know the road ahead won't be easy. That there will be sleepless nights, moments of doubt, challenges we can't yet imagine. But I also know, with a certainty that rests deep within me, that together we can face anything. Because this love we share, this unbreakable bond we've forged through adversity, is stronger than any storm. It's the foundation upon which we will build the rest of our lives. So when Victoria snuggles closer to my chest, her small hand clutching my finger with surprising strength, I feel a peace I've never known before. A certainty that, no matter what happens, we are exactly where we're meant to be. Together. As a family. Ready to write the next chapter of our story. Hi, Victoria, I whisper. It's your mom. And in that moment, I know it was all worth it. Every tear. Every loss. Every moment of doubt. It all led us here. Victory. Our victory. The soft sound of Victoria's breathing breaks the silence of the room as she sleeps peacefully in her crib. We brought her home just 3 days ago, and every second since then has been a revelation. Her small face, so expressive even in dreams, holds me mesmerized. I run my index finger gently over her cheek, marveling at the perfection of her skin, so soft it seems impossible. Her tiny fingers, those tiny nails, the delicate curve of her lips, every detail is a miracle that takes my breath away. I lean over the crib, inhaling that unique newborn scent that no perfume in the world could replicate. It's a blend of innocence, purity, and beginnings. It smells of infinite possibilities. Of the future. I feel Eduardo's arms wrap around me from behind, his warmth enveloping me like a protective blanket. He leans lightly on my shoulder, gazing at our daughter with the same hypnotic adoration I do. "She's perfect," he whispers, his warm breath caressing my neck. "Absolutely perfect." I lean back against him, allowing his strength to sustain me, finding comfort in the solidity of his presence. "Sometimes I'm afraid this is all a dream," I confess quietly. "That I'll wake up and she won't be here." His arms tighten slightly around me, a protective gesture as instinctive as breathing. He interlaces his fingers with mine and brings them to his lips, kissing each knuckle with deliberate tenderness. "It's real, Isabel," she asserts with that unwavering certainty that has always been her greatest strength. "Victoria is real. We are real. And no one can ever take this away from us." We stayed like that, silently embracing each other, gazing at our sleeping daughter as the last rays of sunlight filtered through the muslin curtains Diana helped hang. The outside world seemed distant, almost irrelevant, compared to the universe contained within this room. Victoria shifts slightly, her small lips forming a perfect O as she yawns. My heart skips a beat, as it has every time she makes the slightest movement since she came into our lives. Eduardo lets out a soft laugh, that deep, warm sound reverberating through his chest against my back. "Just as dramatic as her mother," he comments, his voice tinged with affection. "You're joking, aren't you?" I retort, turning to look at him. With that frown when something bothers her, she's totally an Ortega. Your same expression when someone presents a weak argument in court. Eduardo's smile widens, that smile that after so many years continues to make my pulse race like the first time. "Imagine that little miss in law school," he says, his gaze drifting off into some distant but already vividly imagined future. "With your intelligence and my stubbornness, she'll be unstoppable." "Or she could be a dancer," I suggest. "Or a scientist. Or whatever she chooses to be." Eduardo nods, his expression softening. "Of course. The only thing that matters is that she's happy." At that moment, Victoria opens her eyes, those dark blue eyes that the pediatrician says will probably turn gray like her father's. She looks at us with that expression of solemn curiosity that seems so incongruous on her tiny face, as if she's sizing us up, studying us carefully. And then, like a sun peeking out from behind a cloud, she smiles. It's not gas, as Dr. Miller would say. It's a genuine smile that lights up her entire face, transforming it completely. "He's smiling at us," I whisper, amazed. "Eduardo, he's smiling at us." He leans in, his face inches from Victoria's. "Hello, Princess," he says in a voice I've never heard from him before. A voice he reserves exclusively for our daughter, softer, more vulnerable than he'd ever allow others to hear. "Do you recognize Daddy? I'm the one who sang to you when you were inside Mommy." Victoria pumps her fists in the air, as if responding to his voice, and I feel like my heart might burst with love. Eduardo takes her in his arms with that mixture of reverence and fear that characterizes new parents, cradling her tiny head with a hand that seems impossibly large in comparison. "I have you, my love," he murmurs. "Daddy will always have you." I watch this man, this Supreme Court justice feared by seasoned lawyers, cradle our daughter as if she were the most fragile piece of porcelain. His eyes, normally sharp and penetrating, are softened by a love so pure, so absolute, it takes my breath away. How is it possible to love so much someone we barely know? And yet, I feel like I've known Victoria forever, as if her soul and mine have been connected long before she came into this world. My gaze shifts to the family photograph resting on the mantelpiece. It's an old one, taken during our wedding, Eduardo and I in the center, surrounded by our families. Elena and Satoru are there, impeccably dressed and smiling for the camera. That image now seems like it's from another life, from other people. I think about everything that's happened since then, all the layers of lies and manipulation Elena wove around us. How she tried to prevent us from having Victoria, how she literally poisoned my body to keep me from getting pregnant. It's strange to think they're missing out on this. Victoria's first days, her first smiles, the miracle of watching her grow day by day. But these are the consequences of their own actions, especially Elena's. I'm not willing to budge from my stance on keeping them out, particularly her. Not after what she did. Trust, once so brutally broken, can't simply be repaired with apologies or time. And when it comes to my daughter, I can't afford second chances. Elena overstepped her bounds, crossed a line she should never have even come close to, and now she must live with the consequences. My thoughts are interrupted when I hear excited voices coming up the stairs. My mother, with her characteristic exuberance, is probably monopolizing Victoria while bombarding Eduardo with questions about every detail of the little girl's routine. I smile at the mental image. "I love you," Eduardo whispers, leaning down to kiss my forehead. "For this and everything else." We go downstairs together to the living room, where my mother is chaotically organizing the kitchen, probably preparing enough food for a regiment. Diana and Sebastian, who were in the garden a little while ago, are sitting at opposite ends of the sofa, a chasm between them even though their bodies seem to be unconsciously leaning toward each other. We're having lunch today, so they're here sharing the space, even though anyone would think it's the last thing they want, at least given the current state of their relationship. Perhaps we should have thought of that when we came up with the idea of lunch. "Oh, there's my little princess," Mom exclaims upon seeing us, washing her hands and then drying them before approaching with her arms outstretched. "Give me my little beauty. I can't get enough of this baby." Eduardo carefully hands Victoria over, and I watch as my mother cradles my daughter with an expertise that only comes from years of practice. The way she holds her, the way she rocks her body, all speak of a love so natural and uncomplicated it makes me smile. "He looks so much like you did when you were a baby," Mom says, her eyes shining with excitement. "He has that same serious expression when he's looking at something, as if he's solving the mysteries of the universe." I feel Eduardo's hand slide into mine, his fingers interlacing with mine in that familiar gesture that always anchors me. He gently pulls me toward the sofa, where we sit next to Diana. Sebastian stands almost immediately, muttering something about making a call, but his need to get away from Diana's proximity is clear. "How's everything going?" I ask, tilting my head toward Sebastian almost imperceptibly. "Are you okay?" A sad smile curves his lips. "I will be," he replies, but the pain in his eyes tells me otherwise. Some things just aren't meant to be, no matter how much we want them to be. I want to push, I want to understand what really happened between them, what's keeping them apart when it's clear they're both suffering. But I respect her silence, just as she has respected mine so many times. "If you need to talk," I offer. "I know," she cuts me off gently. "And I will, when I'm ready. I promise." The doorbell rings again, and this time it's Sebastian who rushes to answer it, visibly relieved by the distraction. A moment later, Guadalupe bursts in like a whirlwind of energy, laden with bags containing what are surely more gifts for Victoria. "I'm here," she exclaims, dropping her bags to hug Eduardo. "Where's my favorite niece?" "I'm sure you say the same thing to Clara every time you see her," Eduardo replies with that indulgent smile he always reserves for his little sister. Guadalupe playfully sticks her tongue out at her before heading over to my mother, where Victoria is peacefully in her arms. "Oh my God, she looks even more like you, Eduardo," she says, leaning in to look at the baby more closely. "Poor creature, let's hope she at least inherits Isabel's sense of humor." We all laugh, and for a moment, the room fills with a healing warmth. I look at the people around us, my mother, Diana, Guadalupe, Sebastian, Eduardo. Family, both blood and chosen. People who have been by our side through the darkest moments and the brightest. My eyes are fixed on my little girl, observing the world with that solemn curiosity that has become her signature expression. My eyes meet Eduardo's, and I see in them the same wonder I feel. That feeling of, how is it possible to love someone so small so much? That's when the thought hits me with crystal clarity. Despite everything, the anonymous messages, the betrayals, the secrets, the literal and figurative poison, we are here. We have survived. Not only that, we have created something beautiful from the ashes of so much pain. I stand up and walk towards my mother, holding out my arms. "I think someone needs their mom," I say, although Victoria seems perfectly content where she is. My mother hands my daughter to me with a sympathetic smile. I hold Victoria against my chest, feeling her tiny heart beat against mine. Eduardo approaches, wrapping an arm around my shoulders, and the three of us form a small island in the middle of the crowded room. "Thank you," I whisper, "just for him." "Why?" he asks, confused. "For not giving up," I reply, looking him straight in the eyes. "For believing in us when I had doubts. For keeping us together when everything seemed determined to tear us apart." His gaze softens, filled with an emotion so deep it almost takes my breath away. "I would never have given up on you, Isabel," he says, his voice an intimate murmur for my ears only. "You and Victoria are my entire life. My reason for existing. I remember our wedding vows, the promises we made to each other so many years ago. Promises of honesty, of fidelity, of unconditional support. Promises we've both broken and mended, stretched to the limit and strengthened in the process. And I think of our sins, the secrets kept, the half-truths, the unspoken fears that nearly destroyed what we had. But here we are, with our daughter between us. Living proof that love, true love, can survive even the most severe trials." Victoria grabs Eduardo's finger with her tiny hand, and we both smile at the simple yet deeply meaningful gesture. In that small point of contact, Eduardo's large, strong hand, Victoria's tiny but surprisingly firm one, I see our future. A future we've earned with blood, sweat, and tears. A future no one can ever take away from us. I think briefly of Lorena, locked in a cell, paying for her crimes. The trial hasn't even taken place yet, but there's already talk of a possible sentence, no less than 30 years without the possibility of parole. Kidnapping a Supreme Court justice and doing what she did to me through our housekeeper has condemned her in such a way that not even the best defense attorney in the country could reduce her sentence. I feel no joy at her punishment, only a strange sense of closure. Of justice, perhaps. Lorena continues to send letters from prison, letters I'll return unopened, as I have done with all the previous ones. Perhaps one day I'll find the strength to read them, to face her words. But not today. Today I just want to immerse myself in this hard-won happiness, without any shadows of the past. "Whatever you're thinking," Eduardo says, reading me as he always has, "let it go. It's not worth it, not anymore. I smile, grateful for his understanding, for how he always seems to know exactly what I need before I even articulate it. I'm here, I reply, resting my head on his shoulder. Completely here. The rest of the afternoon passes in a kind of golden glow. Guadalupe takes countless photographs, declaring that Victoria needs a properly documented album of her early days. My mother prepares enough food to feed a small army, insisting that I need to regain my strength. Diana and Sebastian maintain their strange dance of proximity and distance, but I notice fleeting moments where their guards let down, where they allow themselves to remember whatever it was they had. And through it all, Eduardo remains by my side, his presence constant like the north on a compass. When Victoria starts crying, demanding to be fed, he escorts me into the bedroom, helping me settle with pillows as I prepare to breastfeed. I'll never tire of seeing this, he says, watching Victoria and me with reverence as she clutches my chest, her small fists clenched against my skin. What? Your disheveled wife, with dark circles under her eyes, smelling like sour milk. I joke, even though I'm feeling anything but glamorous right now. Eduardo kneels beside the rocking chair, his hand gently stroking Victoria's head as she feeds. To the most beautiful woman in the world, he corrects, his voice thick with emotion, giving birth to our daughter. There's nothing more beautiful than this, Isabel. Nothing in the world. I look at him, and suddenly, all the complex layers of our history together seem to distill into this single, perfectly simple moment. The promises, the sins, the betrayals, the redemptions, it's all led us here. To this place where a family is forged not in spite of hardship, but through it. Like steel, tempered in the hottest fire to emerge stronger. I love you, I say, the words familiar but loaded with renewed meaning. Through everything. For everything. Forever. Eduardo leans in, kissing me with that perfect blend of tenderness and passion that always makes my heart race. And I love you, he replies, his forehead resting against mine. More than I can ever express. Victoria moves away from my chest, satisfied for now, and Eduardo carefully picks her up, placing her on his shoulder and helping her exhale. The ease with which he handles her small body surprises me. He's adapted to fatherhood with a naturalness that astonishes me. You know, he says, gently patting Victoria's back, I've been thinking. Always dangerous, I joke, adjusting my clothes. He smiles, but there's something serious in his eyes. I want you to know that I support any decision you make about your career, he says. If you want to return to the firm after your leave, or if you prefer to take more time, or even if you decide you want to do something completely different. I'm with you. Your support moves me, but it doesn't surprise me. Eduardo has always believed in me, in my abilities, in my right to forge my own path. I've been thinking about that too, I admit. I'm not sure I want to go back to the same pace as before, at least not right away. Of course, he nods. Take all the time you need. But, I continue, an idea that's been brewing in my mind for months finally coming together. I was thinking about the possibility of opening my own practice. Something small, focused specifically on cases of domestic and reproductive violence. Helping women who've been through situations like mine. Eduardo's eyes shine with pride. I think it's a brilliant idea, he says. And I know at least a dozen judges and lawyers who would be willing to back you. Victoria lets out a little burp, and we both laugh, the solemn moment interrupted in the most adorable way possible. It seems we have the approval of the most important critic, Eduardo comments, kissing our daughter's head. We stayed like that for a while longer, talking in low voices about the future, about plans and possibilities. Victoria fell asleep on Eduardo's shoulder, her breathing soft and regular, her small body completely relaxed in her father's safe embrace. I think we should go back downstairs, I suggest, although part of me wants to stay forever in this bubble of peace we've created. The others will wonder what happened to us. Just one more moment, Eduardo asks, his gaze fixed on Victoria. Just one more moment like this. I understand perfectly what you feel. There's something almost sacred about these stolen moments, these small periods of absolute intimacy where the world narrows down to the three of us. But I also know that the family waiting for us downstairs is a vital part of our world, part of the protective circle we've created around Victoria. Finally, we returned to the living room, where we found Guadalupe showing my mother photo albums from when Eduardo and Sebastián were little. Look at this one, my mother exclaims, pointing at a photograph. Eduardo had exactly the same expression as Victoria. I look closer to see the picture, Eduardo at about 2 years old, with that same frown of concentration I've seen on our daughter's face. The similarity is so striking that I can't help but smile. I told you, I whisper to Eduardo. A complete Ortega. He nudges me lightly, but his proud smile betrays him. Where's Sebastian? She asks, noticing her brother's absence. She got a call and went out to the patio, Guadalupe replies, turning the page of the scrapbook. And Diana is in the kitchen, making some tea. I exchange a glance with Eduardo, both thinking the same thing, those two need to resolve whatever's keeping them apart. Their tension is almost palpable, affecting the atmosphere in the house even when they try to hide it. Eduardo places Victoria, still fast asleep, in the bassinet we've installed in the living room so we don't have to constantly move her up and down. He tucks her in tenderly, making sure she's comfortable before heading out to the yard, murmuring something about seeing what Sebastián's doing. I know him well enough to know he's going to try to talk to his brother, in his direct, straightforward way. I head to the kitchen, where I find Diana with her back to the door, looking out the window at the patio. From where I stand, I can see Sebastián and Eduardo talking, Sebastián gesturing with his hands in a gesture so typical of him when he's frustrated or excited. Spying on the Ortega brothers? I ask, approaching her. Diana jumps slightly, surprised by my presence. What are you saying? He replies with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. I just got the impression you were arguing, and I was watching to see if I'd have to intervene or something. They're not arguing, I point out gently. They're talking. About you, probably. Diana sighs, returning her attention to the kettle she has put on to boil. Eduardo should take care of his own life, she murmurs. He's got enough going on being a new father. So should you. He cares about his brother, I reply. And we both do. Diana is silent for a moment, her hands busy preparing the tea, but I can see the tension in her shoulders, the way she avoids my gaze. You know I'm here whenever you want to talk, right? I remind her gently. No judgment, no pressure. A fleeting smile crosses his face. I know, she replies, briefly squeezing my hand. And I appreciate it more than you can imagine. But this is something I have to figure out for myself. You don't have to do everything alone, Diana, I say, and I notice her eyes shining with unshed tears. Sometimes it's braver to ask for help than to try to carry the whole burden alone. She looks at me for a long moment, as if considering my words. You have this annoying tendency to be right, she finally admits with a small smile. You've always been the sensible one of the two. It's part of my charm, I joke, and then, impulsively, I hug her. Everything will be okay, somehow. I promise. You can't promise that, he retorts, but his arms hug me back tightly. Of course I can, I insist. I'm a lawyer. We make impossible promises all the time. We both laugh, and for a moment, I feel like something important has been left hanging, like a pending conversation that will have its moment. The afternoon moves into evening in a homey comfort that feels like a gift after so many months of tension and fear. My mother insists on preparing dinner for everyone, with Guadalupe as her enthusiastic if somewhat chaotic assistant. Sebastian and Diana maintain a cordial distance, but their gazes occasionally meet, heavy with something unresolved but meaningful. There's a new calm between them, an unspoken understanding I can't quite decipher, but it gives me hope that, whatever their story, they'll find their way. And I, sitting next to Eduardo on the couch, with Victoria now awake and alert in my arms, feel a peace I'd forgotten was possible. The road here has been tortuous, filled with betrayals, secrets, and pain. Promises we made were broken and remade, the sins we committed marked us but didn't define us. And in the end, here we are, stronger, wiser, more aware of the fragility and preciousness of what we have. Victoria grabs Eduardo's finger, her small hand barely enveloping the first joint, and he looks at her with such adoration that my heart swells with love. For her. For him. For the family we've created against all odds. If there's anything more powerful than hate, I think as I watch my daughter and husband, it's this. This imperfect but unbreakable love. And in that moment, surrounded by the people I love most in the world, I know we've won. We haven't just survived the storms, we've learned to dance in the rain. Victoria Salinas Ortega. Our little miracle. Our victory. END.